rephrase that for me,
Yes,
please?
what award is better known as the Antoinette Perry Award for Excellence?
Antoinette Perry Award for Excellence. We're going to go to Melissa. Hi, Melissa. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right, so Melissa, do you know the answer, which award we are referring to?
Yes, it's the Tony Award.
She's right.
That's it. Tony's. Hang on, Melissa. Set you up with a 4-pack of Six Flags tickets, and you can ring in the holidays at Six Flags in the park with more than 1 million glittering lights, dazzling holiday entertainment, and thrilling rides. Plus, don't miss the new holiday market with tasty eats and more. Open select dates through January 1st.
The reason I looked that up is that you guys posted a really cool video yesterday of wishing Michael Giacchino best of luck in the Grammy nomination. He's actually won a Grammy already. Yeah. Michael is a Tony away from an EGOT.
Yes.
The only one he does.
Flirting with that.
Yeah, he's won an Oscar for Up. He won an Emmy for Lost. He won a Grammy for Up as well for the soundtrack. Wow. He does not have a Tony yet, but he's one away.
All right, let's get to work, Mr. Giacchino. All right. So let me go through some stories for you. We'll start with this. Laughter appears to be the best medicine for Jay Leno 2 weeks after suffering the serious burns in that fuel fire. The 72-year-old comedian returned to the stage on Sunday for a performance at the Comedy and Magic Club in Hermosa Beach, California.
That's actually where he would, believe it or not, he would try out monologue material. This is his haunt. That's where he always does stand-up.
Yep. Leno joked to reporters saying, I never thought of myself as a roast comic before.
Don't get me up.
Said we have 2 shows tonight, regular and extra crispy. He said, I feel good. Thank you, guys. Do we have a clip of him?
That's what you just said.
That's what I just said.
Okay. And you probably said it better than he did.
So Leno's show on Sunday night was sold out.
Kudos for him, man. I'm sure there's... Yeah. He had skin grafts. I'm sure he's still in a bit of pain, but the fact that he's out there and doing it is pretty amazing.
He performed for more than an hour. A club goer said he looked great, had a lot of stamina, and another said that Leno was full of energy during his stand-up set and told joke after joke after joke. And he's a stand-up guy. He's always been, that's his first thing, and he's great at it.
Loves it. The funny thing is that over the years, he used to be the really cutting-edge comic. He'd be, when he and Letterman were friends, he'd be the guy who'd come on and sort of be, this is my beef. I have a beef about this. And his material was always pretty on the edge.
No kidding.
Yeah, but he's now kind of in the middle of the road. Yeah, but he had to be the host of the Tonight Show.
Sure, most definitely, and it worked out great for him. Kim Kardashian says she is reevaluating her relationship with Balenciaga.
Oh, really?
Following online backlash from a recent campaign by the fashion house. So she said that she was shaken by disturbing images used in the campaign, which showed 2 young children holding teddy bears dressed in bondage clothing. The images, which emerged several days ago, have since been taken down by Balenciaga, with the company apologizing for offense caused in its own Instagram story post.
And apparently they're suing the photographer who put the photo shoot together. Yes.
Okay, the ads appeared to show the 2 young girls both holding the stuffed animals, which were dressed in leather and netted clothing and surrounded by an assortment of other items. One photo also showed what appeared to be an excerpt from unsettling U.S. Supreme Court documents. Kardashian said that she had remained silent in the days since the campaign was first posted online because she wanted to speak with the brand to, quote, understand for myself how this could have happened. She said, I've been quiet for the past few days, not because I haven't been disgusted and outraged by the recent Balenciaga campaigns, but because I wanted an opportunity to speak to their team to understand myself how this could have happened. As a mother of 4, I've been shaken by the disturbing images. The safety of our children must be held with the highest regard, and any attempts to normalize child abuse of any kind should have no place in our society, period. Now, I haven't seen the pictures, so I don't really know. That doesn't look like child abuse to me, this one picture we're looking at.
I could see how out of context it looks like a goth teddy bear.
Right.
But once you look at both of them together, it's salacious.
So she's standing there, and on the table in front of her is this Supreme Court document about child porn.
About women's rights and child porn.
Oh, really?
No.
Okay.
Oh, well, is it really, Steve?
Oh, I don't know.
Yes. On the coffee table in front of her.
Okay.
That's cut off in the photo. I'm just seeing like a netted dress on the teddy bear.
She said, in speaking with them, I believe they understand the seriousness of the issue and will take the necessary measures for this to never happen again. As for my future with Balenciaga, I'm currently reevaluating my relationship with the band, basing it off of their willingness to accept accountability for something that should have never happened to begin with and the actions I'm expecting to see them to take to protect children.
Thank you.
She recently walked her first Paris couture show with the brand, by the way, describing it as a dream come true. But in its own Instagram story,
They collabed.
Balenciaga wrote, we sincerely apologize for any offense on our holiday campaign may have caused. Our plush bear bags should not have been featured with children in this campaign. We have immediately removed the campaign from all platforms. So those are the actual bears are the bags?
I guess so. Yeah.
Okay.
Because it looks like it has a pocketbook type strap on the top of it.
Appearing to refer to the document excerpts, it added, we apologize for displaying unsettling documents in our campaign. So there'll be a follow-up to that, I'm sure, of it down the road a bit. In an interview with Apple Music, Jennifer Lopez opened up about the aftermath of her breakup with Ben Affleck in the early 2000s and how unbelievable it is they are back together.
It's amazing.
She said, it was so painful after we broke up. Once we called off that wedding 20 years ago, it was the biggest heartbreak of my life, and I honestly felt like I was going to die. She said, it sent me on a spiral for the next 18 years where I couldn't get it right. But now, 20 years later, it does have a happy ending. No, it's got a happy ending.
Oh, it's like a happy
Yes.
ending.
Yeah.
She said, it's the most would never happen in Hollywood ending. They would
Tell
be...
me, are you happy? You will be. By the way, this is Salisbury Hill coming at you.
Batman in the morning. Oh, my God.
Batman in the morning. Thanks for tuning in. We got some great giveaways coming up later on. Tell me, do you like to win things? You will. If you're the 11th caller.
And then they have a section called the Bat Cave where they sit down and get real about stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This whole Balenciaga thing, really.
She said they would be like, that would never happen. So we're not going to write that because nobody would believe it ending, she said.
It seems good. Listen, as surface as Hollywood is, everyone roots for love being captured again.
When was she with Mark Anthony? What years was that? Was that Ben?
That was
and
during
then
the
Mark
Roman
Anthony?
Empire.
Post.
Oh no, you're talking about
Yeah, it was post their breakup.
Yeah.
Post Ben because she had the kids with him.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
After
And so
Jenny on the Block.
You have a special affinity for Mark Anthony because he designs all the clothing you wear.
His Kohl's line, I'm telling you,
Is it still out
nice
there?
clothing. I don't know. I haven't shopped there in a while.
Damn it.
Lauren Conrad's still there.
That's her signature
Yeah, I'm
line.
trying to think of what else is there.
Well, she was married to Mark Anthony for 10 years. So they were, so that was
Yeah.
2004 to 2014.
We got some Rugrats.
Yeah.
10 years, man. 10.
All right, I have
Before that was that Chris Judd guy.
Oh yeah, the dancer.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
All right, I have a clip to go along with this particular story. In anticipation of the release of his new film, Emancipation, Will Smith told Entertainment Weekly that he's losing sleep, thinking how the film will be received. He's concerned that his behavior at this year's Oscars will affect some turnout. So, let's play a little bit of that and see what he has to say. Here we go.
You know, I completely understand that. If someone is not ready, I would absolutely respect that and allow them their space to not be ready. My deepest concern is my team. My deepest hope is that my actions don't penalize my team.
Yeah. I'll allow you the space if you want, but then I'll smack the living.
I will smack the piss out of you.
Yeah. He said, I
It's
definitely...
good that he will allow us to have feelings.
He said, I definitely lose a couple of winks of sleep every night thinking that I could have potentially penalized my team, but I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that everyone gets to see in the light that they deserve. He said. So Emancipation is scheduled to reach select theaters on December 2nd and will stream on Apple TV Plus beginning on December 9th. So it's coming up soon. George Takei is not holding back when it comes to his beef with William Shatner. This has dragged on forever. The pair were co-stars, of course, on Star Trek in the 1960s, and they've been in a public feud for years. And in a recent interview with The Guardian, Takei was asked if cast members from the original series were friends. He said, yes, except for one who was a prima donna. But the rest of us shared a great camaraderie. He said, none of us were friends with William Shatner. He said he was self-involved. He enjoyed being the center of attention. He wanted everyone to bow down to him.
So I get that this has been the long thing, but I also bet that there's been some give and take because apparently he had a good relationship with Leonard Nimoy, even though they both got into it now and then.
Right.
So, and he was the captain. You know?
Yeah, but he was also an actor.
Yeah,
come on,
actors.
man.
Yeah.
But whatever, it's part
All
of
these years.
who William Shatner is. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, of course, is righting a past wrong. The 50-year-old Black Adam actor visited his childhood 7-Eleven in Hawaii over the weekend to pay back the business after a year of stealing Snickers candy bars as a kid. So he used to do this regularly.
And he stole the big ones, by the way.
Yeah, so we have a clip of this as
Yeah.
well, Casey, if you could set me up with that.
Yep, got it.
So let's roll that and see what he had to say about this. Here we go.
I have been waiting decades to do what I'm getting ready to do now.
Hey, where's your Snickers?
When I was 14 years old, every day I used to stop here at this 7-Eleven and steal a king-size Snicker bar because I couldn't afford to buy one. That was my pre-workout food. I did that for almost a year every day. I had to come back and buy every Snickers bar on those shelves.
So he bought up shelves of the candy and paid for waiting customers' orders before leaving a large bag of the treats on the counter. He said, I'm going to leave these here. If someone looks like they're stealing Snickers, give them these, and then they won't steal. The father of three discussed his good deed afterwards, saying, after decades of me wanting to come back home to 7-Eleven and try to make good, that felt really, really good. In the caption of his post, Johnson noted that, quote, the damn chocolate demon has been gnawing at him for decades. He described himself as a broke-as-hell kid and noted that the same clerk was at the store every day when he'd steal the candy and never busted him. He wrote, at least I could do considering all the S I used to steal from here. We can't change the past and some of the dumb stuff we may have done, but every once in a while, we can add a little redeeming grace note to that situation and maybe put a big smile on some stranger's face.
The funny thing is his dad was a successful wrestler.
Yeah.
Yeah, a celebrity.
Yeah. So are you saying his being broke as hell
I think
thing?
he's a filthy liar.
Yeah, I don't know how old he was at that time and if the whole family was living there or what the story was, but
Snickers aren't good, though.
he claims they're my favorite candy bar, personally.
Yeah.
Mhm. Pete Davidson and Emily Ratajkowski enjoyed a Knicks game together on Sunday night.
that.
What the hell's going on?
It's at Madison Square Garden. And they made their public debut.
I like big balls. Wait, what?
After the news spread that they were dating. Photos of the pair smiling and sitting courtside were shared on the official New York Knicks Instagram page.
I think this is probably the first time I've ever seen her register any indication of human emotion.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the smile. I've never seen her smile. She's one of those models who always looks like she wants to be somewhere else.
Well, there are some models who don't like their smile.
Yes.
Like they don't like the way their mouth looks or their
She
teeth.
actually has a good smile.
And sometimes, and some celebrities are that way too. If you go and you pull up images of any particular celebrity, and if you see photo after photo after photo of them not showing their teeth, they don't like their smile.
You know who
whatever reason.
smiles all the time? Paige Baranek.
Oh, yeah. She's got a huge smile.
And that's a great smile.
Yes.
I like to see the smile.
There's a lot to like there.
Show me the smile. Show me that smile again.
On Monday, Kylie Jenner shared a carousel of photos to Instagram, including one of her sitting on grass with her 9-month-old son.
This is me.
Sitting on grass.
Whom she shares with Travis Scott. This comes less than a week after she confirmed on an episode of The Kardashians that his name is still Wolf.
Are those new episodes still airing on Hulu? Are we still in a Kardashian season, or?
I have no idea.
All right.
I'm sure that it will go on forever. I just don't know where they are currently in the season.
What happens is that they live their lives, they make news, and then you see those episodes depicting those moments that we've now been apprised of.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. And it's a circle of hell.
That's exactly what it is. In an interview with Entertainment Tonight, John and Kate Plus 8 star Colin Gosselin commented on his estranged relationship with his mother, Kate. I think he's 18 now.
Is he the one that's living with Dad?
I'm not sure where he's living. He said, I want to believe that it was because of TV and what being in the public eye does to a family. And I think it tore us apart. He said it gave us less time to actually be together as a family.
Remember when that show was all the frigging rage?
yeah.
And it was like maybe one of a handful of shows. What was the other one with the super extended family? They're all pedophiles now?
The Duggars.
The Duggars.
Yeah.
An Octomom.
An Octomom.
And then what was the one with the Little People, Big World?
And those are
that's
still
still
on. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a new version of it.
Oh, there's Little People, L.A.
But
and
this, but this predates all. This
Yes.
predates Little People Big
by a
World.
long time.
So he shared that Kate's decision to enroll him in a program in 2016 also affected where their relationship stands today. He said, after being there, I didn't have a relationship with her. Even before being there, I don't think we have much of a relationship. And I think that just kept tearing it even more down.
It's got to suck, especially you did not ask for this, you know.
Yeah, they didn't have a choice in the matter.
Yeah.
You know, their parents wanted to be reality stars. They became reality stars, and then the cameras were focused on the kids all the time.
Yeah.
It wasn't really their choice.
Yeah. And I remember John was beat up pretty bad on the show.
He was.
But she, Kate,
she had the Banshee reputation.
Yeah, she was kind of like, she had that Karen thing.
Yeah,
going
she
on
did.
Before
And
Karens existed.
I think John is now like lives in a shed or something out in West.
In a
PA.
shed?
Something, right? He was
DJing at like Applebee's for a little while.
Right,
That was a while back. But,
Trying to move on.
If you can score an Applebee's DJing gig, you got to be doing pretty well.
Yeah, well, it's a whole new neighborhood.
It's feeling good in the neighborhood.
Heather Ray El Moussa, spoke with Today about what co-parenting was initially like with her husband, Tarek El Moussa, his ex-wife, Christina Hall, of course. So she said, I felt like I was always second, and no one ever made me feel that way, but I think when you're a significant other, had such a long relationship with the previous spouse and a lot of love, and it was a very public divorce, she said, you're coming into it and you fall in love with each other, but you're always kind of the ex.
It's for the purest reasons, but it never works out.
You always kind of think of the ex. They share 2 were Taylor and Braden.
Were you ever involved with someone who still had feelings for the former boyfriend?
Probably, but I don't remember.
Yeah, she ended up with the former boyfriend.
It was
one of those things where I was like, wow, she stopped.
I remember being the person who was in a relationship with someone, but still
pining for someone else.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Yeah, that happened a couple times. Yeah, absolutely. Richard Lewis confirmed today he will be back on Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Nice.
It'll be for the 12th season on HBO. He said, I'm back shooting Curb. He tweeted this out yesterday. He said, I'm a lucky cat to be with my oldest pal who just so happens to be a genius. Don't tell him I called him that or he'll mock me to my grave.
Richard.
It's funny to watch him make Larry laugh because he does all the time. And Larry, you know, when they'll do outtakes or whatever, Larry cracks up at Richard's stuff.
I was watching the one clip, and he breaks up Larry David. And there is a friend of Larry David's in the series who's taken a vow of silence, and he comes. Do you remember that episode?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. And Larry David is trying to keep it together, but Richard Lewis just keeps obviously improvising these things that are catching him off guard. It's hilarious.
He made fun of me on air one time when he came in to visit, and it's just like one of the highlights of my life. I asked a stupid question, and he just beat up on me afterwards. It was so terrific. I love that guy.
Who were we talking to that said they played golf with Larry David and said he was not a fun guy to play golf with? Was that?
I don't know. I don't remember that.
It wasn't Richard Kind.
It might have been Richard Kind.
Yeah, or Hurley.
Oh, that's who it was.
Yeah. Because they run in those circles.
Yeah. Lewis, who has recurred on Curb as a fictionalized version of himself since the series started in 2000, appeared only once during last season due to health issues. He was recuperating from several surgeries on his back and shoulders.
Yeah, so there was a picture of him, I think it was on Instagram, and I would have bet he was not long for this world in that photograph. So it's good to hear he's back on Curb Your Enthusiasm.
He didn't say how many episodes he's going to shoot, but
I'm going to shoot. Sorry. Yeah, listen, I'm like halfway in this conversation now. I'm building so many things here with this new.
I see you working hard over there.
While we are conducting the show, Casey is trying to work on a new automated system here. So he's doing work, so he's not really paying attention to what we're doing. And I just said how many episodes he'll shoot.
I'm going to shoot.
That made it into Casey's brain.
That went right into my brain. Sorry, guys.
It was so delightfully innocent that made you laugh. I'm going to shoot.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. Sorry about that.
couldn't help himself.
It's funny to hear people shoot.
Yeah. Here's an update for you. Aaron Taylor Johnson is reportedly the top choice to fill Daniel Craig's shoes as the new James Bond.
I am down with this.
Yeah.
Sources.
It's funny because, like in the Godzilla movie, the recent trilogy, he was really good. He's jacked. He looks good. It's funny that the guy, I think I sent you the email, Preston, the Kick-Ass is going to be James Bond.
He's the guy who played Kick-Ass?
Yeah.
Okay. So he spoke to some sources, spoke to The Sun, saying the Bullet Train and Avengers Age of Ultron star had a secret audition at Pinewood Studios and impressed Barbara Broccoli, who runs the franchise. By the way, who was he in Age of Ultron?
He was the speedster. He was
Quicksilver.
That's right.
Spoiler alert, he gets killed.
The source said Aaron went for a screen test to be the next Bond in September, and producers and Barbara loved him. There's been a ton of speculation about who the next James Bond will be, with names like Tom Hardy, Henry Cavill, Idris Elba. I would love to see Idris Elba as Bond. I think he would be badass. His voice, everything. And James Dorn, what would you think about him?
He would be great. My issue is always with Idris Elba.
Yeah.
I think give Idris Elba his own series. I would hate to have a guy who's that competent and that great and could command his own series, always being labeled the Black James Bond, And I think that's kind of a bad thing to say.
Black James Bond?
Yeah, that's what they would call him.
Well, that'd just be James Bond, but I think he'd be badass.
You don't think they would make mention a lot of that?
Maybe, but not to me. But I mean, I don't think they would throw a label on him like that. But
I guarantee they throw a label on him like that.
Okay, but he could have a great career as it. Back in 2021, Page Six reported that Bridgerton's Regé-Jean Page was favored to take over, but sources say they were talking about him, but Bond producers are not making any decisions till after No Time to Die was released. Also focusing on Daniel Craig's big finale, but Henry Cavill is still in the running. I think he's too Superman. You know what I mean?
First off, he'd have to trim down. He's very buff. I think he'd be great. But also with this selection, they want someone who's younger.
Okay.
So Daniel
Craig
Craig
run with it for a while.
So they can run with it for a while.
Okay.
So Daniel Craig came into the role at a younger age and aged out. I think the Roger Moore was the oldest actor playing Bond when he left the series. I think he was in his late 50s.
I think Cavill and Idris Elba are both so well known too. Like this guy's a little bit less known, and I think that
does help.
Allow him to work his way into the Bond role and then become known. Come to known as Bond.
He's a worldly known good guy.
Right.
Idris Elba needs his own series. The guy's super talented. He's a guy, if he's in a movie. Did you see the movie about the lion that he did?
I did
It's
not.
kind of like a monster movie.
I want to see it.
It's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And the reason why it works is because he sells it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's available, I guess, either like to stream or purchase right now.
Aaron Taylor Johnson reportedly is the lead running, so we'll see what they end up doing with that. Time for a couple more quick things here. Okay, so trailer came out on Sunday, Paramount Plus, for Yellowstone, the prequel, 1923. And you can see Helen Mirren and Harrison Ford play Kara and Jacob Dutton during the early 20th century.
It's pretty wild.
When pandemics, historic drought, the end of Prohibition, and the Great Depression all plagued the Mountain West, as was described by the streaming platform.
There is a James Bond in this series, Timothy Dalton.
Oh, really?
Yes.
He popped up in The Crown as a character, which I thought was pretty awesome. It was really cool to see.
He's
him.
a really good actor.
I like that
He
guy.
had 2 Bonds.
Yeah. Then we have the Hollywood Reporter saying that Scarlett Johansson's going to play her first lead role on a TV show, and it will be on Amazon Prime's Just Cause. The series is based on the 1992 novel by John Katzenbach, and it has been previously made into a film in 1995 and was one of Johansson's first film roles. She starred as Sean Connery's daughter in that movie.
You started my daughter.
Yeah, Junior.
Junior.
She called
Where's
her Junior.
my daughter?
Yeah. So yeah, I did not
that's
know
a
that.
rugrat.
Wow.
You know what's funny? Because you look at the state of the box office for this Thanksgiving season, which would normally be huge. The movie theaters and the movie industry is struggling because even the big movies that they were counting on are not delivering.
Right.
So they're trying to figure out. And honestly, the really good stuff is what you're seeing on the streaming services, on Netflix and Amazon Prime and Apple, and all. They're all doing the really good stuff.
Yep. Let's see. Oh, one last thing. Then we'll do the clips. After someone noticed a discrepancy between Tenoch Huerta's bulge in the trailer for Black Panther Wakanda Forever in the movie, Huerta cleared things up with Rolling Stone, saying, "The only thing I can say is the original was the photo on the right." He said, in the right, without the bulge.
So did they bulgetize Neymar?
Yeah, I think so. So the original, the actor said it. No, I mean, he said, "I'm not going to lie to people. Every man in the world, we have fragile masculinity, but not in that issue." He confirmed that his bulge was not edited out. He said, "I will say the right one, the real one, is the photo on the right."
In the original, I love the way Namor looked. The Submariner was one of my favorite characters.
Yeah.
Also because he was always pissed off. Right. Is he depicted that way in Wakanda Forever case?
Yeah, I mean they're trying to make him sympathetic as well,
All right.
and so
Because he does become a reluctant hero.
yeah, kind of. So he's not your classic nemesis.
He's a good villain because
Yeah.
you can see his side to things.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, we are now ready to play the clips. Do we have a sound effect for that? Yes, we do.
Yeah, it's on a different system, so we're good there.
Okay, so we're going to start with this one. Sylvester Stallone plays a New York Mafia capo in his new series, Tulsa King.
Mm-hmm.
Here he talks about why he didn't get a role in The Godfather when he auditioned years ago.
And I say, "This is a small woman." I go, What do you think? He goes, "You don't look Italian enough." I go, "Excuse me? I look more Italian than half these people standing in the line." He goes, "Nah, we're looking for people to be in the wedding scene." I go, "Well, I'll stand behind the cake. I don't care. And he goes, "Nah, you can't do it." And I said, "My God, what do I look, Swedish?"
Anyway,
Tulsa King is available on Paramount Plus now.
I would like to see him as Fredo.
Yeah. Being the runt of the litter.
I'm really smart.
Yeah. All right, next clip. Here we go. Immigrants on a steamship traveling from London to New York get caught up in a mysterious riddle in 1899. And in this clip, star Miguel Bernardo
We'll go with that.
explains what they did to make the set feel real. Here we go.
They imitated the movement of the ship on the projection in the volume. So you would get dizzy if you looked at it for too long. Yeah. And then you had the round table, like the whole set could rotate 360. So that would be like, whoa.
Shut the f*** up!
1899 is out on Netflix now.
So when they talk about this thing, the volume, it's like a 6-7 story enveloping screen on the soundstage so that they can make. They used it in the Batman. They used it in the Mandalorian. They use it in a lot of shows right now. So it's wonderful in some ways, and now people are kind of getting trained to recognize it. So in a lot of ways, there's sort of a reaction against it because.
Describe it again. What is this?
It is so think of instead of like a green screen, it is like a live video screen that wraps around. So if the camera can be very dynamic, and so basically it adds that feature. So it places them wherever they are.
You know where they didn't use it, Steve, was on Andor, and you can tell the difference.
Right,
So if you compare Andor to like the Mandalorian or the Obi-Wan TV series, Andor, they used live sets and actual actors and extras and things like that. And so a lot of these movies and TV shows, especially Disney Plus stuff, they were using this
the volume.
Yeah. And I part of the reason why I liked Andor so much was that they
Practical
didn't.
sets,
yeah, and it looked more real, looked dirtier, it looked more gritty, and I think you can tell the results.
It looks more real with this setup?
Without it.
Oh,
no,
without it.
I prefer like actual set pieces, and that's what they used on Andor.
You can tell, like if you watch Thor: Love and Thunder.
Yeah.
That's constantly they're on the volume. They're using that it's almost all the backgrounds are that. And to me, it is starting to get a little distracting.
Yeah, and it's also, you're right, it's become noticeable, and you can tell the difference.
Wow, interesting. I'll have to pay more attention because I was not aware of that. All right, that's the entertainment report for you today. We got beautiful sunshine as things are starting to wake up here on this Tuesday morning. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a little bit. We are scheduled to have Stevo here in a little bit. He's going to be performing at the Keswick Theater tonight.
He does theaters now,
which is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
And we're also going to have Malcolm Jenkins on the program a little bit later on, and we'll do some invites to the Preston Steve Christmas Miracle broadcast as well. We have a brand new operating system that we're using, so you're going to hear some things mess up this morning. Just a heads up. We're figuring it all out. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
And Tom Hardy, while making Mad Max Fury Road, is no secret, but
it is.
Did it actually help the film?
I didn't even know this.
According to director George Miller, their less than friendly dynamic played well on screen for their characters. He recently told WSJ Magazine, "I'm not saying that they were seething right through, but the trajectory of the characters can't help but seep into their work. When they first meet each other, they're trying to kill each other. As the two characters come together out of necessity and rather reluctantly, they have to find a degree of trust."
Have you seen it yet?
To some extent, that was the trajectory of their relationship as well. I watched like the first 20 minutes of it, and it wasn't doing anything for me, so I bailed on it.
I mean, it's one extended, race, basically, chase that goes on throughout the whole movie. I think, if anything, if I were Tom Hardy, I'd probably be upset that it's called Mad Max, yet her character, Furiosa, is the main focus of the movie.
Yeah. Charlize explained, "From what I hear, he's not like that in every movie or on every movie. I hear he's had such good experiences. Maybe
just some of the movies.
The movie is what it is because we struggled so much with each other.
Why is this movie called Mad Max when you're in it much more than I am?
And those characters had to struggle so much with each other. If we were chum-chum..."
If we were chum-chum, things would be num-num. Let's go see Gum-Gum this weekend.
She said, if, where was it? Oh, yeah, Chum-Chum. If we were Chum-Chum...
Wasn't that the monkey on Speed Racer?
That was Chim-Chim.
Oh.
And Spritle. If we were Chum-Chum, maybe the movie...
Chum-Chum.
Would have been 10 times worse.
I don't know. It certainly wasn't hurting for accolades.
It did great. I guess I wasn't in like an action movie mood when I started
And you
watching
better
it.
be, because it's 2 hours of action.
You know what, Press? And because the texture of all the other movies I didn't care for, so I've never seen all the other movies.
Oh, yeah?
None of them.
Watch The Road Warrior.
I've never seen any of them.
See, I pegged you for a Thunderdome kind of guy.
Maybe I should go back and watch it.
That's the worst
That's
of the lot.
Worst one, yeah.
But I just thought Casey would like that one.
Yeah, well, I mean, that
Tina Turner.
Well, it also came out at a time I was young and dumb.
Yeah, and full of gum.
I knew that was going. Full
Young,
of gum.
dumb, and full of gum.
Chum-chum.
Chum-chum.
Chum-chum. I love them.
Where's my chum-chum? My favorite bubble gum. It'll figure prominently into the New World Order. Everyone, kids in the car, we're going to visit Gum Gum.
Gum Gum is a grandmother, right?
Yeah, it's my mom.
Bane years down the road, living in the suburbs.
Time to go to Shady Hills to visit Gum Gum. Put on your best. We'll get ice cream on the way home.
So I noticed over the week that, obviously things... Oh, yeah, I'm a noticer. I'm sorry. I didn't even realize that. Yes, I did notice this.
Preston Elliott, the noticer.
Is that obviously some of the plants are starting to bloom, the trees are starting to bud, and so forth. And my migraine headaches that I get, I think, are sinus based. And
Are they
not
exacerbated by
not
this?
only me, but several other people on the same days were complaining about headaches and sinus pressure and stuff like that. So I think that whole thing is starting. But and I posted this on Twitter and Instagram that and I didn't call them this, but the what we call the semen trees.
Yes, you probably called them something beginning with C.
J, actually.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
So, but anyhow,
not jazz.
Not jazz.
Oh, right.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't say that word?
No.
Okay.
I mean, we probably could.
All right.
If you say it in a sexual, it's all over my face way.
Right, exactly, which I didn't. But anyhow.
Wow, that took a turn.
So the trees are blooming. Of course, you can smell them. They smell like
Yes, they do.
They smell like that
Fresh
fluid.
lovemaking.
Well, I mean, it's spring, and springtime flowers bloom.
They do.
With an air of mystery.
Yes.
So anyhow, it got me thinking about these trees. They're the Bradford pear trees, are what they are.
Is that so? Do they actually yield edible pears?
No, they don't.
Okay.
They're just called Bradford pear. I think they have a shape. The way they grow. That's what I think the
Got a
name
lot of
comes from.
spunk to them, you know.
Yes, they have a lot of spunk to them. But anyhow, my wife, while we were talking about this, my wife found an article, and this is out of Missouri, actually, but I'm curious if this is the case around the country. But according to this particular group of people, that they are becoming, the Bradford pears, destructive to our ecosystem.
Oh, no.
So they perpetuate well?
According to this particular person with the Missouri Department of Conservation, he said when the seed develops in a new tree, it's not the same as the parent. It's the old wild type, and unfortunately, that wild type is a very thorny, aggressive, invasive plant.
Okay.
Aside from their smell, the non-native tree poses a risk to the environment, impacting ecosystems.
So the tree shoots the seed all over the place?
Yes, it blows its wad all over the place.
Sometimes on plants that aren't even, it just met.
Yeah. But God, the smell is strong.
Oh my gosh, I was just at the Metroplex yesterday in Plymouth meeting, and they're all over the parking lot, and it just the entire parking lot smells
Just
like that.
brought you back to college.
Wow. Yeah, I'm so hungry. I would say this. After being around our variation of it, we've all have anyone who's engaged in love making has been close to that odor. It's when you have it amplified many thousands of times, it's not that pleasant.
It's like gallons.
Yes.
It's
Peter North.
That's what I wrote in my Twitter post. I'm like, it's like Peter North blew through town.
It's too much.
Gives me a headache.
Does it give you a headache?
Either way, it gives me a headache.
Right. The real thing or the one that occurs
trees.
in nature.
Got to get the procedure I had.
But they're blooming. We have a couple of them in my yard, and you walk in the backyard, and it's like, boom, you were hit by that smell. It's
Now, there
right in
should
the
be
face.
right over your face. It's just like explodes in your face.
Yeah.
The truth is, there should be another plant, another tree that could envelop that tree.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Like a rubber tree.
Like a rubber tree, or
a vagina tree.
A vagina tree.
Oh,
Is what
okay.
he's saying. You know.
Like a pussy willow or something like that.
Like a pussy willow wrapped around.
Yeah.
Or
pear tree.
Or the
You should do
Bartlett.
that.
What is it? What is the pear tree again?
It's the Bradford pear
The
tree. not
Bradford
the
pear
Bartlett.
tree. Bartlett pear. Bradford pear tree goes inside the pussy willow.
I like that.
And then suppresses the smell.
Well,
Now,
they can
mind
do
you,
that.
the pussy willow has its own issues.
Yes, of course.
Its own odor.
Yeah.
I'm sure botanists could do that. They do it with fruit trees, right? Don't they combine fruit trees?
Yes.
You call it, what is it?
Splicing.
Splicing, yes.
Yeah, they probably could do that.
But they're up all over the place, and they're in full bloom, and they are absolutely stinking up the area.
Question about the pussy willow. Is that the same thing as a weeping willow?
No.
No. Weeping
even
willows
close.
Not even close.
are beautiful. Actually, there was a weeping willow. When they are huge,
They're really big.
they are perfect at state parks to crawl into and have sex with your girlfriend.
Nobody
Is that
can
right?
see you.
Someone
Yeah,
told
you don't know what a
No, well,
you know what a
that's-
pussy willow looks like, right?
Yeah, they're fuzzy, right?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
They're little fuzzy nubs.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's what they are. But a
By the
weeping
way,
willow
she's
is
dancing at Risque this weekend.
Fuzzy nose.
Yeah, she's partnering with pussy willow.
Kathy, I have a question for you.
Yes.
That time that you and Dennis had sex, how long did that last?
That one time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Seriously?
No, there's a study about how the length of time as far as the average sexual encounter.
I'm already chuckling.
And by the
I'm already chuckling.
And by this, I mean the actual act, not the foreplay, not the fooling around.
From courting to convincing to getting it done.
No.
5 minutes.
No, not courting to convincing to getting it done.
Okay.
I'm talking about,
How long
You know,
it actually lasts?
And literally that sound.
yeah, from when it goes there to when you're done.
I think that it's going to be longer than what you guys expect.
Nah, it's 5.4 minutes
There you go. I'm a king.
of the actual act taking place, Which seems about right.
Honestly, you start
it
to
feels
chafe,
a lot longer.
and it's annoying after a while.
What do you think the shortest you've ever gone is?
Oh, my God.
First
20
time.
seconds?
First time.
Yeah, first time.
Yep.
That's it?
Yeah, April.
And then comes the crying and the apology.
Yeah. Well, I mean, was it less than a minute?
I think the word sorry came out of my mouth.
I couldn't even finish the word sorry.
And I'm curious for women, how long is too long? You know what I mean? Or do women really care?
I was a receptacle all night long. Right. What, right?
But there is pleasure to be had. You know?
I think after she's done, what's the
Right.
point?
I was
Hurry
an
up.
opening for 3 hours straight. When everyone has gotten their cookies.
But some ladies get more than one cookie.
I like one cookie. Now get the F off me.
That's you?
Yeah. She doesn't even need the cookie.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
No, well, all right.
Marissa, do you eat a lot of cookies? Like stone nothing. We're getting nothing out of her, which means yes.
What about butt cookies?
One regular and one butt cookie.
Kathy, do you
At the same time.
Do you make your own cookies by any chance, Kathy?
What?
Do you if you draw
Stop it! Don't you?
I just motioned to her with my finger moving
so
quickly.
Stupid, I didn't even get it.
It went right over your head.
Yeah.
Make
Where's
my own
my
cookies.
Where's that little Iron Man toy that vibrates? Hollywood creates the image of physical perfection. And it seems to be people like to go see that.
I know.
You know?
Yeah.
And that's just part of the deal. Listen, I don't want to go to the movies and see someone who looks like me. I want to see somebody who looks like what I'd like to be.
Help me lose 50 pounds in 5 weeks.
In 5 weeks?
Starting Monday, not now.
All right, wait a second.
Not on stage today.
I'll tell you this. What if someone, and you talk to Dr. Mike,
Yeah.
if someone could come forward and something you could do.
Yeah.
It would be not eat. I mean,
Well,
50
it would be,
pounds
you would
in
go.
5
It would look you in its
Thank you,
face.
Marissa. Casey, can I turn this up and see if it's still making all that racket? All right, it's not. Oh, that's good. That's good.
Things are getting solved.
Okay, we're good here.
Turn that off. Stop that right there. Why isn't that? Okay.
Do you get the feeling with each button push you're launching missiles somewhere in the
Somewhere.
Yeah.
Some continent
Some
somewhere.
continent there's
It's happening.
something happening.
All right, well, we've got our own missile right here in the studio with us because he's ready to explode at any given time, and he will be doing that tonight at the Keswick Theater. Show is at 7 o'clock. Our friend, we are happy to have back here in the studio, Stevo!
Yeah, man.
Is with us.
Yeah,
Hey, man.
dude.
Nice to see you.
Likewise, man. Is this the same spot I was at last time?
Yeah, yeah.
It does feel the same.
Yeah.
You guys are among my favorites.
Oh, thanks, man. That's very cool.
Genuinely. I mean, I've always had such a wonderful experience with you guys.
Awesome.
It's good to see you
Yeah.
back, and this bucket list tour that you started that was more a product of the clubs has now moved to theaters.
Yeah.
Which is pretty wild.
It's really, really cool, man. And thank you for saying that. It's on its final stretch, man. And then I'll tape the special and start putting together the next show.
Are you now when you do this? I love your podcast, by the way.
Oh, thank you, man.
Really solid and a lot of stuff that you deal with, the addiction issues and so on and so forth. But you're mentioning about the Netflix model and all this stuff. Will this special will you do it and release it like on YouTube, or what's going to happen?
I actually had Jeff Tremaine, the Jackass director, come over to my house at one point. I said, "Hey, man, I think that if you and I team up on this, that we could maybe get it on Netflix." And he came over and I screened for him a show that I had recorded. It's multimedia, so it's got all this stuff built into it.
Stuff that you could never air.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what he said. He said, "Hey, man, congratulations. You've really outdone yourself. But this is just way too gnarly for Netflix."
Really?
Yeah, they said from start to finish, it's so messed up. I don't see how any of this could ever be allowed on Netflix.
Well, it's funny because we've been talking to a lot of people who come through, and it used to be the holy grail. Netflix had tons of money; it was just throwing it out to everybody.
Right.
Everyone was getting these, you remember the Dave Chappelle deal,
Like
huge.
$20 million,
Crazy.
times 3. It was just like $60 million.
Right, but the thing is now to own it yourself and do that. Does that have any appeal to you?
Well, that's what I did with my last special, and that worked out really pretty well. I spent a lot of money producing the last one because that one was multimedia as well, and put it on my website with a paywall for like whatever it was. I did pretty well with it. Like, I tripled my money with it.
That's pretty good.
I felt, though, in a sense that I was preaching to the choir a little bit.
Oh.
And I really wanted to get it on Netflix because...
You didn't have that promotional mechanism?
Well, not that I didn't have the promotional mechanism. I just felt that if it came on Netflix, that it would reach people who my social media doesn't reach. I felt that it would broaden my audience. And,
I hear that, yeah.
I mean, what I do is just too gnarly for Netflix. So that's fun. I mean, I'm sure I told you during the pandemic.
Yeah,
I kicked out some stuff and put in some new stuff. This show has gotten so darn good, man. It is like I remember I had a bit in there where a medical professional in disguise administers stolen general anesthesia drugs while I'm riding a bicycle. And yeah, it was just this crazy. I mean, the bit's still in there, and it's arguably the funniest bit in the whole show. But it was kind of a failure. They weren't able to. I got all messed up, and it was like it was hilarious that I was. Just
How old was this bit?
That one was when I first put the show together.
Okay.
So, the funny thing about it was that because general anesthesia drugs make you stop breathing, they were really like, kind of nervous about.
Sure.
They wanted to give it to me incrementally,
right?
To knock me out, however, not make me stop breathing.
Yeah.
And the end result was that I was just this crazed maniac on drugs, riding a bicycle around, being a real jerk, and it was super funny. But the bit was a bit of a failure. And at a certain point, after one of my shows, this guy comes up to me and he says, "Hey, I've got a way you can finish your anesthesia bit without worrying about your recovery."
Okay.
He says, "I can put a 4-inch needle into your spine and inject a drug into your spinal cavity, which will render you completely paralyzed."
Like an epidural?
Exactly like an epidural. He says that he'll gladly make that happen while I'm in a full sprint.
Oh my God! This is a guy in your show comes up to you and offers this?
Yeah, he introduced himself to me as a high-level doctor, an anesthesiologist.
Oh my God.
And I so went for it. And I remember, like, after we filmed that, it was the creepiest thing ever, and especially because I had my buddies, like, really prepared to determine the precise extent to which I was actually paralyzed. Yeah. So they're doing all this terrible stuff to me. I feel like I can't breathe. I feel like my whole system's shutting down. I'm freaking out. And
you're a different breed, man. Yeah.
Ultimately, I mean, it's the wildest, man. I mean, this show is like Tremaine said, from start to finish. This show is the wildest crap I've ever done.
The thing is, though, is that you have not, like, you're not phoning it in. You have. I remember when you first started doing the whole approach to stand up, and you sought out a lot of. I know you remember you mentioning that Dane Cook was a big influence. You actually had him, check out your sets and give you notes and so on and so forth, and you built it, So it's like you haven't been phoning it in.
Oh, dude, I've been doing stand up like relentlessly.
Yeah,
touring for 12 years now. I'm a 12-year stand up, which is killer. And
you got the cred now. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'm absolutely loving it. And I was just gonna say too that after this epidural thing. Like it was during the shutdown. Remember, it was August, and I was like paralyzed on this. It was so hot outside, and they carried me into the shade after they did all this stuff to me.
You could not move at all.
Oh, I could not
move. Fully aware, but you couldn't move.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. And they carried me into the shade. They put me down, and I just start sobbing. I'm just crying, and this like weird doctor guy.
Yeah.
who's dressed up as a clown.
So you know he's legitimately board certified.
Yeah, dude, 100%. I mean, dude, the medical professionals in this show just risked everything that they worked their entire lives for. Dude, it's insane. And so I'm laying there just sobbing. And this is the one time that the doctor, seems concerned at all. He's like, because he doesn't understand, why are you crying? And through my tears, I explain that the bar for my stunts is so high. and we raised it, man.
That's always seems to be, and that's something that you have always done in the last Jackass movie. I mean, and everyone, as you've been very candid over the years, you start to get dinged up. You're not going to be doing flips anymore. I think no more shark stuff. I think I heard you say.
Wait, no flips?
I'm preparing for my next show to do a farewell backflip. I'm going to retire backflips, yeah.
There's a guy that listens to our show. I guess he's a gymnast or he's a gymnastics coach or whatever. He swears that he could get any one of us to do a backflip in one day. Listen, here's the deal. I was a diver.
I'm going to trust Steve on this.
I was a diver, and I've been trying to do backflips just off the ground my entire
Standing
life.
back tuck.
I can't do it. I cannot do it. I just don't. When I see it being done, I'm like, it looks
easy, right?
It looks easy
I can do it
enough.
off of a diving board, no problem.
I mean, that's what I'm going to say. That I'm going to guess that this guy is saying that with a foam pit, coming from an elevated platform into a foam pit, that any of you guys could do a backflip. I would agree with that.
Is the biggest issue, and I think it would be the biggest issue with me, is knowing at a certain point I would fail to fully commit. I would start it, you know what I'm saying?
And then land on your head and get paralyzed?
Right, yeah.
Dude, I had a scare with just 2 days ago. I did something that I after the fact I was like, man, I could have been paralyzed. This is really silly too, man. I'm so glad that didn't happen.
Sillier than the full paralysis.
I mean, the paralysis stunt was intense. This one was just genuinely silly.
Okay.
I've got my own hot sauce. Maybe you know about the hot sauce for your butthole.
Right. Yeah.
The explosively hot Stevo's Butthole Destroyer hot sauce. And I've since come out with my Stevo's butt wipes for your butthole.
Oh, okay.
Flushable butt wipes, and I love them. I live by them. I use them constantly.
Did you ever determine the Scoville scale on the butt?
The Butthole Destroyer.
Yeah.
All I know is that the top 3 ingredients, the first 3 ingredients on the list on the label, are the 3 hottest peppers on earth.
Okay.
Like a ghost?
Pepper, scorpion, and Carolina Reaper.
Okay.
Jesus.
So it's hot. Yeah. And so now I've got the butt wipes, the 2 hot sauces. So I've got the butthole bundle.
Yeah. Great for the holidays. Great for Christmas.
Dude, it's these are the ultimate stocking stuffers.
Yes.
And dude, you can get the butthole bundle at stevo.com for $19.99. I mean, that's a steal. So with a deal that generous, I'm like, I got to do something special. And so I reached out to this high-level special effects guy. He does Lord of the Rings stuff. I mean, it's insane. And I was like, I've got an Instagram account I follow called Secret Buttholes, and they've got really graphic images of buttholes, but they're not buttholes. There's pumpkins, donuts,
things that look like buttholes.
And I was like, how do we, with your special effects prowess, how do we get me to climb out of buttholes?
Oh my God.
And he was like, he explained that if I had pillows that were wrapped in green screen, we could arrange the pillows.
Oh my God.
And get me to climb out.
Oh no. Okay, all right. So Stevo showed me a video of the green screen part of it. I see what you're going for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We got it right. And I'm so happy, but I wasn't quite. I wasn't.
Was what you're looking for?
Satisfied to just climb out. I loved it.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, now let's have me get pooped out of a butthole, and then we did that. And it was great.
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, of course, now I got to dive into a butthole. So we set the green screen on a couple tables.
Sure.
and I just dive into it, and I land on my head on the ground.
Oh, my God.
Dude.
On the ground?
Yeah. It was just
no.
straight head on this concrete ground. And
My roommate broke his neck diving through an inner tube into a pool. He's not paralyzed, but he broke his. I mean, like, that's no joke.
dude, I knew a guy at the University of Miami who was on acid. He was just tripping on LSD with his buddies. They were in an apartment on an L-shaped sofa, and he simply dove from one side of the L-shaped sofa to the other side of the L-shaped sofa. And this was in 1990. It was 99, and the dude's paralyzed for life.
Wow. One mistake.
One little bitty thing.
One
That's
little
the
thing, and that was on a sofa.
Yeah.
I just landed on my head on an asphalt floor.
Jumping through a butthole.
Yeah, trying to jump through a butthole.
Have you ever thought that maybe you might actually, whatever you're experiencing right now, might be the afterlife, and you've already killed yourself?
It's conceivable.
I mean, I'll tell you one thing is that I just don't understand how I've been so fortunate. You know, I mean, like, what did I ever do to be so lucky? You know, like these traumatic brain injuries that people have, paralysis. Like, I deserved all of it. so
Look at
many
Christopher
times.
Reeve years ago.
Right.
Dude's just doing show horses and stuff like that.
Right.
Superman falls the wrong way. Done.
Yeah, he fell off a horse.
Yeah,
It was just like, man.
Well, Steve, it occurs to me that I, sort of been watching you and the rest of the Jackass crew for like 23 years at this point, right? I think Jackass debuted in 99 or 2000.
It was October 2000.
Okay, yeah. So it's and every now and then you guys re-enter my life randomly. I was watching a Celebrity Family Feud, and I don't think you got to do that.
Yeah, I was on tour when they did that.
Yeah,
one.
and it's all of a sudden Johnny Knoxville's on screen wearing the same suit as Steve Harvey. But the one that really surprised me, Steve-O, with you was Ryan Reynolds. You ended up doing stunts for him on one of his products. How did that end up happening?
It was, dude, Ryan Reynolds is the most impressive dude and so hot.
The dude is good looking.
I mean, he is really attractive, man. I don't mind saying so. It was just an odd thing. I suppose his team reached out. He's got a cool advertising platform, which it worked much the same way you would start a Facebook campaign, except once you load up your ad, like it delivers your ad onto like legitimate television, So it's basically the online social media model of ad campaigns.
It's pretty wild.
Except it disseminates your ad onto like CNN and all the rest
And
of
does
it.
he own this system?
He does.
Yeah.
He's at least a partner in
He's
it,
an
I wanna
entrepreneur.
say.
I mean, his entrepreneurial chops
Right.
are pretty well developed.
It's supposed to be a big boost for creatives, right? Like to eliminate the process by which somebody creates something and then people see it.
It's for advertising in general. So
Right.
so like with like a minimum $15,000 budget, you can launch like national television ads, and that opens up the door for advertising to smaller businesses. And so he wanted to find an entertaining way to promote his platform, and he got me to eat an entire Carolina Reaper pepper and then explain how the platform works.
Oh, wow. Oh,
And
we're
I mean,
watching it right now, yeah.
It was genuinely like the most messed up situation I've ever been in from eating something hot. Like I felt like my throat was closing up. Like I was not hamming it up for the camera on any level.
What with all of this that you've done, and every the wasabi in the eye, all that stuff,
Snorting the wasabi.
Yeah.
Dear God.
So have you in fact ever done internal damage? Have you ever?
I do have what's called I've got Barrett's esophagus.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I don't know if I know that Travis Barker has it. I'm not sure who else. And I'm not clear on what the cause of it is. It's acid reflux in general. Maybe that comes from years of hardcore drug abuse, from being effectively a professional bulimic on Jackass.
Right, all that stuff.
Like all the barfing. I mean, I'm not necessarily sure what it is, but I do monitor it pretty closely because it's a precursor to esophageal cancer.
Oh.
And at the moment it's stable. My last endoscopy, the doctor said we can go from yearly to 3 years off until the next one.
I mean, you're in great shape. And you were talking to me, saying, I don't know why I have been given this or whatever. The turnaround in your life has been astonishing. It's been inspiring. I just watched a little special on Brandon Novak. You know,
cool.
I mean, the fact that all of this has come into play, and that who would look at that dude and see him the way he is now? It's astonishing. And then you had on your show, you had Bam, recently. And Bam is dealing with, and I like your take on it, because you were just wonderfully almost paternal or fraternal in the way you're sort of trying to guide his thinking. We love Bam to death. And
For sure.
But he's, what do you think? And I hate to put you on the spot with this.
Oh, I don't mind a bit, man. We're in Bam's town right here. Of course, we're going to talk about Bam.
We want to see him do well. What do you think the odds are that he can get a hold on that? Because he has
I spoke with Bam.
Other issues.
It's been just a few days, man. Like less than a week ago, I was on the phone with Bam, and he sounded fantastic.
That's great.
And I suggested to him that he come on tour with me. I was like, dude, let's fly you out on tour. I can help you with this comedy that you've been working on.
Yeah.
I just thought, if we spent some time together, we could, I don't know, maybe the way I operate can rub off on him a little bit. And we made the plans and everything. And then yesterday morning, I got a weird text from him that I thought, oh, what's going on?
Right.
And I'm not sure what the situation is. He got me worried yesterday with, it was kind of the same old thing with Knoxville and Tremaine and all this resentment that.
It seemed like you had mitigated a bit of that in your interview with him. You made him. It seemed like he had some revelations during that. Has that gone out the window?
I mean, I don't know. I think that during that podcast that we did with him, even just within that one conversation, it went one way and then it went another. It was kind of a mixed bag.
You were like a border collie during that thing.
I love him so much. I want him to do well. I've said it all along that in the beginning of Jackass, Bam was everything that I could only dream to become. I mean, he was so entrepreneurial, so creative. He was able to make the most compelling, hilarious content without harming himself. I was in this, I just had myself in the, kind of painted into this box of for me to get any kind of footage, I just had to be so gnarly and put everything on the line and to get hurt, barf, it had to be. And Bam didn't have to do that. And I was so jealous of his creativity, of his success, his entrepreneurialism, the way that he didn't give up on skateboarding.
Right.
He just was. He was so many levels above me, and I was just, frankly, just so jealous of him. Not in a way that was negative.
Not envious, but
he motivated me. You know, I aspired to be where he was at, and all of this time later, now it's I'm doing really well, and he's really struggling, and I take no joy in that.
Well, you've tried a number of times to intercede on his behalf.
Oh, I've been at almost every rehab.
Yeah.
I guess there was only one psych ward, but I was there.
Yeah.
I've been able to show up in person to just about every stop on his tour.
I remember you going back though for years and TMZ getting you when you were at the bottom, and it just seemed like it was impossible. Do you remember? Was there one thing that made it click for you that is not making it click or is that even a comparison you could make?
I wish it was.
Yeah.
I wish it was. I know that when I mean, it's been a few years now, but when he went through the Dr. Phil bit and with like the weird alphabet, and, you know, the comedy club meltdown, I thought, this is it.
Yeah.
Now he's where I was at. Now it's gonna get better. And I don't know.
I have a family member, and it's sad because she's broken, and has been dealing with trying to get sober most of her adult life. And many family members have given up on her, and it's really sad. I love her, and it's sad to see. But there's also when you look at her, there's a bit of a disconnect, and I'm wondering if that is comparable to what Bam has become. Like, do you see who you used to be and who Bam is now?
Yeah, for sure. And to be clear, there's, in my view, no such thing as broken. You know, like I remember when and to answer your question, the point when it clicked for me and I got better, I was locked up in the psychiatric ward by Knoxville and Tremaine. They had this intervention on me, and they had like two wings too. There was like the regular harmful to yourself and to others, and then there was the something else wing.
Okay.
You know, I was on like this something else wing, and this other patient who identified himself as a heroin addict told me that he was like worried about me, that I needed help. He gave me this book about alcoholism, like the official book. You know, there's only like one like official book, and he gave it to me, and I thought it was weird that this guy was a heroin addict and he's giving me a book about alcoholism and he's worried about me, but we're both on suicide watch. It was all just super weird. But as it turned out, I couldn't sleep in the psych ward like that night or one of the other nights, and I just started reading the book just out of sheer, I had nothing better to do. And my core belief at the time was that I was beyond help, that I was just past the point of no return. I was a lost cause, a write-off. And the one thing I remember really distinctly reading the book, that it suggested that the more hopeless the case of the alcoholic, the better the chance there is for recovery. In fact, if anything, complete hopelessness is a prerequisite for recovery, because if any part of you is hanging on to some little notion that you can control it, then you're not a candidate, because you're not going to surrender. And
my brother, his curse was that he's clean and sober for many years now, but he was able to do his job. He was able to there was not that crashing in the bottom of the pit. I have no option but to get better.
Right.
He could have conducted his life in that way.
That's the scariest thing.
Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, to just kind of have alcoholism a little bit enough so that it can destroy your relationships, like preclude you from like really maximizing your potential, just kind of weigh you down, like make life into quicksand. But it's not bad enough to where something has to be done. Like, that's the worst. I was grateful to be like so bad that something had to be done. But yeah, that was what kind of, I remember thinking like, oh, maybe I'm not a write-off. Maybe actually like
it could happen.
So yeah, the worse off you are, the better. And I mean, they say no matter how far down the scale we've gone, we can see how our experience can benefit others.
In Bam's case, I wonder if there might be some mental health issues as well that are in there that are compounding that.
I think there is, but man, I just love him.
We're hoping the best for that he finds the right combination of people and programs or whatever that might just bring it around.
Having you in his life, though, is a plus. I mean, the fact that you're not giving up, and that
I'll never give up, for sure,
and that makes a big deal. So it's sad to hear that that's the case, but hopefully good things will arise. So that I wanted to ask you about another.
By the way, real quick, Stevo's at the Keswick Theater tonight. I want to make sure I mention
available.
Show is tonight, KeswickTheater.com.
Jay Leno just had a burn situation. You yourself, you've had how many skin grafts did you have? You got burned, and it was
15% of my body, and I had skin grafts from 7 different dead people. I had cadaver skin graft.
Hey, let me ask you this: did they? And I didn't know that this was a thing, but sometimes they will use fish skin as a replacement temporarily?
I mean, the whole idea of a skin graft is that it operates more like a scab than actually a replacement of skin.
Yeah.
It just
protects
there
for a while.
To allow it to heal.
Yeah.
It's there for the healing process. So I can totally see how fish would work.
Yeah.
Dude, burns are the gnarliest.
Yeah.
And when I saw that,
Oh, man.
I was down in Austin, Texas for the Rogan podcast, and I did the Kill Tony show that Tony Hinchcliffe does.
Right, yeah.
And one of these amateur comics got up and just very matter-of-factly he says, there was a roast of Jay Leno. But fortunately, I mean, it seems Jay Leno clearly wasn't burned that badly.
Yeah.
Because he's already
doing stand-up and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you still have so any of the skin? The goal is to get your own skin to go back. Obviously, you don't carry
Right,
excess.
there's one little bit, right here, where it.
Still somebody else's skin?
I think so, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, there's just a little bit, it looks kind of like gauze. But it's just so fascinating because, I mean, my tattoos faded, but I still have the tattoos where the grafts were.
Wow. That's wild.
And dude, burns are the worst. And when I had those burns, I got burned in Los Angeles, like a complete idiot. I fly to Colorado to go do shows in a comedy club.
Oh, man.
I'm I made it to Saturday before I tapped out and went to the hospital.
Yeah.
They're like, you need emergency surgery.
Oh.
So that was my first proper burn unit. And then, a couple weeks later, I'm at another burn unit in Arizona. And at every stop on my burn unit tour, I heard...
You had a burn unit tour.
I heard many times that if you ask anybody who's been shot, stabbed, and seriously burned, they'll all tell you that burns hurt the most.
I couldn't believe I burned my left leg on a muffler of a moped when I was in 8th grade. Okay, so I did that on a Sunday early afternoon. By Monday after, I couldn't walk. Yeah. And it was just, and I still have the scar from it. I mean, it's it's just a little box, but it was like up to a 3rd-degree burn. I couldn't believe it.
Dude, my uncle went into a deep fryer up to his elbow.
Oh my God!
He was fixing a grease trap above this fryer and slipped and fell straight into the fryer. It was horrible.
Don't do that.
Don't
get any ideas.
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, man.
But you know what? That sounds like there could be a saving grace. Like when you get to a certain point, it doesn't actually hurt because you've burned.
Right.
Like nerves.
Yeah.
Kane Hodder, the guy who played Jason in a number of the Friday the 13th movies, he was doing demonstrating he loved to do the burns, where the Zell gel and all that stuff. And he got seriously to the point of death burned, a tremendous amount of his body. Here's a guy who's been through a lot, but he says, words cannot describe the agony that he was in.
It used to be so such an annoying question. People would ask me all the time, what was the most painful stunt?
Right.
And I would it was annoying because I didn't have a good answer for it. I would say, there's different criteria for pain. There's how acute the pain is. Like, for example, if you get zapped with a cattle prod, that's very acute, but it happens quickly and it's over.
Right.
And then there's other kinds of pain that isn't quite as acute, but it lasts longer.
Right.
So it's kind of a mixed bag. It's and then the question ceased to annoy me after my burns because that checked every box.
You got it all set. Well, with the fear of so you're saying you're tapping out of the sharks, right? You're not going to do that.
I really lost my sense of humor for sharks after our buddy Poopies got.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
he was attacked. They were shooting. You remember we talked about it?
Yeah, I was there for that, and it was awful.
Yeah.
It was and honestly, his hand is still not. His hand's never going to be the same. Like,
how quick
You
was
were
the attack?
you were swimming with
so fast.
Yeah, you were swimming with great whites, right? You,
I mean, we jumped off a boat.
yeah.
And we jumped off a boat and landed in between the cage and the great white shark.
Oh my God!
Which is the safest approach because the splash serves to startle the great white shark.
Yeah.
Like enough that it's not like it's like whoa, what was that?
Yeah.
As opposed to if it finds you swimming, then it takes a curiosity bite. but yeah, so we splashed in the water, just climbed in the cage.
Right.
Like, we barely even got wet.
All right,
It really
okay.
wasn't too dangerous. But there have been plenty of dangerous things we did with sharks. And
Any of that footage make it into the show? I mean, because you've done.
oh, when Poopies got bit,
Yeah.
yeah, they showed it.
Yeah, but your stage show, you know, tonight. Yeah.
No.
multimedia.
Everything that I did for my bucket list show was for the bucket list show. There's no overlap between
All right.
Jackass and what I do.
Gotcha.
But yeah, initially, I was it was going to be a bucket list item. I wanted to finally ride a shark. Where like I'd kind of given up on that idea until I saw Zac Efron did it.
Okay.
He held the dorsal fin of a tiger shark and literally just cruised with it.
Oh my God!
Tiger sharks are the top one of the top 5 man-eaters.
Yeah, they're that like the girl who famously got her arm bitten off.
Yeah.
The surfer girl.
Yep.
Bethany Hamilton. That was a tiger shark.
Jesus.
And here I see Zac Efron. I'm like, well, if Zac Efron can do it, then I can do it. So I'm like, it's just gonna be my bucket list. I'm going to Hawaii to go meet with this shark lady, and my girl said, you told me that I have to sell my motorcycle because, like, you know, like I'm not allowed to have a motorcycle.
Right.
And you know, I made a deal with her. I said, okay, I won't go try and ride sharks, but you get rid of your motorcycle. And then Tremaine calls me up and he says they want to do Jackass Shark Week. And I was like, oh, okay. And my girl says she's booking her motorcycle trip. and there we are. Oh yeah, there's Zac Efron.
Yeah. Oh wow, we have this watching the video of him. Sure enough. Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy.
So yeah, Poopy's got his hand mangled.
Yeah.
Like mangled. Like
he was
severed.
jumping. Yeah, he was jumping the sharks, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Severed arteries and tendons. You know, like if you make your hand limp, it comes out at a 90-degree angle. His hand was completely folded because all of those tendons were totally severed.
And then when you get injuries like that, you can end up with permanent nerve damage as well. Like no ability to control as well.
And Poopy's is talking about his hand. His hand hurts.
Yeah.
Like,
Like having phantom pains and stuff like that. Like afterwards, those nerves can act up and just cause pain.
Yeah, it's really, and they flew him on a medical plane to Miami. We were in the Bahamas at the time, and they flew him to Miami to some. He had multiple surgeries to reconnect severed arteries and tendons.
They can only do so much. I mean, they can do a lot, but I mean, a wound of that nature, especially the dexterity you're in your hands that's what you use them for.
Yeah.
They're your precision instruments. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so I've lost my sense of humor for sharks.
Okay.
Sharks.
And then that's what I told Tremaine. Like he's like, oh, dude, we're gonna do another Shark Week, Jackass 2.0. And I was like, what? What do you even mean? Like, what, you're going to go film with sharks again? I was like, I said, sorry, Tremaine, I've lost my sense of humor for sharks after the Poopies attack. And he says, oh, no, but it's going to be, we're going to do everything really safely.
Right.
And I was like, okay, so a safe and responsible Jackass Shark Week episode.
Sure.
That sounds even worse.
Who the hell's gonna watch that?
I was like, I'm not like, you know, like if it's not safe, I don't want to do it, and if it is safe, I really don't want to do it.
There's no win on that. Yeah.
Well, listen, we got to wrap up, but I just want to remind everyone that Stevo's in the Bucket List Tour is wrapping up. You've just got
Last
a handful of
chance
dates.
to see it
This is
live.
it? Yeah.
Yeah.
At the Keswick, which is great.
Yeah, great theater, obviously, and it's multimedia. There's lots of obviously. There's some
It's so X-rated.
really gnarly content.
Yeah.
That you can expect. So, well, listen, dude, it's great to have you back in. Thanks.
Yeah, I
Come
love
by
you
anytime.
guys.
We
Man.
love you.
I love you guys. I love Philly. I'm really glad we were able to do this, and thank you so much.
Yeah, people are
Thanks
going
for
to be
being
psyched
here.
to go out and see you tonight.
All right, give some love to Stevo, everybody, tonight at the Keswick Theater. With that, we are going to take a quick break. We will come back in just
Preston
a moment.
and Steve.
Oh,
93.3
stay with us.
WMMR. 93.3 WMMR presents Preston
Did for the 300, you know?
Yeah.
So 2 almonds for breakfast, a bowl of steam for lunch.
A bowl of steam. That sounds yummy.
Right?
7 weeks from today, we'll be down the shore.
At Keenan's, right?
7 weeks is
All right.
7 weeks from today.
You could do.
Can you give me an extra 2 weeks?
No.
So I can have 3 almonds for breakfast instead of 2?
You could do an Oprah Kirstie Alley reveal.
Case you can do it. You just have to be committed, and you cannot slip up, not even once. And
Come on.
that's the thing.
No one
I
can
love
do
this
that.
guy.
Yeah.
But I see him start these things, and then he sits down with 2 slices of pizza and French dressing or whatever.
Ranch.
Ranch dressing
No,
and
I
dips
don't.
it.
I don't. By the way, 2 slices of pizza, that's like 500 calories. That's not that bad for lunch.
For lunch, you need to go down to 200 calories, dude. You can't do pizza for
No.
lunch. If you're gonna be serious about it,
Hold
you
on.
can't do pizza
Okay,
for
let me
lunch.
ask you a
You
question.
can't do pizza at all.
Yeah, you can't do pizza at all.
you
Casey,
can't-
do you need to lose 50 pounds? That seems excessive.
No, 50 pounds is good.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, 50 pounds will put me in a good spot.
I think that would put you in,
agree
like,
with you, Kat.
anorexic state.
No, but Kathy, you look at Casey and you're not like. I don't think of you as like crazy overweight. I think you have weight you want to lose, and it's probably healthier. But I don't
think-
see you as crazy overweight.
But if somebody could commit to it for the next 7 weeks, I'm giving myself 2 extra weeks.
All right.
But if somebody could commit to it, can commit to me for 7 weeks.
What are they committing to you?
Well, that's the thing. And this is where we're at, Preston. It's all about preparation. The reason I have that pizza for lunch is because it's there.
All right.
Wait, hold on, I have a
Do you
suggestion.
realize they have salad down
Listen to
there, too?
Kathy.
Casey,
I use a reward system. I try to eat sensibly in the day, and in the evening, I save it for the end of the day. I have my reward, my little sweet treat, whatever it is, whatever your guilty pleasure is, you can have that, but only if you've been good for the day.
I shut it off after dinner. I actually the weekend I relax.
Yeah,
I do too.
So during the
I
week,
have my weekend.
I'm pretty austere, and on the weekend, that's when I have a little bit of latitude.
Can I make a suggestion without being insulting? Try pizza without ranch dressing.
Listen, you a-holes. When was the last time you saw me with ranch dressing?
Okay, can I
And
jump?
by the way, I don't always eat pizza with ranch dressing. I didn't invent it. It is something that I tried like within the last year. All right?
Okay.
Drop the friggin' ranch dressing. Drop it.
I will say this: I have seen you eat pizza at last 6 or 7 times without dressing.
did you say 6 or 7 times?
Well, I have not seen him have dressing on his pizza in quite a while.
And it's not something I invented. It was like I tried it because I saw a girl with a nice frame. As a matter of fact, trying to like ranch dressing on your pizza. All right, I'll try it. And then he did it like 6 times. And next thing you know, I'm making ranch dressing pizza sandwiches or something. Shut up!
Nick, that was a good suggestion.
Thanks. I love you.
Well,
oh my God.
At least cut back on the drinking cheese.
Okay. It's so good, though.
I don't know that my morning can get any better.
I don't think it can. Okay. All right.
Peaked and it's only 7 a.m.
Thank you for filling out the entertainment portion of the show. Please welcome to our show Jordan Peele and Method Man.
Thank you,
gentlemen. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Thank you. This is the new duo. We're gonna do Meth and Peel.
Oh, the new version. Yeah. I think that should work well.
Because Key and Red are doing their own thing. Yeah, Key and Red Man are out there, but I think we're doing a little bit better.
You think you guys have struck up a good chemistry?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Basically, I talk and sound like an idiot, and he mean mugs, and then the fans run away.
He just mean mugs. That's it.
Yeah.
Well, the movie is hilarious.
There you go.
The movie's Keanu, and it is a parody, I guess, of John Wick. Correct?
You know, it's funny. We wrote this movie before John Wick came out.
Really?
I kid you not. Yeah. No, when John Wick came out, and all of a sudden you have actual Keanu Reeves in an action plot where he's saving an animal. I was like, I'm done. We're done. This is either too good.
See the light of day, right?
Yeah, it's too good or too bad, right? But it worked out, and so if you're a John Wick fan, absolutely.
I absolutely am. Yeah, love the movie
yes,
and love the concept.
All right, well, thank you.
It's howlingly hilarious to watch in what are John Woo level action sequences. A kitten running from in the center in the shootout. It's pretty wild.
He did all his own stunts.
Oh, the kitten. There was no kitten stuntmen.
No kitten stuntmen. Actually, there were about 6.
Yeah, about 6 guys. They all had K names too. Katrina.
It's true.
No,
it's true.
Seriously.
So kittens tend to grow pretty quickly. Did you have an issue with the kitten at the beginning? Did you have to use this? Did you were able to use the same kitten?
We had to trade out kittens in the middle of the movie.
Yeah.
But we had to do that with some of the extras as well.
Did you spend the most amount of time with the kitten?
Nah, they didn't give me too many scenes with the kitten. I was strictly there for intimidation, like now.
Okay. Because your character ends up taking the cat. I mean,
yeah, pretty much
in the movie. I didn't know if that was like your sidekick.
It's something about the cat, though. You know, it's something that I don't know. It's like something about Mary, I guess. You know, it gets like that when you deal with pussies.
Yeah.
You know?
Same sort of deal. Same sort of deal.
No, there's nothing better than seeing Method Man with a kitten. I mean, it's just, I'm sorry, every time he's on screen, we're like, just can we get more of this shot?
Yeah.
Well, with
it's adorable.
The kitten and a do rag too was.
We got that kitten in the do rag.
Yeah, I felt that was a bit much, but
well, you know, we have to. If you have a kitten, you got to dress it right.
Yeah.
And
so what? Now the movie comes out, and you know, I assume you're hard at work on your next project. It's weird because you'll do a movie, and then by the time you get to promote it, you're already well into something else. What are you on now?
Well, I just directed a horror film.
Oh,
straight horror film.
Yeah,
It's called Get Out. Thank you. My directorial debut. I'm very happy with it.
Big fan of the genre?
A big fan of the genre.
Oh,
I love
awesome.
horror. You can probably tell.
Straight ahead horror.
Straight horror. Okay. I'm sure you could tell a lot of Key and Peele sketches go very dark.
Yes, they do.
Very fast.
Yes.
So it's not a comedy. You know, there's funny things in it. We got some.
Is it slasher horror?
It's not slasher horror. I can't tell you too much about it, but it is very scary.
You wrote it?
It's called I wrote it.
Oh, awesome.
And I'm editing it right now.
Get Out made me automatically think of Amityville Horror.
Yeah, a little reference there.
It made me think of Eddie Murphy, actually.
Me too. Yep, the Eddie Murphy
Too
bit.
bad we can't stay, baby.
Well, you know, it is a movie that is a horror movie that's geared to the black horror audience, who just doesn't want any,
Get out.
Pick up the phone, man. No. Get out.
Yeah.
So it's an elevated horror film. It's not a comedy. I know it sounds like a comedy, but it should satisfy the audience member and all of us that just wants people to do smart things.
I love there's an element to a lot of horror movies where you are just, it kills it for me when they are so astoundingly stupid in their reactions.
It will ruin a movie.
Give me a little bit and I'm in, but if they're staggeringly dumb, I can't watch it.
Exactly.
I don't like jump scares personally.
Yeah.
And
it's a cheap shot.
Yeah. I do have a question about something because Method, you played Cheddar, who's the head of the 17th Street Blips. They were the people that got kicked out of the Bloods and the Crips.
That's right.
The Blips. My question is, were they kicked out because they were too bad, or were they kicked out because they were idiots? And
I'm going to go with, according to the script, I think because they were incompetents.
Because they were incompetent. All right.
Pretty much.
They probably wore plaid or something.
Right.
You can't wear plaid in the Bloods and the
Paisley,
Crips.
pretty much, yeah.
You guys are going to be out and about today for a little bit?
Yeah.
Say it again?
God, yeah.
You guys are going to be out?
Yeah.
They got an appearance today. It's going to be at Le Cat Cafe in Brewerytown. You guys will be there from 3:30 to 4.
It's an awesome place. My wife and I actually donated some stuff to them. She does a whole bunch of animal rescue. It's going to be a wonderful experience, I'm sure.
That's why
Man, you
you're
seem
laughing,
thrilled by
right? Yeah, that's why you're laughing.
I'm going to put kittens all over him. It's going to be hilarious.
I'm definitely cool. Put people on blast. The publicists are scared of me, man. Pretty much.
Yeah.
They're kind of leery of me. I'm riding in the car by myself. He has everybody in his car. It's sad. It's pretty sad, man.
Yeah.
That's right. I put y'all on blast. Stand over there all you want.
That's That's the life.
And we are sitting in a room. People are sitting down in chairs all around the room, and it's like one black guy. What's up, dude? Holla, we here for you. Black Lives Matter, baby. All right.
Brought him in for you.
Well, listen, yeah, if people want to come down and meet, you guys going to say hi, do pictures, stuff like that? Or?
No.
Yeah, you know.
I'm playing.
Yeah, we're gonna put him in post. Method Man's gonna get in and
Photoshop
I'll take
his
the
ass
pictures.
in there, yeah.
We're just gonna put our arms out. He's gonna get in there.
Method Man cut out.
Some Instagram app. We're gonna.
You know what I'm saying? I took a shower today. Of course, I'm taking pictures.
It's a special
I actually
day.
brushed my teeth today.
3:30 to 4 o'clock today, and of course the movie's opening up on April 29th. Looks awesome. Looks
Thank
hilarious. You guys,
Appreciate it.
You hit it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming in this morning.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Jordan Peele, Method Man.
Yeah.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame on Friday night at Brooklyn, New York's Barclays Center.
Finally.
In addition to Deep Purple, who were inducted by Lars Ulrich, there was also Chicago, inducted by Rob Thomas.
Chicago!
Steve Miller, inducted
Very
by the
touching.
Black Keys. Songer, writer, producer Burt Burns, inducted by Steve Van Zandt. NWA, inducted by Kendrick Lamar. And Cheap Truck. Cheap Truck.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Shut up.
Cheap Truck. It's like $1,000. It's got some body damage.
Shut
I want you to want this truck. Your car's all right, your bicycle's all right, but this truck, you should check it out.
You said it, man.
Casey's looking at me laughing, putting his hands up in the air like, I'm sorry, I'm laughing at you, man. God damn it. Why does it?
I
why do
want
do-
you to want this truck. Savings have never been better at Fred Beans. It's here. I got to go to Fred Beans.
Live in Budokan.
He just sold me a truck. I get to see a cheap trick and I bought a great truck. $1,000. Little body damage.
Cheap Trick. Christian author and publisher Mac Major warned over the weekend that Christian women are losing their salvation by using dildos, which he called a direct path to Satan.
It's a path to Satan.
Mac wrote
These dildos.
on the Eden Decoded Facebook page, too many Christian women are losing their salvation because they pleasure themselves. Dildos and all those other sex toys have been used
You know, French ticklers, Benoit balls.
for strap-on.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, this morning it is brought to you by Steven Star Restaurants. You can gift memorable experiences this holiday season with Star Restaurants gift card. Good at over 30 restaurants. Shop today at STARRgiftcards.com. We're going to start with this unbelievable story out of Fort Worth, Texas. Melissa Highsmith's case was one of the oldest missing persons cases in the country, but 4 days ago, her life changed forever. The family said a 23andMe DNA case linked the family together. Highsmith said, I feel like I'm dreaming, and I kept having to pinch myself to make sure that I'm awake. Her mother, Alta Apentenko, said, I'm just elated. I can't describe my feelings. I'm so happy to see my daughter. I didn't think I would ever see her again. She's alive. I cried like a baby, her father, Jeffrey Highsmith, said. So in 1971, this is how long ago she was abducted.
Yeah.
Apentenko advertised for a babysitter and spoke with a supposed sitter by the name of Ruth Johnson, who agreed to pick up the 21-month-old Melissa from the family's apartment building. Since Apentenko had to be at work, her roommate handed Melissa to Johnson, who was described as a well-dressed woman wearing white gloves. That evening, Johnson never returned. Little Melissa could not be reached, and Fort Worth police and the FBI were soon involved, but more than 50 years later, very few leads had surfaced. Police at the time said they discovered no evidence. Melissa was harmed and hoped that Johnson or whoever had the baby was taking good care of her. Highsmith said that she had a hard life all this time. This is the woman who was abducted.
Yeah.
She thought the woman who raised her was her mother. She said, I didn't feel loved as a child. It was abusive, and I ran away at 15 years old. I went to the streets. I did what I had to do to get by. I worked the streets. When asked if Highsmith spoke to the woman that she called mom, she felt hurt sharing the details, but her father, Jeffrey, said that Highsmith contacted the woman through Facebook Messenger saying, "Do you have anything to tell me?" And she also said, "Am I this little girl?" Excuse me. And the mother confessed. She said, "I bought you for $500 on the street in 1972." But Melissa thinks that she's the one who actually
abducted her.
Kidnapped her.
Yeah.
Yes. Highsmith was living only 20 minutes away
Oh, my God.
from her biological mother in Fort Worth, and they had no idea. Ebentanko said her ex-husband got an email 3 days ago that linked them, and it was all through 23andMe.
They had probably been at events or in proximity to each other often during those years.
Highsmith said she plans on officially changing her name from Melanie back to Melissa. She also plans on remarrying her current husband so her father can walk her down the aisle and so her family can be at her wedding. And the family wants justice served. The nationwide coverage of this has raised questions. Many of these surround the woman who Highsmith thought was her mom all these years and if she will face any charges. A spokesperson for the Fort Worth Police Department wouldn't elaborate on which criminal statute of limitations expired, but the statute of limitations is set at 7 years for kidnapping. Did you know that?
No, that seems absurd.
So that doesn't mean that Highsmith can't pursue a case civilly against the woman who raised her. Also, federal kidnapping charges could still be filed. However, they carry no statute of those carry no statute of limitations. The criteria that need to be met for those charges or to be filed are more stringent. I'm not sure if you have to cross state lines or something like that to be considered federal.
Jesus.
But the FBI is not fully involved with this case as of yet. But 51 years.
So think of the stories that are ongoing now. Think that girl that was abducted in the park. We just talked about it. There's been no heads or tails of that. Think about there is reason to hold out hope. You know, I mean, look at this. Decades.
Sure, these are rare, those, but still,
hope springs eternal.
Yeah, exactly. So this is just a wild story. The board game Monopoly, somewhat established as a source of contention among many families, as a recent incident in Tulsa shows. The Tulsa police arrested a man on Saturday night after a family game of Monopoly turned violent. Officers were sent to a shots fired call just prior to 6:30 p.m.
I think that's legally within your rights.
The caller identified the suspect as her stepbrother, John Armstrong, saying that he chased her and her father and fired a shot at them.
See, I start shooting when the suggestion of Monopoly occurs.
Officers took Armstrong into custody upon arrival. Police learned that the family had been drinking alcoholic beverages and playing Monopoly together when a fight erupted between Armstrong and his stepfather. After knocking over the game board, flipping over furniture, they were told by other family members to take it outside. Armstrong drew a gun after getting a cut on his head in the ensuing altercation. He proceeded to chase his stepfather and stepsister down the street, aiming the gun at them, and he told police that he fired one shot at the ground.
Should have played Uno.
Officers were not able to find the gun and said they believed Armstrong had hidden it in the house before he surrendered. Armstrong was arrested and booked into the Tulsa County Jail for assault with a deadly weapon.
We never did play categories together. If you guys remember, we could. If we played, it really could erupt into.
It could erupt into
Yeah.
violence. We'll have to put our guns away.
Yeah.
Well, a meal fit for monkeys was served on Sunday at the annual Monkey Feast Festival in central Thailand. Amid the morning traffic, rows of monkey statues holding trays were lined up outside of the compound of the ancient three pagodas, while volunteers prepared food across the road for real monkeys, the symbol of Lopburi province.
Do me a favor, sweetie, and could you top off my coffee?
Throngs.
Thank you so much.
Throngs of macaque monkeys.
We were just talking about pleasuring ourselves.
Ran around at times fighting with each other while the crowds of visitors and locals grew. This
is a macaque and this is a vagina.
Stop it. Is the carefully prepared feast. As the carefully prepared feast was brought toward the temple, the ravenous creatures began to pounce and were soon devouring the largely vegetarian spread.
Simply exquisite.
While the entertainment value of the
this banana?
The festival is high, organizers are quick to point out that it's not just monkey business. The festival's founder said this Monkey Fest festival.
Stuffed. Just a cappuccino, please.
This Monkey Feast Festival is a successful event that helps promote Lopburi's tourism among international tourists every year.
This is another monkey revelation. We had one yesterday where monkeys are apparently being used in factories.
Yes, to collect coconuts for HelloFresh. Previously, there were around 300 monkeys in Lopburi before increasing to nearly 4,000 nowadays.
Well, if you're a monkey, that's where you want to go.
But it's known as Monkey City,
Oh.
which means monkeys and people can live in harmony.
Take me down to the monkey city where the simians are fat and everyone's pretty.
Such harmony could be seen in the lack of shyness exhibited by the monkeys, which climbed onto visitors' vehicles, lampposts. At times, the curious animals looked beyond the abundant feast and took an interest in other items as well.
They're very forward.
They were stealing stuff from people. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for now. All right, let us take a break and come back in a moment. I believe we're going to have Malcolm Jenkins on when we return.
Yes,
so
sir.
We will take a quick break and return with Malcolm and more. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve. 93.3 WMMR. WMMR. We're not just in your car anymore. Ask Alexa to open MMR, and we'll come streaming right into your house. And we promise, we're not listening to you doing stuff that often.
Football season is happening, and it's the perfect time to download FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That's free bets back if your bet doesn't win. All you have to do is sign up with my promo code WMMR. They have all your favorite bets from the money line to point spreads, player props, and with live betting, you always get updated odds on games that have already started. It's all in the app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. So sign up today with promo code WMMR for your no-sweat first bet. That's promo code WMMR. Make every moment more this season with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. Refund issues non-withdrawable free bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you sick and tired of living with the constant pain in your knees and back? You know, joint pain doesn't just keep you from doing what you love. It affects your job, your relationships, even simple things like getting dressed. It's time to call QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics uses advanced regenerative medicine to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Hips, shoulders, elbows, they can all be treated with natural biologics from your own body. Powerful healing agents, highly concentrated. If you're tired of steroid shots that don't work, or if you're trying to avoid surgery, call QC Kinetics now to schedule your free consultation. Learn about exciting state-of-the-art treatments for pain caused by arthritis or injury. No drugs, no pain meds, no downtime. Call now. Appointments are available for this coming week. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000.
Honey, I did it.
You did what?
I switched us to T-Mobile.
Really?
Did you see those rate hikes from AT&T and Verizon this year? With T-Mobile's Price Lock Guarantee, they won't raise our rates for talk, text, and data, ever.
T-Mobile won't raise the rate? Ever?
Happy New Year!
Is our T-Mobile rate the same?
Yeah!
Nice.
Happy Valentine's Day, sweetie.
You too. Say, is our T-Mobile rate still the same?
It is. Happy 4th of July!
Same T-Mobile rate?
Yes, it is. Happy Labor Day.
Still the same?
Yes! It's still the same rates.
This holiday, make the switch from Verizon and AT&T to T-Mobile. With T-Mobile's Price Lock Guarantee, we won't raise the rate of your talk, text, and data ever. And you'll avoid those random rate hikes. Get even more at T-Mobile.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Price Lock guarantees rate plan price of current on-network service for eligible lines on new accounts. See details at T-Mobile.com.
At the Home Depot, we have the tools for you to give the gift of a smarter home with savings on top brands, like the Google Hub, a command center for your smart devices that raises the IQ of your entire home, or the Nest Learning Thermostat that helps you conserve energy and save on your bill. And if you don't know what to get, gift cards are a smart gift no matter what they get. So this year, gift smarter with savings on tools to make your holiday magic. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Why is that? Well, if you ask someone with one of the latest and greatest phones from Cricket, they might tell you it's because of the amazing phones. Like the new iPhone 14 that lets you capture stunning photos in low and bright light. Plus, they'd probably tell you about the fast nationwide 5G included with all plans that lets you stream, text, talk, and more, all at 5G speeds. Yeah, they might mention something like that. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Another crazy $3 breakfast deal is... Oh, yeah. Giant Direct Day. Picking up my groceries without leaving my car. I just waved my wand. Okay, my phone. To order everything on my list right in the app. And voila, everything's fresh like I picked it out myself. I just freed up 2 hours. Giant Direct is like my very own grocery fairy. Thank you. Ah, this is magic.
Giant, for today's table. New users get $30 off your first order of $60 or more when you use code GDIRECT.
So Chase believes that having a place of your very own should be accessible for everyone. That's why we're offering homebuyer grants of $2,500 or $5,000 in select areas. It's just one of the many ways Chase can make your home buying dreams a reality. Visit chase.com/homeowner or your local Chase branch. All home lending products are subject to credit and property approval. Rates, program terms, and conditions are subject to change without notice. Not all products are available in all states or for all amounts. Other restrictions may apply. Home lending products offered by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A., an equal housing lender.
The Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is here. Get a bacon or sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant, plus a small seasoned potatoes. That's a better breakfast for just $3 in 3 easy steps.
Sex rituals. It's one of the main
things like hot Carls, Disney Gillespie's, Cleveland Steamers, Pittsburgh Platters, Eiffel Towers.
It's one of the main ways ancient pagan societies worship their demonic gods, he said. It's a direct path to Satan.
chick on chick, MILF porn, stuff like that.
Pogs, BBWs.
2 girls in a cup, the one where the guy craps in the mason jar and it breaks on his ass. Evil.
He said there's nothing normal about it, and shame on any Christian that says so.
Pee and poop and all that stuff, and smearing and hazmat suits and plushies.
He urged readers not to be ignorant of Satan's devices, and he suggested that the ancient city of Pompeii was destroyed because it was completely engulfed in a culture of pornography, homosexuality, wild orgies, and the worship of the little god with the huge member known as Priapus. Many of you who are reading this...
is that where
I guess so.
Priapism comes from?
Yeah, which is the erection that never ends.
Goes away.
Yeah. He said, many of you who are reading this have sex toys in your possession right now.
Like dildos, C-rings, butt plugs.
He noted.
Guy's an expert.
I've heard.
The great country singer, Loretta Lynn.
Oh, wow.
81 years old today.
What did she do? Stand by Your Man?
Coal Miner's Daughter was her huge hit.
Don't come home and drinking with loving on your mind. You ain't woman enough. Fist City.
Yeah, it's the first song to really address fisting. And you remember
that was
Preston,
in the 1960s
that
too,
was
man.
An incredibly tough sell to record.
Fist City. He ain't kidding.
Yeah, and that was the follow-up to Two Knuckles Deep.
They took it a little bit at a time.
And she had come from this really conservative background.
Yeah.
Well, again, you have to finesse it a little bit.
So Two Knuckles Deep and then Fist City.
Dude, it was totally Fist City.
Yeah.
I can't even put my legs together.
And then was all the way to the elbow, the last.
Yeah.
If you don't want to go to Fist City,
then you might try Blumpkin Lane.
Blumpkin Lane.
Yeah.
Both are kind of,
So while you're sitting there chewing on your hoagie, I'll be down here tending to business.
All right, what is honey?
What is honey?
What is it?
It's when the
It's bee piss.
What is it?
It's bee piss.
What is it?
the bee pukes up into the comb and then it ferments essentially.
It is, it's how they...
Bee vomit?
It's bee puke.
vomit.
Yeah.
Why did bees even go there if they keep throwing up and getting sick?
What's that?
They're getting sick. Why even go there?
With where what now?
I want to curse right now.
Oh, you're saying if it's so good for you, why are they getting sick?
Well, no. Why do they keep going back if they keep getting sick? It's a vomitorium. A honeycomb is a bee vomitorium.
No, they're not. They're vomiting to. They're actually when they seal up the. Well, they create a wax too.
It's not an unpleasant thing for them, Case.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah.
All right.
It's not.
Oh, okay.
Puking is
It's not
the
like
same
beer,
thing.
bee splooge.
All right, so you want to see me make pipe?
Yeah, good.
All right, real easy to do. Oh, yes.
Preston Elliott, the bong maker.
So you, no, it's not a bong, it's pipe.
It's not a bong, it's pipe.
So you pinch it like this.
Okay.
Pretty easy to do. Then,
Like so.
Then you can take something like a paper clip.
Right.
And then you poke holes in it. Kathy, you loving this instructional I'm doing for
all the kids.
I actually, you know what?
What's the best way to cook meth?
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, seriously. Next. After the break.
Hi, I'm Kathy Romano, and I'm in the meth kitchen.
A pin works better, but you can use this.
I recommend injecting between the toes. It won't leave track marks.
Almost done. There we go. And then you put a little supercharger in the side.
There you go.
Right, Case?
Steve, I wonder what Bill's going to think of this.
Supercharged.
I'm not a fan. You're promoting drug abuse.
Done.
There you go. Wow. Bam.
All right, let's see. Can I see it? Because I don't even really.
Oh,
good catch.
Nice catch.
Why do you spill my coffee?
The real Kathy comes out occasionally.
I physically felt that sitting next to you.
Shut up.
I've seen Kathy leave the building from the roof and attack field mice.
All right, now what do you... Not that you needed additional instruction, but what do you do with this now?
All right, so you put your tobacco.
You question why your life has gotten this bad.
This is me like talking like I work at a head shop. You put your tobacco there.
Where the little dots are.
Yeah, and then you put
your tobacco.
And then you put your finger over that. That's right. And then you put your mouth over the hole in the drinking part.
Your perfectly legal tobacco goes here.
And then you light it, and then when you get enough, you let go of that with your finger, and it clears it out.
Oh, okay. Steve, do you want to add this to the Batman collection?
Nah. Getting totally stoned tonight.
You know the farm behind the Plymouth Meeting Mall?
What?
No.
The farm behind the Plymouth
There's
Meeting
a
Mall?
farm behind the Plymouth
Yeah, they
Meeting
have.
Mall?
The farm behind Plymouth Meeting Mall. This year's crop is death. I didn't know there was a farm back there. Oh, yeah, it's been there for about 20 years. No one's ever come back from it, though. The farm behind Plymouth Meeting Mall. The crop is in, and it's blood.
Anyway, they have local honey, Nick, so I can grab you some. It's called Maple Acres Farm.
Don't grab me any, even I've been talking about it.
How about a couple of acres?
I can't even get 4 words out of my mouth. I'm not getting you honey.
I'm trying to think of where there's space for a farm behind the Plymouth Meeting Mall.
Farm behind the Plymouth Meeting Mall. This year's crop is death. Kathy goes there. She won't even think about picking you up, honey, though. What kind of bitch she is.
It's on Narcissa Road.
Is that what you said?
What's that?
Did you say that's the kind of bitch she is?
And he wants me to get him honey.
Well, I just want local honey.
Oh, yeah, we go there all the time.
Do you?
Yeah, it's a cute little farm.
Okay.
Do you go picking your own
They
stuff?
have-
or-
yeah, you can cut your own flowers there. You can,
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where
the hell is it?
Thank you, Marissa. Just to remind everyone, we're dealing with new equipment today, a whole new operating system. So the bumps in the road are just part of the character of the journey today, friends. So make sure that you're aware.
We're getting a lot of character today.
We're getting a lot of character. There is an event that is coming up, and it is tonight, 6 o'clock, Xfinity Live. This is really cool, and it will benefit the Malcolm Jenkins Foundation. You want to rub elbows with the NFL greats. You want to talk fantasy football with them, play with them, find out their picks, all that stuff. You can do it tonight at Xfinity Live, and some more really cool things taking place. Please welcome this morning Mr. Malcolm Jenkins to the program. Morning, Malcolm. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
We're doing great, man. Thanks for coming on this morning. We appreciate it. And did I get all that right? Am I correct? We're going to be able to play some fantasy football or talk picks and stuff with you and some other players tonight?
Yeah, well, it's a game show style, kind of evening. You get to do some matching games and see if you can guess what's in the brains or in the habits of some of these NFL players. But really, it's just an opportunity to engage this is our first time really being able to activate something in person since 2019.
Yeah.
As a foundation. So we're excited to be back in the market. Obviously, a lot of fun things and exciting things happening in Philly. So, just happy to get back in touch.
Are you deep into the world of fantasy football, or you just dabble a little bit in it?
No, I am, and unfortunately, it's been a down year for me. I am in danger right now of being in last place in my league. So I'm just here. Yeah, I'm going to bring in the experts. It might not be don't take my advice.
Is there a penalty? My son's in a league, and the penalty is whoever comes in last place, everybody gets to cut his hair however they want. So is there a penalty in your league for coming in last?
Yes, the penalty is there's a traveling blue donkey costume that one must wear in public and take a picture and post it to their social media platform.
Well, we hope that fate doesn't befall you.
Exactly.
I love that. Actually, that's
we
a
don't
good
do
one.
that in my league, and I wish we. I mean, except for this year, because I'm also in last place. So I would prefer that not to happen this year, but maybe next year I'll write in.
Casey, I started following an account. I saw one where a guy had to take the bar exam again. It was a bunch of lawyers, and whoever lost had to take the bar exam. Another one, a guy had to sit in a diner for 24 hours, and for every pancake he ate, he could take an hour off. So you think that you can eat like 24 pancakes, no problem. He was into like hour 4, and he was struggling. It was bad. There's some funny stuff
I think
out
the
there.
blue donkey, that trumps all
one's
that.
doable, most definitely. So, Malcolm, let's talk a little bit about the foundation, the Malcolm Jenkins Foundation, and what all that does for people who may not be familiar with it.
Yeah, so we've been around since 2010. I started it when I began my career in New Orleans. And when I became an Eagle, we brought our foundation to this market and done a ton of work here, whether it be food giveaways, different programs we've had with educational programs we put in place. But really our focus now is on financial literacy. And so we've adopted a few schools within the area. Parkway Northwest High School has really been the school that we put the most focus in and started to build a platform in which we teach not only the tools of finance, but the philosophy of money. A lot of the times we don't talk about what we value, how to use money to get those things and build those tools early on. And that's really what the focus is now.
Yeah, it's so important. I don't know how receptive I would have been in high school to hear that knowledge, but the people that will get through to makes such a difference if you can have your money work for you. There are so many obstacles in life that you can have a leg up on.
Yeah. I wish I had, likewise, I wish I had been. I did have people trying to guide me, but if you can learn that or at least be receptive to that, it will serve you all the years of your life.
Yeah, and
100%. I mean, and that stuff is, it's missing is education that's really missing from these communities. And it's not even just the tools of, bank accounts and stocks and bonds. It's just the ideas of, investing collectively or, saving money and how to budget. Those things go a long way when you start early on.
Yeah, and we're trying to do that with our children right now, and so I think our secret, and maybe this is a secret to what you're doing, is trying to speak in a language that the kids will understand and that they'll take to. So like my son, for instance, he likes sneakers, and we're like, okay, here's the deal. If you work hard for your money and you go out and you buy a new pair of Jordans every month, okay, if you were to invest that money in 20 years or in 10 years, you're going to have this many pairs of sneakers, or you're going to have this much money, saved.
You could buy Jordan himself.
You could, yeah. So, so we're trying to appeal to him in a language that maybe he understands. And I don't know if that's your approach as well, Malcolm.
Yeah, because all you're doing is you're changing his values, right? And so money is not the goal here. Money is just the tool to get to what you value. And so, yes, if your value in life is only sneakers, then you're probably only working up to get, sneakers. But if you value something greater than that, then all of a sudden there's some tools you can use to get that. That's way more, that's worth way more than just that sneaker that you bought that one time.
Malcolm, is it your perception, or perhaps do you have a take on whether, like the NFL or any of the major leagues, have put into place ways of providing this sort of thinking and preparation to athletes who are suddenly made fabulously wealthy fairly quickly and have to deal with, the pitfalls that can befall someone who's now has a lot of money and doesn't know what to do with it?
Yeah, I mean, I can only speak for the NFL.
Yeah.
I would say, I think we are always ill-equipped,
Yeah.
and I think we see a lot of athletes falling because not even, it's not even like you can get the knowledge from your family or friends, because the pay schedule, how we get paid, when we get paid, how much you get paid, how early, means that you're budgeting. Even the regular normal models don't fit. And so it's a lot of things even myself, I tell people, usually the guys who played a long time weren't the smartest with their money. They just lasted longer than the mistakes. Right? They were able to recover until they got their bearings and figured it out. And that's really the tough place that they're in. But I do think this generation of athletes, especially with the NIL deals, but just watching kind of the generations before them, are a little bit, they're more business savvy. They understand their likeness and how to, leverage that. And social capital is totally different with social media. So I do think we see a more financially savvy athlete nowadays, but with more money becomes more problems. And so those same issues just get elevated.
Hey, I wanted to ask you, I don't know if you still love talking football or not, but, you spend a lot of time in this league and you spend a lot of time in different systems, right? And so we switched over to a new audio system today. And, I liken it to maybe a defensive playbook where, you've been playing long enough and we've been doing this radio thing long enough where, there is a base language that we understand. But then when you switch from coordinator to coordinator, everything changes. And because they were talking about it on Sunday night with Jalen Hurts. This is his first time as a quarterback with back-to-back years using the same offensive coordinator and how important that was for him understanding the scheme. And I wanted to ask you about that as far as defensive coordinators are concerned. How hard is it, since you've been, a player since Pop Warner, how hard is it to really grasp a new concept that, a coach or a coordinator is bringing in?
Yeah, the majority of it is language. We can be talking about the same exact concept, but if I don't use your language, then we can't even connect or see it the same way. And that usually takes, a year or two. And that's the first part of learning a new system, is just getting the language down pat, especially as a safety or linebacker or quarterback. You're constantly having to give other people orders. You're just trying to learn that. Then that second year, once the language is now second nature, that's when you're really starting to evaluate, what you're doing and what you like to do, what you don't like to do. And now you can communicate that in the proper language to your coordinators as well. And that's tough I played for 6 different coordinators, and it was always the same thing. That first year, I had to kind of sit back and just kind of learn their system. And then the next year, I could have that input, and it was more give and take because we were both on the same page and speaking the same language.
Well, speaking of language, Malcolm, you were known when you were with the Eagles for being outspoken and being candid, and I always respected that. I loved your point of view and your perspective on things. You're co-hosting the event tonight with John Clark, who I think is a really fair and decent reporter. What was your relationship with the media like, especially when you were here in Philly? Did you find that you were treated fairly? Do you feel like some things were taken out of context? And what's your perspective on that now?
Fairly is, I think I always saw it as a competition, to be honest. And I didn't see this as something where I could trust people with my words or my thoughts. I understand that once you give these things out, you're not the writers, you're not the reporters, you have no control over how people use your voice. So I was very intentional every time that I spoke about what I said. And so if I said it, then I meant it. And I don't really recall many times me apologizing for anything. And I was very hesitant to speak on things that I didn't feel comfortable speaking on. And so I never really saw it as like, is it fair or unfair? It's more one of those things like, it's just like going to practice. It's just like going to the games. It's one of the competitions of the day. How can I get through this interview giving, the information that I need to give in a way that I know that they can't misconstrue and that I feel and I feel good about it when I walk away. And that was really my approach every day.
I want to go talk to you about football again real quick, because as a lifelong Eagles fan, there's a few hits that I've seen in gameplay that I'll never ever forget. One is Keith Byers on Pepper Johnson. That was back in the 80s. Then in 2007, you were still at Ohio State, so you weren't on the Saints. But Sheldon Brown hitting Reggie Bush.
Yeah.
That was an amazing one. But at the top of my list is you taking out Brandon Cooks in the Super Bowl. That is my number one hit of all time.
Over the B-Dog hitting Crumpler.
Yeah, I mean, did that one bring a Super Bowl title back to Philadelphia?
I got you.
Because you taking Brandon Cooks out of that game, I think was an absolute game changer, right? You know, they have Rob Gronkowski, and that guy is a beast. But you know, when you eliminate their wide receiver number one,
speed,
yeah, and he didn't see you coming, man. You know, like how big? Do you recall how big did your eyes get as you were closing in on that hit?
The whole time I was running, I'm thinking to myself, like, he's got to feel me. Like, he's going to turn. He's going to see me. And it wasn't until probably like the step before I hit him, I was like, oh, it's over with.
You bent him in half.
He doesn't feel me at all.
It's like a lion and a gazelle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Yeah, the gazelle's running away from a different lion into that lion right there. That's what was happening, and you literally bent him in half. There, you know, I recorded that, and I watched that game so many times. And there's another moment. It's before the game. I don't remember who was standing in the crowd, but you saw him. It was a celebrity, and you're like, "Yo, man, oh man, that guy's a front runner." I knew I hated that guy. Do you remember who that was?
Steph Curry.
Steph Curry.
It was Steph Curry. And then, so come to find out, he's like, it wasn't even like a Patriots hoodie he had on. It was like some foundation for, like, he was raising money for some people.
Oops.
I'm like, yeah, I'm pregame. I got 300 milligrams of caffeine in me. I just see a red hoodie. I'm like, you know what? He's a front runner. Nobody didn't like that guy.
So good.
Me against the world. It's crazy.
Real quick, Malcolm, before we let you go, just this season's been incredible this year. Your take on what you've seen and what you think is going to happen for the Eagles.
Yeah, no, it's been a fun ride. I was glad when we got off the undefeated train because I think that the reality of the season is right in front of us, right? So it's been a great ride. But if you look at the next month of what they got, it's going to define the season and who they are. And it's a game of attrition. And I think, you know, we're starting to get a few guys banged up, so we're going to have to really test the depth of the squad. And I think if they make it through that, then, you know, then it's that time where you really got something. And that's with everybody. December is that time where you really find out who your teams are. And I think this will be the toughest stretch that they've had to date.
Yeah, you know what they need help with is their special teams, and I know that back in your playing days, that you know, our special teams needed help, and you stepped up. I mean, you're our starting safety, and you're like, I'm going to do special teams because we need it, you know. And I don't know if a lot of people realize that you were the one you asked to play special teams, right?
Yeah, well, I always play special teams. I think the only 2 years I didn't play special teams in my career was the last 2 years when I was with the Saints. But I've always played at least a few units. Just because, you know, I can, right? It's like when you're trying to win, it's an important play. And you do what you can, obviously, within the means of your ability to not get fatigued.
Yeah, that special, you know, kickoffs are. It's scary, man. You got some big boys out there going at full speed. And I was at one of your joint practices in minicamp. It was against the Ravens, and I was at the ground level when you guys were doing like kickoff returns. And I wish I could remember the name of the receiver that was for the. But I was like, this guy's a monster. And
Clint McUpchuck.
It was Clint McUpchuck. And you know, here's a guy that is going full speed in the opposite direction of 11 other guys coming full speed at you. It's a pretty nasty scenario, and I know that the NFL's tried to, you know, install some rules that the lessens the injuries and stuff like that. But you know, it is a pretty insane play that happens quite often.
Yeah, I mean, come on, guys. We're not gonna act like we haven't watched football for decades upon decades, and now the kickoff is upsetting. It's like, we're going to, we're going to tighten it up as much as we can.
We
but
need
it's
to
a violent sport.
We need to eliminate that kickoff. It's mucking up the game.
So it's like get rid of it, but we're going to get rid of a bunch of jobs when you do that.
Right.
So let's keep it, and we'll be all right.
Well, listen, they
got rid of the 3-man wedge and all of that stuff. We'll be fine.
There you go. Yeah. Well, we want to send people out to the event. It's tonight at Xfinity Live. 6 o'clock is when it starts, and it's called the Fantasy Blitz. You can get tickets at eventbrite.com, and the funds are going to benefit the Malcolm Jenkins Foundation. But fantasy football, and you can talk, with Malcolm about picks and all this other. Although not a good idea since he's in last place. But anyway, some other people probably know what they're talking about. Yeah. But no, we wish you.
But
go ahead.
I appreciate it. But if anybody wants to, volunteer or just see what the foundation does, catch up, donate, you can go to themalcolmjenkinsfoundation.org or tmjf.org and see everything that the foundation is doing.
Nice.
Excellent. All right. Well, have a great time. Thanks for being good in Philly, and we love having you on today. Thank you, Malcolm Jenkins, everybody.
Appreciate you guys.
All right. We'll see you later. Love it. All right. We can get details and tickets at eventbrite.com. So it's going to be cool. We got a couple minutes, right?
Yeah, we do.
To play with. If you're just tuning in for the first time this morning, we have a new system, a new operating system for everything. Everything you hear on the air, other than our voices, goes through this operating system. Everything is digital, and this is a brand new piece of equipment. And it happens. If you've been in the business long enough, occasionally they'll bring in a whole new operating system.
Oh,
or
yeah. It
a
happens
brand new
all
mixing
the time.
console or something. You have to learn all these things, and the only way you can tinker with it off air, but you don't know until you get on.
That's it.
And you start really instituting it. And so today's day one for us. Pierre had his day one yesterday.
Yes.
Heard it went well.
Pierre himself did a little bit of rewiring. I saw him with a soldering gun.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
And he jumped onto the console.
Dude, I saw that,
I
too.
think the capacitor's out.
He was goofing around with the damn gun, and the engineers just like,
seriously,
put it down. Yes.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, he never put it down.
He didn't.
No. As a matter of fact, he took this impact driver and he starts putting it onto the granite. And I was like, dude, you are going to snap the granite. You're going to crack
What,
this.
the countertop?
Yeah.
Oh no.
And Pierre's being Pierre.
Yeah.
I use that tool to sink hooks into cement.
Yeah. Clearly, you've never actually used one of these things,
Yeah.
because if you did, you wouldn't be putting it down onto the.
He was having fun. The engineers were having a lot less fun during that moment.
Oh my God. Could you see Pierre doing like a firearms instruction class or something?
He'd be like that DEA agent who shot himself.
Shot himself in the leg.
I've been at Camp Out for Hunger where like SWAT team comes out and they hand him a gun and he's waving it around.
With his finger on the trigger.
Officers, you don't know what you're doing.
It's not an act.
Don't let that man in the same room.
Oh dear.
With any. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh my God. All right. Well, anyhow, so we're coping with that. So we appreciate your patience on that. There is a piece of music that Casey got a while back, and we never had a chance to play it. And it was from a listener.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Is his name Joey Cassidy?
Yes.
That what it is? That's all that I know.
That's a great name. That's all you need to know.
But he wrote a song, and it's about us.
Oh.
Yeah.
And
was this from a while ago?
Yeah.
I remember. Okay.
Yeah, it was like a
Have
month
you guys
ago or
all heard
something
it?
like that.
I have. Yeah.
I have not.
I like it.
Yeah, so here's the deal. The beginning of the song is very redundant, and in my initial listen, I think I only gave it 15 seconds, and I was like,
Well, look at Bill
Bill
Withers. I know. And that became a hit.
Yeah, but he didn't start with I know.
Admittedly, Casey only listened to a little bit. He's like, the song isn't very good. And I was like, well, let me listen to it. And we listened to more of it. I'm like, this is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
So I haven't heard it in weeks, so I don't remember how good it is, but I thought we should play this.
We should.
Yeah. Okay, so this is for Joey Cassidy, and let's see how this goes. It was at this point you probably stopped because he said Gadzooks too many times.
Yeah, I was
for
like,
you.
we're good.
All right. eventually.
Yo, boss. Let me tell you guys something. Early in the morning, I'm still yawning. I walk out the door and across the lawn, and I start up my car. I put on MMR. Preston and Steve are talking things bizarre. I roll up to Wawa, go get a coffee. I tune back in and hear the voice of Kathy. She tells me about the traffic on my morning commute. Then I throw up my hands and I yell, Gadzooks. 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 Preston and Steve in the morning.
That's the chorus, obviously.
Gadzooks. Gadzooks. Preston and Steve in the morning. Gadzooks. Gadzooks. Preston and Steve in the morning. Gadzooks. Gadzooks. Preston and Steve in the morning. Come on. It don't matter if it's Monday. It don't matter if it's Tuesday, Wednesday. It could even be a Thursday. Or, thank God, it's Friday. Doesn't matter what day of the week, because I'm turning the dial to 93.3. Let's go Birds. Let's go Phils. Let's go Sixers. Let's go Flyboys.
Break it down.
Gadzooks. Gadzooks. Preston and Steve in the morning. Gadzooks. Gadzooks. Preston and Steve in the
Now, admittedly, I didn't make it to the end, so I don't know how this ends. Do you?
Gadzooks.
Nope. All right, let's find out. Like 5 seconds left.
Gadzooks. Gadzooks. Preston and Steve in the morning. Come on.
Thank you, Joey. That was nice.
I liked it.
That was nice. And then I got another one this morning, and we're just going to play part of it because we're mentioning a segment of this. But this is from a gal.
Andrew?
I don't have the name.
Her name is Heather Deskins.
There you go.
Heather Duskins?
So she had this song. She wrote a song for her husband. And I think she sent it off to a service. I think she sent these lyrics out, and they write the song for you.
Right.
Which is a pretty cool idea.
We should try that.
The guy from Less Than Jake does that. There's a whole bunch of artists that'll do that on the side. You just DM them.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so you give them lyrically what you want, and they'll put it to music?
You give them like topics. It's almost like buying a cameo.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen these commercials on like Instagram where the husband and the wife or the boyfriend and the girlfriend are sitting in the car and then the song starts playing and the spouse doesn't know what's coming and the lyrics are like, wait a second, that's just like us. And then probably like 2 or 3 lines into the song, you're like, oh my God, you had this written for me.
And then she grabs the wheel and jerks the car into the overpass.
Yes.
So these two got married at our mass wedding at the Camp Out for Hunger.
Okay.
So it's mentioned in there.
All right.
What were you going to say, Marissa?
4 years ago yesterday.
Wow. Yesterday?
Wow. Yesterday.
Okay. So let me play a little bit of this for you. It's cute. So kind of country-ish, but
that's us.
Met when we were just 15 and something about us clicked. Picked me up in your V-Dub Fox and opened the door. Such a gentleman. Fake proposed on April Fools, but the real day that you asked me got me day drunk and dropped your knee in front of both of our families. Timmy Shaw, you're my world. I know that I'm such a lucky girl. It's safe to say I loved you right away. My best friend and biggest fan. We love our pranks and we love to laugh. I'm grateful for your love every day. Won't forget when we said I do on WMMR.
There you go.
It was no fuss and totally us, and we never had to pay for a venue or open bar. You love my peach cobbler, we love camping and drinking Jack. You're my hard-working, sweet, and patient boy, cat-hating man.
all right. So I don't know where else it goes, but they mentioned us at MMR. I thought that was pretty cool.
The part with us is really good.
Oh, you didn't like the rest of it?
No, it's cute.
I thought
I'm a huge country fan.
What a great idea, though.
And it's not that expensive. Like
how much do you think?
I only know Krista Makes from Less Than Jake does it. I think it's like $200, $250.
Oh, dude,
like that.
you know what? Kyle needs to do that.
There you go.
Oh, he could
Yes,
do that.
he
No problem.
does.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Kyle would. Kyle, I know you sing, but do you play an instrument or write music?
You can just
He
use
do.
other people's. Right?
You can?
What's the word I'm looking for?
I don't think
Use
you
the
can.
people's tracks, you mean?
Yeah.
And like just record over
If
them?
you have public domain, and they sell them, public domain, rights-free music.
Right.
Yeah, because if you're receiving money,
Right.
you can't take.
But if you can use public domain stuff, right?
Right.
Okay.
Which is like Happy Birthday and things like that. But there are free music.
Like,
I don't know.
There's services that you can.
Yeah, there's services you can buy.
Yeah.
You can buy. In fact, there are royalty-free.
Libraries.
Yes, libraries that are made for that, where people can add their own lyrics.
Yeah, Kyle, do you write anything? You play?
I
an
mean,
instrument?
I write lyrics. For you guys.
Yeah.
I wrote jingles for you guys, but musically, instrumentally, I'm not a.
You're a singer
player of any kind. I just focused all my efforts on learning how to sing.
Right. Yeah.
And I write goofy stuff. I'm sure I could write something. Funny or
do you play
or
any
sentimental like that.
But do you have?
Do you play any instruments?
Do you have somebody you could collab with who plays?
That is what I would need is a
there you go, so
collaborator.
a partner.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
That'd be a
Like
fun
Lizzo?
thing.
Could you collab with Lizzo?
Maybe. I think she's busy with Peloton right now. But I would love to have a writing partner.
All right,
I'll do it.
So, and I think I might do something like that.
Casey's getting what you're. Casey would gladly do it.
Yeah.
So that he understands that you're actually begging him, Casey, to compose.
Casey, would you be my writing partner?
You're embarrassing yourself. Come on.
Yeah. Don't.
I'm embarrassing myself by asking.
Don't
you.
subordinate yourself.
Casey could add some harmonies too, because he's always singing along.
Yeah, but I can't harmonize.
You can't harmonize.
No, I can't. I'm horrible at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, by yourself, it's hard.
Yeah. No, I mean, like if you were to sing and
Wait.
I had to jump in and harmonize with you.
I'm going to punch a hole right in your theory right now. Ready?
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Safe light repair, safe light replace. There you go.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
What's a favorite song that you wrote for our show? Because I love
Safe Light Repair.
No,
Foot
you didn't
Juice.
write that.
Foot Juice.
Foot Juice is great.
Yeah.
But I love Taco, the Spanish.
Espanol?
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, and I actually, quote unquote, wrote the music as well.
Right.
With GarageBand.
Wasn't
just
that
layered some stuff?
Was that a Kevin Federline ripoff?
Yeah, because he did Popo's Owl.
Right.
Which was the big hit.
Foot Juice was excellent.
Yes.
It was very
And you
clever.
went for it.
Oh, my God.
Chubby Back was pretty good too.
Chubby Back wasn't bad.
That was Justin Timberlake.
Of the Flyers song is
Fly like the Flyers.
Oh, dude.
The video for Fly Like the Flyers. That might be my favorite.
Flyers, flying, flyers, fly.
You wrote some good ones.
By the way, the last time they really had substantial traction
Yeah.
was when that song came out.
Essentially, they're a minor league team right now.
It might be time to reintroduce that.
Hang on here.
Slap shot.
Purposely out of tune, by the way.
Yes, you do sing. You sing off key on purpose. I remember that. Yeah.
Fly like the flyers till I fly. Fly like the flyers, flying, flyers fly. Gonna fly like the flyers. Gonna fly, flyers, gonna fly.
Hold on, you really go off key on one of these.
Coming up here.
Yeah.
Flying,
I think it's
fly like the flyers, flying.
it's right here.
Gonna fly like the flyers till I fly.
By the way, the video shows the building sans the addition.
You were
It's the
focusing
old
on
building.
You were focused on the building in that video, Casey? I was.
Yeah, I was.
I was preoccupied with Casey's shirt being unbuttoned.
Casey's gut. Oh my God,
That's so
was
damn good.
Just classic. They must have been. That was the Stanley Cup run, right?
Yeah, it was.
If I remember.
Yeah, if you recall.
The song certainly held.
Yeah, because Murph put that, he made the music video and he put in highlights from the Flyers that year. And they had that goal from Mike Richards where the goalie came out of the net.
That was against the Canadiens. Yeah, that was
Yep.
2010.
Good.
I missed that. That was awesome. Hey, one quick thing I want to mention, then we got to take a break and come back in a second. But our friends from Fishtown Pickle Project.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
They have released the information about their Feast of the Seven Pickles, and it's the new Gabagool edition.
Wow.
All right.
And the a portion of the proceeds are going to benefit Phil Abundance in care of the Camp Out for Hunger, which is pretty cool. So on behalf of the Preston and Steve Show, Camp Out for Hunger.
Very nice.
So it's coming up, so I wanted to mention this. And if you don't know what the Feast of the Seven Pickles, the Gabagool edition, is 7 pickle-centric dishes paired with wines. And so Nikki and Mike, and they've partnered up with some crew that are going to bring it back for a second year. And they're going to partner with the Pafudo Philly and Mural City Cellars in Fishtown. And they're going to have 4 seatings, 90 minutes each, beginning at 5 with the final seating at 9:30.
A lot of pickles.
And it's going to be on Tuesday, December 20th. So I have to go to this.
You have to go this year.
You got to go too.
Yeah, I went last year. Remember they had to reschedule it because of COVID?
Yeah.
Maybe they'll let you bring the pickle.
And then I guess I couldn't for the rescheduled, so I didn't make it at all.
And it's not just like, you're not just eating a pickle. Like, they're making dishes that include a pickle on them, or pickled relish, or pickled radishes.
Pickled blueberries,
yes.
it's not just pickles.
And I think they're including your pickles in it, Preston.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
The greatest pickle ever made.
It's quite an honor.
So it's 7 pickle-centric Italian-themed small plates with charcuterie, caprese, arancini, pasta, seafood, and desserts.
I just don't like pickles.
It's in the cherry.
Wait, what was that, Casey?
That's from Kids in the Hall.
I just don't like pickles.
Tickets are $55 a piece, and a 3-glass wine pairing option for additional $20. And a portion of the proceeds are going to go to Phil Abundance on behalf of the Camp Out for Hunger.
That's nice.
You can go to fishtownpickles.com starting today to get your tickets. They'll go quick. I'll bet you. It's a very popular event. They went from like 2 seatings last year to 4 this year.
Yeah.
Wow.
So if you're interested,
That's twice as many.
you can now get on board for that. So got to do that. And I wanted to mention that for those guys. All right, let's take a break and come back in. Sorry. Come back in a moment. And we'll do some more giveaways with Luminature at the Philadelphia Zoo in a little bit. Don't forget it's Tattoo Day as well. Text word tattoo to 39333. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Done? What time is it? It's
weekend.
9:13. It's Kate Upton's birthday. She's 24 years old today.
I just saw a picture. I follow Whitney Cummings on Instagram, and she's besties with Kate Upton.
Who's Whitney Cummings from?
The comedian.
Okay.
And she snapped a candid picture with Kate Upton. It looks pretty good without makeup.
Is she still dating the
Yes.
Verlander on the Tigers? Yeah.
Still dating him.
They had a sex tape.
They did. Well, it was stills that were pirated off her phone.
I saw video.
Did you see a video?
Yeah.
Send that video.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see that video.
Sitting on a sex video with Kate Upton.
Yeah. I don't even know who you are anymore, man. Remember the days when you used to send us porn regularly?
Yes.
Get out.
What did we do?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I love you guys.
All right.
Preston, we said yes to him years ago, but we can still rescind it.
Yes, we can. All right, we'll give him a week or so to make
All
good.
right, you are on thin ice, mister.
All right,
Why'd you get fired?
This isn't a done deal yet.
There it is.
Oh, my God. Is that it?
Yeah, I sent it to you guys. There you go.
That can't be it. No.
How do we know? That's just a Heine shot.
Lord, this is really graphic.
Okay, take Kathy.
It's not that graphic.
On a Friday.
It's not that graphic, though.
Yeah, I mean, they're at least a foot away from the
I know.
from the actual action there, Kathy. It can be more graphic than that. All right, take it off. Take it off. Thank you.
Casey's mad.
It's making Kathy horny.
I'm looking for visual cues
There are none.
so I can make sure that it's her.
That's actually her.
I'd
All right.
like to see something bounce.
You need to see you need to see a face, or they need to be holding the newspaper.
The newspaper.
I'd like to see something bounce.
Kathy. This is really graphic.
Just close your eyes.
You know what? I have to point out now, Casey and Marissa just did this commercial for the Mirror Dry.
Yes.
Procedure.
Aesthetics, yeah.
And
Dry pits.
yes, and I can attest. On Saturday night, we went to a wedding reception. Casey said to me ahead of time, before dinner was even served, he goes, Press, I'm going to get sweaty tonight. I'm going to dance my ass off. I'm going to be a silly fool, and I'm going to have a good time. He just decided ahead of time he was going to have a good time. I took a picture of him in the height of dancing, throwing his arms up in the air. This is like right before we left, too.
Yeah.
Dry pits.
And that's why I normally don't like to dance at weddings because, first of all, I don't like being dressed up in a suit. Secondly, if I'm going to be dressed up nice in a suit, I don't like to sweat. And if I dance, I sweat.
It was Beth Gardner's her wedding.
Which happened to coincide with her birthday.
Well, your birthday.
Yeah.
No, but anyway, it was, she used to be in our video department with Nick Murphy. And so we went, and I'm telling you, you want to have a good time, go to a wedding with Casey.
I agree. I had more fun at the wedding because you were there.
There was a moment at the wedding where they announced that the ice cream bar was open.
Ooh, an ice cream bar.
By the way,
Casey immediately, ooh,
yeah,
it's just He comes back with a bowl full of ice cream, and Casey, they were playing a Backstreet Boys song, and apparently Beth and her now husband Tim were huge Backstreet Boys fans, and the whole wedding party is out on it. Casey does not set down his ice cream bowl, which has M&Ms and brownies and all kinds of stuff in it. Casey takes that ice cream bowl out onto the dance floor.
That's right.
And he is dancing, and he is eating his ice cream in that Casey way.
There's a woman who's just part of the
I videoed this
group there who just comes up and starts. You were working your wiles on her.
Yeah,
and
she came over. She just kind of was like magnetic. Casey was magnetic. She just worked her way over out of nowhere and started dancing with him. And the next thing you know, Casey is feeding her ice cream from the spoon.
And she's like,
while dancing.
The spoon goes out, and she's like, oh, no. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, I put a peanut M&M on there as well. I don't just give away peanut M&Ms all willy-nilly, by the way.
That woman had some nice moves.
She did.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, some guy walked up a minute later, and he goes, that was my mom.
It was so hot when we first got there, and the cocktail reception was outside.
Yeah.
I went inside, and I just hung out in there where it was air conditioned. And slowly but surely, people started getting the idea, oh, you're pretty smart here. Not only was I in the air conditioning, but all the hors d'oeuvres had to go past me first in order to go outside. So I got first
You were
dibs.
targeting them like a sniper.
Yeah.
It was a good party. We really, really enjoyed it. So thank you, Beth and Tim, and congratulations. iPhones, they're making Siri smarter.
Yeah, they just rolled out. Tim Cook did. I forget where. It must have been in New York or maybe wherever they had the rollout yesterday. I just was peripherally reading the article, but making Siri more responsive. But for general information and searches, Google understands you far better.
I agree. You turn me on to the Google app, and if I like I said, I mainly use it for addresses. I need the street address for Rita's Water Ice on in Havertown or wherever. Instead of just bringing up the generic website, which is what Siri does, it will bring up that address.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that's what I'm looking for. You can get right to
Eagle
it.
Road and all that in Havertown.
What's that?
Eagle Road in Havertown.
Is that where it is? Okay.
Is that where it is? It's on Eagle Road in Havertown?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think that needs a song.
We should have it. No, we should have an app called Casey.
K-Siri.
Casey?
Yeah.
Hey,
Casey.
Casey, where's the Rita's Water Ice in Havertown?
Well, Preston, it's on Eagle Road. It's just a couple of doors down from Mike Ibucci Formal Wear.
See how informative a Casey app would be?
Mm-hmm.
Casey, what?
Only really works in Delco, though.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, yeah, it would be Delco stuff.
Delco
That's
specific.
fine.
Yeah.
You know what? In fact, call Casey right now with your questions, and we'll try and say, "Hey, Casey."
Hey, Casey, what's the trashiest part of Delco?
Oh,
damn, dude.
That would be the part where Kathy Romano is.
Yeah, that you left yourself wide open for that. Kathy wants to know where all the trashy people are hanging out.
Let me go to. Hi, Dave. How you doing?
I'm good.
You want to try out the new Casey system?
Casey, find Midgetville.
Wow, that's a tall order. No pun intended.
Midgetville is located on Chester Pike in Ridley Park.
I love the effect. Hang on a second. Let me go to John. Hey, John.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey, Casey, what's the word?
I'm sorry, that is not a Delco question.
What is?
And today,
We're supposed to do traffic.
Oh, Casey, I thought we were done with traffic.
No, we have one more.
You almost got waved off.
Wow.
Just throwing it in quietly. In case you guys wanna-
Kathy's bedroom voice.
It was actually
Anything
kind of
about it?
sexy, wasn't it? That was.
Ew.
I'm going to take you upstairs.
And she's back.
And yes, exactly.
Take you upstairs and not do anything to you.
Ew.
I'm going to take you upstairs and leave you fully clothed and go to sleep.
Not before I clean up a little bit.
I'm going to lay down, before you walk into the room, I'm going to lay down a sort of a tarp to run. You can walk to the bed so you don't leave footprints in the carpet. I'm going to gently Febreze your pillow.
Yeah.
All night long.
I'm going to take you upstairs to do nothing.
Upstairs and totally do nothing to you. Except chide you for not being clean enough.
Oh my God, I'm crying.
God, ow. My side hurts. Oh. Okay, all right. Do the damn traffic then. There are more than 285 million people in the world who are blind or visually impaired, but not many porn websites cater to the blind.
How would a porn website cater to the blind?
I guess you just hear the audio.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, because on the videos there are audio tracks, so yeah. There you go. Fortunately, Pornhub has just created a new category of porn called described video. The female narrators fill in the details for visually impaired viewers.
We should have Kathy do that. Ew! Oh, no! No way, Jose.
Thank God you're blind.
Oh, my God. You are lucky you're blind you can't see this, and I bet it smells. Oh, especially in there? Why the hand? What could that possibly do?
How could that even feel good?
Be pleasurable?
It's so stupid. It's just a hand.
It's just a hand. It's not the real thing.
God, you're never going to give it up, are you?
No, it's dumb. Never. I'm 37. I think it's stupid. I'm not
the
going to
mouth,
change.
you use that to eat and sing.
Eat and sing.
That's not, well, it's just not the, I don't get it.
Like, why don't you just give in on the hand thing? It's a good thing.
Steve learned to love salmon, right? Steve came around on a new dish in his life, and it's
I rub salmon all over my junk.
And it's not for you to get enjoyment out of, it's for the other person.
No, I
so
know,
what if you don't understand it or not? It is pleasurable.
Right. I understand that. I don't understand. I don't understand how. It's just a hand.
You don't need to. You don't need
I
to.
get
I prefer you left this conversation.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Bill doesn't like these.
Oh, he doesn't like
to just
that
suggest anything that's graphic or can be perceived as graphic.
It's just a hand.
Yeah, what's sexy
By the
about a
way,
hand?
I think they had some stuff running up on the screens here, and I think it was British. Have you noticed, Preston, that British porn
is on the rise
and has a better looking acting family or stable? I don't know. I've just noticed. A friend has noticed.
Yeah.
A friend who surfs porn noticed this.
So anyhow, the female narrators fill
Steve's
in.
friend who serves porn noticed this.
Female narrators fill in the details for visually impaired viewers, describing the setting, the actors, what positions they are in, and even their outfits.
Wow. Oh, yeah, the outfits are so important.
But then again, also people aren't. Not all blind people are.
So this big black dude walks in,
Or blind
chick's
from
on the couch. Like she gets all turned on, he's got a piece, and then he bang.
Gets slightly more exciting after the description of what they're wearing.
She's got acne all over her body, and a fly keeps landing on her naked boob. She's got one slightly gray tooth. It appears as if she has some sort of moderate drug addiction. She's clearly doing this film to earn money to buy meth. Then a black guy comes to the door. The black guy you've seen in all of these.
You know him.
And he's got a pizza.
This is the amateur porn.
Yeah.
She's got a slightly gray tooth.
Clearly some sort of moderate drug addiction involved. And I'm guessing daddy issues.
Poo tooth.
A pronounced poo tooth. Like Jewel, but with a poo tooth.
Let me ask you this, Marissa. The narrator, is she saying, she using graphic words?
Yes, so I just put up another video, and it was a lovely couple, and they were having breakfast.
We have a clip here, Preston.
We were pretty much there to go.
And
6 to
There was
midnight.
a lot of love in the family. I don't know. I think of like a Danielle Steele novel where it's like, oh, he takes out her breast and it's very pretty. No, it's like he whips out her tea and starts.
Okay.
whatever, and it's,
okay.
So, yeah. So I
He's
think
a
it'll
tea
work.
drinker.
Okay. All right. Nice. Very nice.
Earl Grey.
Hang on a second. Let me. Earl Grey.
Earl Grey. Privilege. Not everyone can afford Earl of Grey.
I still like the idea of them being very honest with the appearance of
Right.
people in the porn films, and because if you get your lower budget stuff, they're not going to be real hot.
A man walks into the room with a slight hunchback. He's got a poo tooth. It's clear no one would make love to him until he unzips his pants. Then his large, sort of misshapen penis draws attention. You can clearly tell by the woman's face that there's some sort of odor associated with his private parts. But she'll continue anyway because she needs the $50 to buy Coke. Seems to be a director yelling at her off screen.
There's an odor.
A pronounced odor.
You can tell by the look on her face.
As her face draws closer to his privates, her eyes start to tear, as if she was cutting an onion.
Plainly about this while we're on the air, even though it makes no sense to you, the listener.
Right, but in the long run, you're going to benefit from it.
Yeah.
You might learn something.
Yeah.
If you're not careful, we got a new system today at work. Automatically dispenses Benadryl.
That could be.
Yeah, it'd be very helpful to
helpful.
This way I
to-
just can distract them and put the drink down under the dispenser.
Just put your drink over there by the
Just put it
dispenser.
there.
Please. Yeah, right under there.
I'm not anywhere near it. It's not like I paid for a dispenser to put the Benadryl in automatically. That'd be ridiculous.
Oh my God.
Oh, modern technology. It's amazing.
What will they think of next?
Yeah,
Theo
exactly.
worked on the program.
Speaking of Theo.
Yeah, okay. Yes, there was a character. That's a good segue, Nick. And unfortunately, I'll probably report this tomorrow morning, but an actor named Clarence Gilliard passed away. He was a Walker, Texas Ranger. He was like Walker's right-hand guy.
Yes.
On the show. African-American gentleman you've seen in others. He was also had a long run on Matlock, too, which I didn't know. I didn't watch Matlock.
Walker told me I had AIDS.
But I remember him. He had a part in the movie Die Hard.
Yes.
He was kind of like their tech guy.
He was running the drill.
Who was trying to open up the safe.
Yeah.
He was Theo. That was his
That was
character's
his name, Theo?
Yes,
It was
exactly.
Theo.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
he
I
passed-
give you the FBI.
Listen, when you get back from the Nakatomi Plaza, pick me up some bread.
I remember he had the line, they shot out like a missile at this armored car, and I was like, oh, the quarterback is toast.
Yeah, we always misheard that and thought he said that the Horvath is toast.
The Horvath.
It's toast.
Which makes
mythical being that attacks office buildings. The Horvath.
Which makes no sense.
It makes no sense.
But that's
like
how I
Billy,
heard it.
Like
He
Billy
also,
Bellotti.
he also says
Yeah.
he's what is it? He goes, looks like they've got themselves an RV or when they're
Oh yeah, yeah. He goes. The FBI has an RV, or the police have an RV.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Dude, he was also in Top Gun.
He
use that
was
to kill the Horvath.
You know who he was in Top Gun?
Yep.
After Goose died, he became Maverick's backseat partner.
Yeah.
And remember, Maverick was like, I can't take the shot. I'm not taking the shot. You know, come on, man. And then they're walking. They're walking away afterwards. He's like, man, we had him. We could have had him. And he turned around and he goes, I'll shoot when I'm damn well ready.
We're goddamn good and ready.
Yeah. I think that was him, wasn't it?
I was also thinking it was the same guy who, after he sang "You Lost That Love and Feeling," the guy who came in and sang the second verse after he walked away with Kelly
I don't
McGillis.
know.
It's possible.
Yeah.
He's the one who says I'm going to shoot.
Yeah. Wow. Well, he passed away. He was 66 years old. That's sad to hear.
That sucks.
No cause of death, and he was the University of Nevada, Las Vegas College of Fine Arts shared the news. He was a film and theater professor there. But he's one of those people, one of those, that guy, one of those character actors who's been in the business for a long time.
Walker was on for a long time. I mean, the original Chuck Norris one. Now there's Walker, Texas Ranger. Now there's Walker, and now there's a Walkerette, a prequel with a woman.
The original that he was on from 93 to 2001, and he played Jimmy Trevitt.
On Walker?
Yep. And then from 89 to 93, so before that,
Walker told me I have AIDS.
he was in 85 episodes of Matlock, and he played private investigator Conrad McMasters.
There was that battery commercial a couple of years ago with Bruce Willis reprising the role, and he was in that too. You remember? It was
Yes, the Die Hard.
Advanced Auto Parts, and the Die Hard battery, and they made a
And this
parody.
dude was in that commercial?
He was, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's too bad. It's way too young, only 66.
Most definitely. All right. Well, thank you for pointing that out.
Pierre will probably do something.
Most likely.
Workforce block of that guy. Clarence Gilliard's Greatest Hits.
Merriam-Webster has released their word of the year. They did this yesterday or the day before.
What is that ceremony like when they have that? I assume everyone gets dolled up in tuxedos and stuff.
Do the words
And
show up?
The words get out of the limos.
It's their word of the year, and the word is gaslighting. Behavior that's mind manipulating, grossly misleading, and downright deceitful. And lookups for the word on Merriam-Webster.com increased over 1,700%.
Wow.
In 2022 over the year before. But something else happened. Here's the deal. A lot of times they know why these spikes in words happen. And there was not a single event that drove significant spikes in curiosity, as it usually goes with the chosen word
It
of the year.
just seemed to be used in bulk. Like it seemed to be used by a lot of people. But there was no one singular, the great gaslighting of 2021. Nothing like that.
So Peter Sokolowski, who is Merriam-Webster's editor-at-large, said it's a word that has risen so quickly in the English language, and especially in the last 4 years, that it actually came as a surprise to me and to many of us. He said it was a word looked up frequently every single day of the year.
Blew us away.
Yep. So Merriam-Webster's top definition for gaslighting is the psychological manipulation of a person, usually over an extended period of time, that causes the victim to question the validity of their own thoughts, perception, or reality, or memories, and typically leads to confusion, loss of confidence and self-esteem, uncertainty of one's emotional or mental stability, and a dependency on the perpetrator.
Did you hear what happened at the award ceremony? They inaccurately said that Sump Pump was the winner. So Sump Pump was up at the stand, and then they had to recorrect and say, no, it was Gaslight.
It was Gaslight.
It was like a
Warren
La
Beatty?
La Land, yeah.
Some pump, they took it. They took it well.
They did. They all class all the way. Anyone in the industry of words knows that Sump Pump is all class.
Yeah, very much so. So I told you guys I used to be afraid of the Sump Pump when I was a kid, right?
Yeah. You and I both have negative associations with Sump Pump because my parents told me one time that if a
the
house,
devil, right?
Yeah,
There's something down there.
If
The
a
devil
house,
uses a Sump Pump?
No. If a house has a Sump Pump in it, it lessens its retail value.
The devil himself a Sump Pump. He was looking for a basement to dry.
They were looking at homes. We were thinking about moving one time, and my mom's like, "Well, we don't want this place. It's got a sump pump."
Well, I think they might be right. There's a tip off. Obviously, you wouldn't have a Sump Pump unless your basement leaked. I could see that.
I don't know, but the way that she said it, it was like, there's something.
Come in here, boy.
No.
What happened?
For some reason, it said no. We want you to play something else.
Oh,
yeah.
The new system will actually has its AI.
Yeah. That was going to be fun.
Yeah,
that was going to be a great time.
And then
Remember
it
that?
wasn't
went
anymore.
in the basement and his feet got wet.
I think it was me. I think I was the one who thought that there was
Go to the Home Depot, boy, run.
that went down to there we go. That the Sump Pump led down to hell. Or something like that.
That was your thought as a kid, that the Sump Pump was a passageway to hell. There was that movie, remember the Amityville Horror 3?
Yeah.
A 3D.
Went down to Georgia. He was looking for
For a basement to dry.
Yeah, there was a well in the basement.
Right.
And
that went all the way down to hell.
Yeah.
In fact, the hell spawn came up at the end and burned half the guy's face off.
Yeah, okay. So Sump Pump was almost the word of the year. Not even close.
It was a top 5 runner-up.
I assume it turned in a great performance.
I might have been, and I don't think I've ever really used gaslight or gaslighting in a sentence,
or even in a provincial sort of turn of the century way.
But I don't think if I were to use it, I would have used it properly. I think I didn't realize that I didn't know what the actual definition.
We have
was.
lit your gas.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you like, for an example, Casey, like an abused person, someone who is who's constantly put down all the time, starts to believe that.
Starts to believe it
after a while that these things that their perpetrators, that this person is saying to them, is actually true. And,
being gaslit.
Yeah, I just assumed that it meant like you're going to say something that's going to piss me off.
No,
you know what I mean.
It's misleading information. You're being gaslit.
Yep.
Now I know.
Like this.
That gas was lit
By
at
the
that
way,
very moment.
It shouldn't be lost on anyone that the biggest joy is from Kathy.
Oh, without question.
Yeah.
You can hear her.
When she sees
One more
the
time.
blue flame.
Yeah, that really loud scream was Kathy. By the way, last year's word was vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I've got the top 10 for this year.
The top 10.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
In no particular order. I don't have them. They're not in a particular order. So,
But can I use numbers anyway?
yes.
Okay.
Father.
Okay. Number 10.
Okay,
on
we're
this
gonna go
list,
to-
I guess. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, 9 because
Number 10.
All right.
What the hell is that?
That was number
It's very
10.
military.
Now we're going to number 9.
Number 9.
Oligarch.
Oligarch.
Yeah. Actually, this would be number 10 because number 1 is gaslight.
10.
Oligarch, driven by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So these also have like the kickoff point as to
Right.
why people spiked and started
That's what
searching
makes
these
gaslight such an anomaly.
things. Number 9.
Wait. I thought we already did.
No, number 1 is we've already given away, so I was wrong. Okay.
Number 9.
Thank
You didn't want to use numbers. I made you use numbers. I'm sorry.
Yes.
What the?
Omicron. The persistent COVID-19 variant and the 15th letter of the Greek alphabet.
And the brother of Voltron.
Omicron.
Wasn't Omicron the big villain in Transformers the movie, the animated movie in 1984?
Oh, I don't know.
Voiced by Orson Welles, or am I completely off?
Possible. I know Orson Welles did Tinky Winky.
That's not true.
A purse in my hand, which is really just a utility bag.
Nick is looking that up now. So
There was an animated movie. I went and saw it for my birthday in 1984, and Peter Cullen voiced Optimus Prime, and still does.
Ultra Magnus,
But Orson Welles was-
Bumblebee, Ratchet, Jazz, Springer, Gimlock, Hoist, Perceptor, Hound, Cyclonus.
I got to look up Orson Welles.
Yeah,
Okay.
look up Orson Welles.
Yeah.
Look up Orson Welles.
Orson Welles voiced a character for real? You sure?
That's Cuba Gooding.
Oh.
Orson
He
Welles.
played Vagina, one of the Transformers.
Unicron, not Omicron.
Oh, that you were close.
And it was this planet-destroying transformer, and he was like as big as a planet and scared the crap out of me.
Okay.
Anyway, back to you, Preston.
Omicron. Number 8.
Okay.
Or is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, number 8. Wait, 9, 8. No, this is number 7.
Oh, my God. Well, there we go.
All right. Codify.
Codify.
As
My
in-
favorite kind of fish.
And they think it was in turning abortion rights into federal law.
Codify.
Codify.
What exactly?
Spotify.
Plotify.
Superfly.
Solidify.
By the way, how would you define codify?
To solidify, to firm up, to
Firm up. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Queen consort at number 6. Sorry, you're the
yeah.
one that wanted the numbers.
You are. I'm ready.
Queen consort.
Right.
What King
It's
Charles?
like the king has the snort dort, and the queen has the consort.
The Royal Snort
The Royal Snortor, yeah.
The royal snort dort.
And the Queen consort. What King Charles's wife Camilla is newly
All right.
come to be known as.
Yes.
Okay.
So that is her title. Number 5.
Well,
To be honest, this is a good exercise
in our new system,
because that's why you'll hear me hit random things as I'm looking for on my page. I'm dealing with my touch screen here, which is actually laid out very well. So I have big buttons now. That just a couple things I'm figuring out. But yes, I think this is a good workout.
Okay, number 5, I think, is what we were on. 5. Yeah, thank you.
Why don't they say number 5?
Because in the song, it does. Not everyone
that's right.
proceeds with number. Sometimes they just say 5. Anyway, Raid. And they think that it was the the old commercial was that like
with the bugs.
Raid,
cheese it, Raid.
That animated termite or whatever the hell it is. Yeah.
By the way, the wasp spray for Raid. You know how far that thing shoots?
Like 50
like
feet.
25 feet, something like that. It's badass.
So you can
like
get it in a soffit if you need.
a soffit?
Yeah, when you're spraying on the side of the house.
Yep.
What's a soffit?
It's like a snort torch, but for your own, a residential.
Nothing.
Buckingham Palace.
Nothing, Soffit. What's up with you? No, it is where
the vents?
No, like the roof comes down and then you have the gutter and then it's
the wheels on the.
It's like the underneath, the eave, the overhang.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't know it was a soffit.
Well stated.
Well done. So they think that Raid was sparked by the raid, the search on Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago home.
Right.
So people started like you didn't know what a raid was.
For how many years ago was that?
This is this year.
Oh, this year. Okay,
These are
that
the
makes
top-
sense.
these are the top
I thought we
10.
were going back in years. I'm like, how do they know?
No, these are the top 10, dude.
Ooh, man.
This
Wow,
year.
very exciting.
And that was number 5, by the way.
Okay.
Well, I thought you hit 5 again.
Well, I was ready for number 4, but I got you, Beef.
All right.
There you go.
Sentient.
Right.
And
Where?
they believe that it was lookups brought on by Google's Canning, the engineer who claimed an unreleased AI system had become sentient.
Do you remember this story?
No.
It's very chilling. So the sentient program that they had come up with, the AI program, acted like a petulant 8-year-old and actually expressed a desire not to die. So it was basically talking in terms of finality, its own mortality.
Yeah.
And that's when everything goes in the crap hole.
Steve, do you have a pop culture reference in mind? Because I do when it comes to the word sentient.
Skynet.
That's exactly it. Yeah. Cyberdyne.
I was going to say Skynet.
Skynet is correct.
And then there's Aquanet.
Wait, what's the difference between Cyberdyne and
They're both related.
Yeah, the one grew into the other. I forget which one came first.
Okay.
Cyberdyne or the other guy.
Right. Or Quinine.
Skynet.
And that was from
Terminator 2.
Terminator 2?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's this kind of thing.
We got
With the gaslighting and the raids and the kind of insects that run away from the soffits.
I think Cyberdyne was like the present day existence, and then that grew into Skynet because John Connor, when he's a little kid, we got Cyberdyne by the balls now.
Right.
Okay. All right. Actually, now I think we're on number 4, Casey. All right.
This is the most accurate list ever.
No, the list is accurate. Just the count of it is off because there's no numbers on it.
There's
no
no
words
numbers.
on it. Cancel culture. And that's more than one word, but I guess Queen Consort was too.
Yeah.
But these are the most searched words. But cancel culture,
We know.
it is what it is.
Right.
All right, number 3.
Number 3.
Thanks.
I was hitting the button.
LGBTQIA.
Oh, what's IA?
IA is intersex and asexual, or aromantic or agender, depending on which one you want to use. So it's lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, or questioning, or an intersex and asexual.
What does intersex mean?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's like a soffit on the side of your house.
Okay. But I also don't know, and I'm just trying to evolve as a human. I don't know what queer means as opposed to like gay or I always thought that was gay or lesbian was queer. Is it? Am I right? Am I half right?
There are some what's the word I'm looking for? Details or
Nuances.
Nuances. Thank you. That I'm not fully clear on as well, and I've got people in the LGBTQIA community that live in my very house.
Right.
And so some of them I'm still not 100% up to speed on exactly what it all means. So I couldn't tell you.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
not really sure.
Anybody knows?
So shut up.
Yeah. Get off my
But,
case. Here.
hey.
Are you looking that up, Nick? Or
Yeah, some people are intersexed with ambiguous genitalia and sometimes with mosaic chromosomes, which some cells are XX, others are XY. Do gynecologists have to decide an intersex person is at least 51% female before providing care?
So you're looking this up on a
medical. Yeah, this is the medical terminology.
Vagina.
And so I
There
guess
you
if
go.
you were born with a vagina, it has to
Clap
do with,
your hands. If you were born with a vagina, clap your hands.
It has to do with people who are.
You guys are clapping.
I know. I was like, shouldn't I be the only one?
Yeah, of course it's solo.
I was doing it for you.
You have to do it for you. Somebody has to do it.
All right, and then there's one more where this is number 2.
Okay.
Is Loamy.
What?
L-O-A-M.
Aren't you leaving out a B?
L-O-A-M-Y. No.
Oh.
And what? Below me?
Okay, thank you.
Which many Wordle users tried to, back in August, thought the right word that day was clown. What's that?
That's the dumbest explanation I've ever heard.
Oh, okay. So people tried using that word. They tried
Loamy?
spelling Loamy, L-O-A-M-Y, which I guess is not really a word.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
What is it?
Consisting of soil, sandy, coarse molding.
Oh.
It's like a sulfate.
It's a lot like
It's
that.
a mixture.
Yeah.
Sandy. Denoting or relating. Yeah, okay, there you go. Yes.
Oh, so
Containing hummus, it says.
I think this is a good explanation on queer versus gay lesbian too, Casey.
Okay.
Sometimes it's generational. Sometimes queer signifies more fluidity of sexual preferences, whereas gay/lesbian, there's less rigidity.
Okay, yeah. So it's all, even this term is fluid.
Correct.
Fluid is fluid.
The LGBTQIA is kind of a fluid thing as well. It's kind of depends on what community in and how you perceive it. And so on, so.
It's like
And how you
boot to
identify.
bonnet.
Yeah.
How you identify.
Yeah, that absolutely.
And what's number 1, Preston?
Number 1.
Hang on.
We already know what it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
do. Here we go.
It's gaslight.
Here we go.
There you
Making
go.
a return.
So we made it
Welcome
through.
back, old friend.
And we got it. I wanted to, while we do have a couple more minutes, I had mentioned Queen Consort.
Yes.
And
great album.
The Queen Consort, the women who will support her, Camilla, as she carries out her key official and state duties have been announced by Buckingham Palace.
The Spice Girls, isn't it?
No, it is not. But there are 6 companions, and they are going to be called Queen's Companions, not traditional ladies in waiting, which they were.
She doesn't
referred
get
to.
that. But she is, as a Queen Consort, she's up there.
Yes. So, in addition to her private secretary and deputy private secretary, Buckingham Palace said that they will not be ladies in waiting. They are considered Queen's companions. They are Camilla's trusted friends, Sarah Troughton, Jane.
Who is quite the rocker. Ladies and gentlemen, Sarah Troughton and the Sarah Troughton Rock Band.
No.
Sarah Troughton on lead guitar.
What's Sarah's sleep number?
Sarah Troughton, Jane von Westenholz.
Jane von Westenholz.
And Fiona, the Marchioness of Lansdowne.
Fiona, the Marchioness of Lansdowne.
Who is a professional interior designer, by the
Who's
way.
a professional interior decorator.
Yes. Lady Catherine Brooke.
Lady Catherine Brooke of the House of Brooke.
Baroness Carolyn Chisholm.
Baroness Carolyn Chisholm.
No, not Chisholm.
No.
Chisholm.
Julie Jerkoff. Excuse me. I did not mean to imply that's how you gain sexual pleasure.
The 6th is Camilla's close friend, Lady Sarah Keswick, whose husband, Sir Chips Keswick.
Sir Chips Keswick?
Yes, retired as the Arsenal chairman in 2020 after spending 15 years on the board at the North London Football Club.
Bucky Granville.
Sir Chips Keswick is his name.
Enos Coppenshire.
There's more. by the way.
There is more? Okay,
yeah,
here we go.
there are more. Okay.
Buford T. Ridgway.
Major Ollie Plunkett.
Right.
Major Ollie Plunkett of the Rifles.
These are all real people?
Yeah. Has been appointed.
I.P. Daly.
Has been.
Emerson Biggins.
Wilma Fingerdew.
I cut your cock off.
Michael Hunt? Is it there?
Michael Hunt.
Adolf Oliver
Claude Bowles.
Amanda Hug and Kiss?
Ben Gay.
So Major Ollie Plunkett of the Rifles has been appointed Camilla's equerry.
All right.
And
Where's my friggin' equerry?
It is believed his role is to look after her
Horses.
diary and accompany her at official events.
Her horses keep diaries?
No.
Oh.
So I don't know why. Is an equerry horse related?
I thought equine.
Me too. But apparently that's not the case. Some of the Queen's companions will appear publicly with her for the first time at a violence against women and girls reception at Buckingham Palace.
Hosted by Wilma Fingerdew.
It is believed the work of the Queen's companions will be similar to, but not as extensive as, that carried out by the Queen's ladies in waiting.
Mm-hmm.
It's thought that they are likely to be in attendance less regularly than the Queen's ladies in waiting were, and on certain occasions may attend an engagement instead of a private secretary or a deputy private secretary.
Well, as depicted in The Crown, the people that occupy these positions are revered.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's, and you basically commit your life to it. I mean, you're kind of on call all the time.
Did you see the episode yet that it introduces Dodi Fayed and
No,
his
I haven't
father?
gotten that far.
It's
No,
really good.
I kind of tapped out when it became a lot of what I remembered anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I found what I was not aware of the more interesting, and then as it started to become history that I was very aware of, it's like I don't know, it just wasn't as interesting to me.
Well, it's the one about Fayed is great.
Is it? Yeah.
Because it shows his father as a kid and how he had admired the monarchy.
Yeah.
And wanted to kind of fashion his life after that, and worked his way up the chain very, very slowly.
Right.
And very, very methodically and intently, and just seemed like a good person.
Yeah,
and they portraying him that way. And just became a tremendous success, all on his own doing. And it is really impressive.
They own Harrods, right?
Harrods, and it shows how he eventually bought that.
Yeah.
And it was...
Did you get a chance to get over there?
I did not.
It's pretty... I had probably...
Did you go?
Yes.
I did too.
Well, I went on our vacation Claire and I had taken before, but they had... The two greatest hot chocolates I've ever had in my life. One is at the Polar Express, the Colebrookdale Polar Express Railroad run, which I'm doing this Saturday, and at that location, Harrods. Preston, it was the most
rich.
It was the richest. It was almost like drinking heated, incredible
syrup?
pudding.
Yeah, that's kind of what when I was in Paris. Same thing. I was like, I felt like
It
I
was a meal.
drinking like heated like Hershey syrup.
Yeah,
it was good. It
was amazing.
I loved it. I want to go back just for that.
By the way, there is still a role for the ladies in waiting who worked for the Queen. Lady Susan Hussey, Mary Morrison, and Dame Annabelle Whitehead.
Annabelle Queefere.
Annabelle.
Myrna Moose Knuckle.
So Dame Annabelle Whitehead will now be known as Ladies of the Household.
Zelda Zitface.
They continue
Pimple Pulse
to assist the king in hosting formal occasions at Buckingham Palace, as they have done recently. Camilla carried out several engagements last week as Queen Consort, including her first state banquet in her new role. She and the Princess of Wales paid tribute to the late Queen when they joined.
She's like Aquaman.
The King and the Prince of Wales at a white tie event in honor of the South African president. So she's got her essentially her staff now.
When you walk around and you don't get to see, like, for example, if you go to Buckingham Palace, you don't get to see a lot of the real residency, but every room that you're in all the time is a museum piece.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's not like you can't, walk around your PJs,
Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat my cereal in this room.
No, it's essentially a museum.
Yeah.
That they live in.
Steve, when I went to Windsor Castle years ago, I think you went as well, didn't you?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Windsor was great. Yeah.
When the Queen, when she was still alive, loved staying there. That was, I think, her favorite residence. And so when I went there with my ex-wife and son, and we got a tour. But it's like you're touring somebody's home,
right?
And they are living there.
They're there.
Too, you know, it's pretty remarkable.
You guys ever been to Versailles?
Yeah.
I went there.
I have not.
I was like 19 years old, and I went to Europe with my sister, and like I had no interest in it whatsoever.
Would you now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much so. I just wanted, you could drink at 19, you know, at any age there, and I just wanted to go out and party.
It's
That's
massive.
all I wanted to
Yeah,
do.
the gardens are nice. Where's the booze?
Yeah, totally. And I was like, oh, God, it's another big room. Whatever, man. Yes, I see all the gold. And
Yeah,
blah,
yeah,
blah, blah,
yeah.
blah, blah. And I was really a pain in the ass about it.
Where's the liquor cabinet?
Yeah, totally. There's got to be some booze in this joint somewhere.
French.
This place is huge. These people love wine.
They give it to kids.
Yeah.
I made out with a girl at Versailles.
Really?
At Versailles?
Yeah, when I was a French exchange student.
Your hat says Rusty.
Rusty. Yeah.
Oh, Nick, I will miss you on your return to the United States.
Celine.
I will think of running my fingers through your ponytail.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were hanging out on the grounds. You can go
Tell
through
me again about that underwater city.
Nick's got a beret the size of a trash can lid. Did you ever wear a beret while you were there?
No.
I did.
He got, though you did have you were taken ill. You had
I had appendicitis.
appendicitis.
Yeah, I went
That's
to,
better than a beret.
I passed out. But speaking of berets and Rusty, I passed out on the Eiffel Tower on the deuxième étage.
Speaking of that, I bought a beret out in front of the Eiffel Tower.
Did you really?
Yes.
Did it say Casey on it?
No.
You should say
no.
Rusty.
Did you ever, when do you ever wear that?
I don't. Like, I
Okay.
think I might have even given it to my mom, but I bought a green beret.
You did get a baguette, right?
I got many baguettes.
That's awesome.
And croissants. You
And
brought me a
croissants.
croissant.
Yep, I did that. I got an eclair. I got hot chocolate.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of wish I could pull off a beret.
You can do whatever you want, Preston.
I know, but no.
You don't think you don't see yourself as a hat man?
No, I mean,
Like a fedora?
Well, okay, so I have a hat at home. I have a Beatles hat. And it's kind of like it's like a Ringo hat.
Where's my hat?
And John wears one too, like in Hard Day's Night.
Where's my hat?
And I was putting it on the other day. I was wearing it around the house just for fun. And I was asking
I've
Rochelle.
got COVID.
Rochelle said she liked it.
Oh, really?
And of course, for me, it's too big because I have a tiny head. But I came to a conclusion.
Mm-hmm. All
That
right.
I can't wear hats because I'm at a stage in my life. I used to wear a baseball hat all the time. Now, I wear a baseball hat when I play golf.
Right.
Every time. Always do. It's functional for me. You know, it shades things, and I have a ball marker that I keep on the brim of the hat.
Wouldn't that
To
make
draw on your ball.
And, but I've realized that I'm of an age where I can't wear a hat that's too young for me.
Okay.
And I can't wear an older hat either because
Like
the
a pork
older
pie hat.
Well, yeah, pork pie hat or a fedora
Right.
or a Jeff cap or something like that. It just makes me look way too old for my liking.
I don't. So I.
And I kind of like hats.
Yeah.
You know?
I've never been
Yeah,
able
you're
to
not a hat
rock the
guy.
hat. Yeah. I do like.
You like a winter hat?
Yeah. So yeah. Right. Exactly.
stocking cap.
Yeah.
Right.
not,
yeah.
not a fashion
Like a
hat.
cap. No,
Right.
that I do dig, and I what do they call the I can't believe I'm forgetting the name, but it's
Describe it.
it's basically ski. When you're skiing, you wear it. Your eyes are available, but it
Ski mask.
Balaclava.
There you go.
Yeah.
Baklava.
Yeah.
I love putting baklava on my
I
head.
actually wore one.
Delicious.
I wore one of those on Wednesday. I went for a little bike ride. It was a little cold.
Yeah.
So I put a balaclava on.
Yeah.
It was good.
I think they're good.
Hey, I got a quick question for you guys. What came first, baseball or the baseball cap?
That's a great question.
We need a sport for this hat.
Yeah.
That's a good question. I wonder.
We've got all these helmets. We need to invent a sport.
No, I wonder if they created that type of hat just for
The game.
people to keep the sun out of your eyes for whatever reason.
Well,
but, I
when
mean,
was the
that's
sun
function.
invented?
That's the function of the hat,
Mm-hmm.
right?
They had those long brims, like in the Sandlot.
Oh, my
You had the
God,
really
yeah.
long brim.
Nick is looking up baseball cap right now. Maybe we can find out the The history.
It's the latest rage. It's the baseball cap.
Yes.
It was invented for the sport to prevent shield, so the players could shield their eyes.
Okay, so for the sport, specifically. Okay.
As the young men don their baseball caps, they take to the floor to dance with their sweethearts. Everyone joins in, and they're putting the baklava on their head.
Steve, you know what the first team to wear the baseball cap was? The Brooklyn Excelsiors.
Oh, wow. The Brooklyn Excelsiors.
And they formed in 1854, and they started wearing them in the 1860s.
Wow. That's okay. I thought I was.
Jebediah Gooden was an outfielder on that team.
I wasn't sure if it had some other function before that, and then became part of the sport afterwards. But
sport came first.
Okay,
sport or not a sport?
All right, fair enough.
Nice.
All right. Well, we need to take a
I'm
break.
Dee Snyder. Sport or not a sport? Everyone loves this sport in and of itself.
We do need to take a break.
Do we?
Yeah, we do.
I guess we do.
All right, and we need to give away a pair of passes for Luminature at the Philadelphia Zoo.
My wife went to this last year, loved it.
We'll take caller number 20 at 215-263-WMMR. And reminder, it's not just a light show. It is a live performance with strolling light artists, magicians, bubble performers who help bring the magic of Luminature to life. And you can step into the heart of America, or Africa, I should say, in the twilight savannah. We're going to be greeted by a 15-foot-tall glowing blue gorilla.
Oh!
So get your tickets today at philadelphiazoo.org. But call number 20 at 215-263-WMMR. A pair of tickets are for you. We'll be back in just a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3
On the paparazzi making money off her baby bump. And so she took to Instagram on Monday to share a photo of herself rocking a bikini with her pregnant belly on full display. I've not seen this yet.
I did.
How's it look?
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, she look all right?
I think
she still looks annoying.
She's actually taken the time.
Annoying.
I'm with you.
She's taken the time to, I think, let people calm down about her.
Yeah.
You know? Like she's trying to stay out of the mainstream a little bit.
She wrote, happy 2016 to my beautiful Insta friends. So posting a bikini pic is a little out of character for me, but just now, while I was on the beach, I noticed that I was being photographed. I figured if this kind of photo is going to be out in the world, it should at least be an image that makes me happy and be one that was taken with my consent and with a filter.
She's right.
So she did it. Actually, it's pretty smart.
Who's she married to, or who's her boyfriend?
She is married to Adam Schulman. They got married in 2012.
And what is he? Craft services?
They've been together for 4 years, so before they got married. This marks the first time that Anne has publicly acknowledged her pregnancy since it was first reported in November. So
you know what? She's really good in the Batman movie. She does a solid job.
I didn't hate her.
Yeah.
But, Kath, I'm with you. She bothers the hell out of me. She really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at you hated Sandra Bullock, and now you love her. In fact, your whole lifestyle is now Sandra Bullock based.
She's taken over my my Sandra Bullock.
Your ire?
My hate slot.
Your hate slot.
I have a couple.
That's
of those.
that's what Dennis calls it.
Yes.
Jeez, I see the hate slot.
Yeah, I can see the hate slots out.
We'll see how our luck goes with getting our lottery tickets.
I have a good feeling about it.
I do too. Are they saying that it could possibly hit $1 billion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's
Here,
what
let's see
happens.
what
They
it's up
start
to.
throwing some targeted numbers out, and then that causes
That fuels a surge.
the furor and
I'll be there.
not that.
I want to play.
Furor is also.
The Fuhrer has heard.
Jesus. I hope he doesn't win.
The current.
That would be bad.
That'd be bad if Hitler won the lottery.
You know what? I would quit. I would retire.
Jeez.
I would get.
And that would be a good thing.
All right.
I'd get a little place, go fishing.
Forgive and forget?
Yeah, You know what? I'll even hang out with some Jews. I'm wealthy. Who cares?
Oh, man. Oh, my God. All right. Anyhow, the fervor.
Yeah.
Is that a better word?
Sure.
Oh, yeah. All right.
The Fuhrer has some bad memories.
Oh, God. Penelope Ann Miller who we had on the show when The Artist, that movie was nominated.
Did you ever get to see that?
I did not.
You would enjoy it, really.
Really?
I know it's a weird conceit to have it,
It's a silent movie.
Silent movie, but
I've seen scenes of it, and it looks entertaining, looks engaging.
it's
So
well done.
I would like to watch it sometime.
She has a full-on bad shot in it, too, which is amazing.
Full-on bad shot?
Yeah. That's how they used to do it in the silent days.
Nice beaver.
When they needed extra dialogue, they would move that around, too.
Move that around?
Well, you see it move, and then a card comes up that says queef.
Dude.
Wow, we took it in that direction.
Serious.
We had to because we're artists.
Did we? Because we're artists.
Some people work in oils.
And it would have, when the word queef would come out, have little quotations around it. Yeah.
And then the dog looked up.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You know, the way they used to do it in the classics.
I don't know that.
Somebody in the theater would be playing piano during that.
Ding, 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 and then the music would stop.
Come on, Kathy, get in on this.
No, it's all right. I'm good.
I don't even. Well, listen.
My God.
Some of that might be untrue.
It might be.
Or all of it.
All right, some birthdays today as we wait for your answer. It is the 18th day of January, and from the band Korn, Jonathan Davis celebrates. Right before he blows out the candles, it's all right, everybody, here we go. And
that's their riff on Cha Cha Cha.
Yeah, right, exactly. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jonathan. Happy birthday to you.
All right.
So sweet.
Now, just how old
No, we're not going to do that. Jonathan is 45 today. Yeah.
And it's also, I think, National Brothers Week.
What?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're a brother.
Yeah. Yes, I am. Right on.
Is it brother, B-R-U-T-H-A, or
No,
brothers?
You're a brother.
If you have a sibling.
I am the middle brother. I have an older brother and a younger brother. That puts me in the middle.
I'm the only brother.
Did you get into physical fights with your sister?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, she beat the crap out of me. She's 4 years older than me.
Wow.
Yeah.
And when did that change? When were you able to?
I remember specifically punching her one time and it causing damage, and I was probably like 14 or something like that.
That did not sit well with your dad. Didn't your dad give you all sorts of hell for that?
Probably. I don't remember.
That's how. Sorry, that's how it was for me too. They didn't punch, but I remember the first time getting like seriously hurt, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna
like
instigate
shoved or
this
something
anymore.
like that. Yeah.
Whatever it was, like I got hurt, and he was a little too strong for me. Then I'm like, okay, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah, like Kathy, I was the oldest, but then my youngest brother Josh started playing ice hockey, and that got him in really good shape and much stronger than me. And it was probably, I don't know, 12 or 13 when he was able to overtake me at that point.
We need to talk.
Yeah.
Wait, and how much older were you?
I'm 7 years older than he was, but I remember him
At
getting
12, 13, he could.
Yeah, because he started playing hockey when he was 6 or 7 years old.
Wow.
Those two things I wish I'd wrestled when I was young.
You had a 7-year-old beating you up when you were 14?
No,
he
pay
was 13.
attention.
He was 17,
I
getting
want your
beaten up by a
girlfriend.
12-year-old.
I like your girlfriend.
Oh, he was getting the girls.
I'm going to take her.
Yeah, Josh was much cooler.
I'm going to make you watch.
He's 7.
Honestly, you would not think that a 7-year-old would possess the kind of strength necessary to beat up a much older. I guess at that point he was a man. But apparently the 7-year-old just throttled him.
Pierre might need some assistance.
What's happening?
The lid on his coffee is
good
about
Lord.
to fall off, and he's got his hand.
I know, Pierre, you were a little sick, a little congested. You sounded yesterday.
Yes.
Are you fighting something, or is it full blown?
No, it just over the weekend I got some kind of a
Bishop
little cold
Robert,
thing.
by the way. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Your hat was pointed exactly in the shape of a Catholic bishop.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm a bit disheveled.
Just a bit. His shirt is falling off.
What makes you say that, honey bunny? You dress me every day.
His hair is shooting out forward.
Yeah.
Today, which is wild.
I'm a little little scattered, which is not normal for me because I'm sharp as a tack.
Honestly.
50 bags in the Tommy Tuck.
50 bags in the Tommy
And the
Tuck.
Tommy Tuck.
Yes.
There's a fresh one for
I think
us.
most people, when they see you like this in the morning, they assume West Point cadet.
Exactly. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that vote of confidence from a fellow military man.
So today is National DJ Day, Disc Jockey Day.
I heard you. I only heard the last part of it, and I think you were alluding to my various meltdowns. Were you not?
They're hilarious because
Marissa howls. The interns cower, and Marissa will just laugh in my face because I'll make a little boo boo, and then we'll be right back after this. Off mic.
Dude, you just said it. I was stretching. I didn't have my hand anywhere near the button. Lord.
Sorry about that.
Oh my God.
I meant to say
that's
the
exactly
other
what
word.
you do. Yes, mother effing.
Mother effing,
You just
and then
gave us a really dramatic presentation.
It just came right out.
Yeah.
That's what you get when you wake up in my body.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Really? And what's that?
My temporary tooth just popped out.
Oh my God, Steve's tooth just fell out.
Oh, that is too perfect.
I didn't know you had a temporary tooth.
Oh yeah. The postman did. Can you see that?
How did it come out?
I don't know.
You don't have food in your mouth. Nothing.
No.
Can you smile for me?
Shoot.
What are you gonna do?
Now we gotta look at that all morning.
Oh, knock it off, you.
Wait, can I see your tooth?
There it is.
I don't
want
hold
to
it.
see that. That disgusts me.
I can't believe your tooth.
Casey's losing it.
It feels so effed up.
Oh no.
Yeah, they put the post in and everything, so I gotta.
So what are you supposed to have an implant? Is that?
Yeah.
So that's there until
the implant will go in. It'll go in. So I guess I'll be going to Dr. Petula. I wondered why I was drinking hot chocolate, my coffee.
Did you feel it?
A little squirt came out. I'm like, why would that happen?
Oh my God. We should all just go home.
That's too funny.
Oh, hey, Steve. Thank you for my birthday present.
Well, you poor
about to see.
At least you're laughing at it.
Oh.
Well, there are worse things that could happen, certainly. My nuts could have fallen off. Yeah, I'll have to take
man.
that. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
All right. Now,
Moving on.
Seriously. It's a Mickey Rourke look I'm rocking today.
Yeah, are we going to be able to do the show?
I don't know.
No, I think I can. You just might hear a few S's that sound a little bit.
I can't look at you. I'm not going to be able to have a conversation with you all day. Oh my God, we're falling apart. We are literally falling apart.
We just started.
Oh, it's
so early.
I'm drinking the mocha, and I'm like, wow, why is that dribbling? And then,
Wait, where is it?
What?
The tooth.
Marissa brought him a cup.
Who doesn't have a tooth cup in the morning?
Oh my God.
It's too funny.
Oh no.
There may be random moments of laughter today, of just in the middle of whatever we have.
I'm just glad I can't see me.
But like he said, when he uses S.
Sassafras. That's all right.
Wait, but how does it it just stays in normally?
It's secured in, so it's and that's until
not so secure.
I what happened was that I was chewing something last night, and I thought I might have felt a crack, but I'm like, no, it's fine. So
okay, so that was
it's not a chewer. It's a
no,
it's not a chewer.
No, it's a biter.
It's a biter. Yeah.
Do we need to maybe Cho's sells like denture glue or something? Maybe we could try that.
All I know is that if I'm going to have any dental work done, I want it to be done through Cho's.
Steve, I can't look at you.
I can't see it. The microphone's in the way, so I'm good over here. I can have a conversation with him. You guys can look at each other.
Steve finally saw it.
Did he finally see
it? It is pretty funny.
Hey, I got some apples. You like some apples?
You want an apple?
It's like your Billy Bob teeth.
Oh, God.
Oh, you should put the Billy Bob
You should wear those.
I got some dentures for you.
In case you came prepared.
These have been in my mouth. I'm sure you don't want them.
No. I think I'll
Okay.
pass on
All right. Let's try to do the show.
Okay.
Where were we? What did...
Gave away the...
You did the stupid question, right?
Crazy glue. No, I'm looking at some of these calls coming in. Yeah, we did the stupid question. So he gets Lego Marvel's Avengers, which is available for PlayStation 4, all platforms, PlayStation 4. All right, thank you, Marissa. We have a new Daily Rush video for you to feast your eyes upon, and the title of it is OBJ Gets Flexed On. And the description says is it standard procedure to flex your muscles before throwing someone off a plane? You can find out. You can be the first to see the newest Daily Rush by subscribing to our YouTube channel. It's sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet, and you can learn more at xfinity.com. So thanks to Kyle Mack for editing together another one of those. We appreciate it. All right, we have bizarre file stories that we would like to share with you right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we are going to start with this one. A tourist in Bali has survived a massive cliffside fall after attempting a somersault and falling off of it.
Uh-oh. Ouch.
The man had been posing for photos at the edge of the cliff before attempting a flip and landing some 130 feet below. Police said a tour guide was taking photos of the man at the popular tourist destination before his stunt backfired. Local media reported that emergency services were called but hindered by the dangerous terrain surrounding the cliff. And the search and rescue alert unit said operators attempted to rescue the man by boat but were blocked by waves. One rescuer was able to drop down from the cliffside and stretcher the man out. He was taken to the hospital, suffered serious leg injuries.
I would imagine.
Yeah, you can imagine 130 feet down doing a somersault off of.
As you can imagine.
The incident came 4 days after an American tourist died while on holiday in Indonesia. A 35-year-old woman fell from the side of an infinity pool while trying to walk around another part of the structure. She fell from, it says 15 meters high. Wow. And landed in a pond below. Hotel staff and guests at the Sankara Suites and Villa immediately rushed to her aid, but they couldn't revive her. And she died. Yeah, so you got to be careful.
As you can imagine.
As you can imagine.
As you can imagine.
French court has ruled that companies can't fire their workers for failing to be sufficiently fun.
They can't fire their workers for failing to be sufficiently fun?
Yes, the ruling comes after a man, and he's referred to in the ruling as Mr. T.
Really?
Yes.
At Petit Fool.
Was fired from the Paris consultancy firm Cubic Partners in 2015 for refusing to participate in after-work drinks and team-building activities. According to the court documents, Mr. T joined the firm, which is an elite crack unit.
Absolutely.
In February.
His name is Face.
2011 and was promoted in 2014, but was fired a year later.
And his name is Hannibal.
March 2015 for professional incompetence, specifically his refusal to adhere to the company's fun values. Cubic Partners also said that Mr. T was difficult to work with and a poor listener as well.
Mother, there is no other.
According to the court, the company's fund values included regular obligatory social events that culminated in excess of alcoholism encouraged by colleagues and made very large quantities of alcohol available.
Did they get French benefits at that company, Preston?
We don't get French benefits. As well as practices pushed by colleagues involving promiscuity, bullying, and incitement to various excesses. The court, the highest in the French legal system, by the way, also outlined various humiliating and intrusive practices promoted by Cubic Partners, including simulations of sexual acts and the obligation to share a bed with a colleague.
Wow.
This does sound like a fun place to
Does
work.
sound pretty cool.
In a judgment issued on November 9th, the court found that because Mr. T's lack of participation in the company's fund values and critical behavior were reasons cited for his dismissal, he had been wrongfully fired by Cubic Partners.
Attention employees, don't forget that it's Friday. That means it's Hand Jobs Friday.
Mr. T's demand of 461,000 euros, which is about $479,000, was previously rejected. But the recent ruling partially overturned this judgment, so he's going to get 3,000 euros, and they will examine Mr. T's demand for damages at a later stage.
This all seems incredibly weird.
Yeah. So they fired him for not participating in the parties after work, essentially. A St. Petersburg woman was arrested on Thanksgiving Day. Listen to this. After police say she endangered the lives of thousands of 5K runners. At around 8 a.m., officers spotted a white Range Rover speeding in a residential neighborhood at around 60 to 70 miles per hour. Police said the driver, 38-year-old Ashley Lauren Morgan, was headed toward a secured race course for the Thanksgiving Day 5K turkey trot, which had 3,000 people in attendance. According to authorities, the 5K was already starting with many people on the race course. And while under arrest, the defendant, and once they got her, by the way, she banged her head against the rear windows of the police cruiser, attempted to exit as her handcuffs were being adjusted, was combative, and they had to use mace on 2 separate occasions in order to gain her compliance. An arrest affidavit said that the officers did not stop more. If they had not stopped her, she would have barreled through the intersection and killed a whole bunch of people if she would have been left to it. The department said officers later learned Morgan fled a crash where she had to hit a stop sign, leaving damage to her rear bumper.
Was there booze involved?
There was not. Several officers had to intervene to keep this driver from harming the runners. There was no indication of alcohol or drug influence or mental health issues at all. Wow. She just took off.
Insane.
The department said she had eluded several officers, drove past barricades, and lighted police cars onto the street. Being used for the race. Thanks to the quick response of the officers on the scene, they were able to stop her and avert what could have ended up being a tragic result. She was booked into the jail on multiple charges. But yeah, it was crazy, man. But they got her, thank God. All right, this is from a couple days ago, but I definitely wanted to bring it up. A Florida woman is suing the parent company of Velveeta's microwavable shells and cheese cups, claiming that she would not have bought the product had she known that it would take longer to prepare than the 3.5 minutes stated on the label of the box.
It was a lie!
Amanda Ramirez has filed the class action lawsuit. Ramirez is the lead plaintiff in the lawsuit against Kraft Heinz Foods Company.
For $100 million?
It is seeking more than $5 million, including statutory and punitive damages, plus interest and costs.
How inaccurate is she claiming the
I don't know exactly
preparation time was?
I don't know exactly
Was
how
it
much
4
time.
minutes?
But according to the lawsuit, the statement on the bottom left-hand corner of the box claims the product is ready in 3.5 minutes. It's false and misleading because
Lies.
the product takes longer, Ramirez alleged. The directions on the back of the package detail 4 steps in preparing the macaroni and cheese. The lawsuit says that one of the steps, microwaving the food, takes 3.5 minutes. The lawsuit did not state how long it took Ramirez overall to prepare the cups for consumption. She said she paid a premium price of $10.99.
Wow.
The suit claims that the $10.99 price is higher than similar products that are represented in a non-misleading way.
So at this point, the Velveeta shells and cheese, it's already cooked. You're simply reheating it, right?
No, these you put
I think
the
you have
water in.
water. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Either way.
So you're actually cooking it?
Yeah.
She's saying
You cook the pasta.
the prep time of like taking it out of the cupboard and taking the thing off and putting the water in it and all that equates to more than 3.5 minutes.
Maybe that's what she means. I'm not really sure, but yeah, this is one of those where you actually cook it with the water in the pasta and then you add the cheese sauce.
You can do what I did
kinds of
a
things.
couple of months ago where I forgot to put the water in and I just chucked it in the microwave and the smoke alarms are going off. I didn't realize.
Caroline did it years ago,
Yeah.
and I have a picture of it. It looks awesome, actually, when it was done.
Smelled great.
Did it turn out black? Did it burn all the way black? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and it smells horrible.
Yeah.
Just absolutely disgusting. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you for now. We haven't done this all morning long. How about a couple of passes to our Christmas miracle?
Yeah!
Yep. All right, so this event is coming up on the 21st of December at the Excite Center inside Parks Casino in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. I'm going to take callers 16 and 17 at 215-263-WMMR. You have to be at least 21 years of age and available to join us that morning early. All right, you got to be there by 6 to get checked in. And you have to know about the Preston and Steve show.
It will absolutely serve you well if you do.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're just kind of taking up space because the contest is about our program. You can bring a friend with you if you like, but only you will be eligible to be called up onto the podium. There are other prizes throughout the morning that everybody can win, especially the Miller Lite Ugly Sweater contest. So make sure that you do wear your ugly sweater. So we'll take callers 16, 17, 215, 263. WMMR, and you will be on board for that live broadcast. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a second. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Grab the free MMR app for your phone. You can stream us live.
Yes. I know, man. It's sad.
Your lungs are full of mucus. My tooth fell out.
Our pets' heads are falling off.
We're going to have to remind people of that all morning long.
It's too good.
Yeah. It's been a rough week for the ladies in Charlie Sheen's life following last week's revelation that his ex-wife Brooke Mueller is back in rehab. He's
For
now,
the, 15th time? 15th?
All right, you have to stop.
no
He's
way.
not going to be able to get through the show.
I have to
You
tell.
laugh
I
every
have to.
time.
Now I have to take it. I have to explore it for letters.
We're not going to make it through 7 a.m.
S's are fine, but F's are.
Yeah. Farfignugan. Farfignugan.
Oh, my God.
This is going to be the worst show we've ever done.
no, it's not.
No, that's saying
it's
a
going to
lot.
be brilliant. I could never, ever, ever, ever do live stage acting. I can't even do it on camera when you get multiple takes. There's no way.
We're hoping to one day master radio.
I'm so self-conscious of don't mess it up. That I will mess it up.
But you know, when I was in high school, we started like if you had a lead, you started in like June, July, you know, rehearsing your lines and everything.
I guess maybe if you have enough rehearsal. I mean,
Yeah.
I've anything I've ever attempted to do, I've had very little rehearsal on, and I'm like, you know,
yeah.
Even when we, excuse me.
Again, here we are, perfecting radio.
Dude, that was.
You sound like snots.
I'm nervous.
That was mid-word.
That was.
That would have been your Colonel Jessup scene. You know?
Right. You can't handle the. Excuse me.
I've had to recently, you know, go to the bathroom outside. When we were driving up to Maine and Boston this summer, like I had to, you know, my family went into McDonald's and I was outside with the dog. And I found it ironic that it was fine that the dog was peeing outside, but I actually had to hide the fact that I was peeing outside. But there are...
Dogs get away with everything.
They do. But there are secrets, so, you know, or tricks to the trade of, you know, peeing outside. All right.
With this model, this life-size model that we have here.
Mandingo's twin.
We have two of them?
Dan Dingo.
Yes, we have Caucasian and we have...
Yeah, there's Mandingo and Dan Dingo.
So what you can't do is like lean up against something like you're clearly or hide behind a bush so you're clearly going to the bathroom. What you have to do is kind of be out in the open. You still want to shield your jump.
You want to have your back
Wait
to
a
the
second.
people.
All right, so describe the environment that you're in where you're pulling this off.
This is where people are, right?
All right, so people are there?
Where are you? You are people.
All
All
right,
right, you are
yes.
people in a parking lot.
And never forget
Parking
it.
lot.
All right, and then behind me is not people.
Okay.
All right, so I am on my phone. Junk out. You can
Right.
see my junk is out. I am
Right.
now on a phone.
Now, no, there's no wires. We've never met before.
Look, watch.
I got one hand on the phone up to
All
my
right.
ear, not
right.
talking to anybody.
All right.
And then my other hand, which would normally be on my piece, you know, aiming.
On your bird.
This hand is now up here, like, you know, like.
You know what? It works.
Hold on, but don't you have to hold it? Won't it go wild?
No, it's not like a hose that
It's
you
not?
turn on at high pressure, Kathy.
Have you ever encountered one?
No. Still waiting for that magical night.
It's flipping all over the place.
It's a little bit crazy.
Walk a little bit.
So you're like Chris Angel.
Yeah,
You're like an illusion.
A little bit.
Okay.
All right, that makes sense.
I don't know if I could do that technique or not.
I know what he's saying, though, because you're using the simple art of deception and distraction.
I had something I wanted to bring up. Do we all agree that Kathy's a beautiful woman?
She is a beautiful woman.
Very, very attractive.
What are you bringing up?
Nothing that I think is
the odor.
bad.
The odor.
No, you have Kathy's got a pretty face.
Yes,
no question. But do any of us agree that Kathy does suffer from resting bitch face?
All right, Danae, you're smiling. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
Yeah,
but if you catch her
not smile
when she's like doing work or on her laptop or something like that.
See, okay, and I'm interested to hear what you guys say because I would have never thought that I had resting bitch face.
And I might. Yeah,
she's
making a face.
No,
what?
That's not bitch. I don't know what that is.
I don't know if I think she has resting bitch face. I see she has sort of. I sit next to her in the office, and it seems just kind of neutral when you're doing your deal. I wouldn't say you look particularly bitchy.
We have a picture here of you, Kathy, just being.
So do you think that looks
in a
bitchy?
neutral face? I think sometimes you look like you're a little angry.
Well, I think you're an a-hole.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. Now I'm gonna rest like this.
Yeah.
Hey, Preston.
That's worse. That's worse.
Kathy's mood is the toughest, I think, to crack. I thought you had your period last week.
Well, I was gonna say that because you guys don't know. You don't know when I'm PMSing, which I cannot figure out why.
We just.
I guess it's because I'm always a bitch.
She was saying
I'll
something.
turn to you and say, "Is this the week you don't have your period?"
she would say something, and I look. Casey just goes, "Are you on your period?"
He mouthed it in the meeting. I laughed.
Kathy, you're.
But if I was PMSing, I wouldn't have laughed.
We are going to do a game that is called Young versus Younger. Okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to take the young, which would be members of the Preston and Steve show.
Yeah, right.
And the younger, our Preston and Steve intern staff. So it's very simple. We have Chris, and we have Aish, and we have Brianna, and we have Sammy who are here. And what we're going to do is Marissa made a list of various things from different generations. So there's abbreviations, there's terms, there are people, all from a different generation. I have things from the Preston and Steve show's generation, and I have things from the intern age's generation. All right, guys, the younger crew. What is a flash cube? A flash cube. Do we have all our answers written down?
Yep.
All right, Brianna?
Yes.
Okay, Chris.
I guess it was one of those scrolly cameras that you got at like CVS that you got developed when you used to go on vacation.
Like a box camera you're talking about? Yeah. Okay.
Disposable camera?
Yeah,
disposable camera.
camera.
All right.
Yeah. Is that
That
right?
is incorrect. All right. So I'm sorry, listener Matt, you lose. All right, Aish is playing for Bob on line 2. Aish, what is a flash cube?
A cube that flashes. I really don't know.
Be more specific. A cube that flashes for what?
Ooh, for a camera. Like a
I'll give her that.
Is it really?
She's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's absolutely correct. And the actual definition is a cube with a bulb that attaches to each side of a camera and takes 4 pictures in succession. A flash cube. You used to stick it on top of the camera, and you would take the picture, and it would flash, and you could only use 4 of them. You had to throw it away.
All right.
So we move on now to the young.
The young
which is
ish.
You guys.
Sort of. Minus Steve.
All right, what is this? What is what's a boif?
A boif.
Yeah, B-O-Y-F.
B-O-Y-F?
A boif.
Finished.
Okay. Nick, you are playing for listener Arnold. What is a boif?
It's your boyfriend.
Yeah, that's correct. Short for boyfriend. Yeah. Kathy, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
All right, Mary, you win too. Steve, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
That's right. And Casey, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
Yes, everybody wins. Zach, Joe, Mary, and Arnold. And that means 4 points for the young team. And let me see what we have here. What is a Rolodex?
Oh.
So we are going to go to Aish, who's playing for listener Frank. What's a Rolodex?
A Segway?
No.
Segway.
It rolls.
Exactly.
All right,
Rolls across deck.
I'm sorry, Frank, you lose. All right, listener Ryan is playing with Brianna. Brianna, what's a Rolodex?
This is embarrassing. I said a game.
A game.
No.
All right.
And then, Sammy, you're playing for listener Dan. What's a Rolodex?
I put phone numbers in a rolly thing because I didn't know how to describe
I'll
it.
take it. Phone numbers in a rolling thing. I thought somebody was going to say a watch. You guys ready?
Yes, ready.
What is BYOD?
Okay.
BYOD. Jot it down and let's see if you know. All right, let's go to, first we'll try Casey out, and he's playing for listener Alan. Casey, what is BYOD?
It's bring your own. I wrote date.
No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. Alan, you lose. Steve is playing for listener Mike. Steve, what is BYOD?
I wrote bring your own drugs.
No, that is incorrect.
Good
Mike is
thing.
out. Kathy's playing for Gina. Kathy?
I got it.
What?
Bring your own doll.
No.
Kathy's a half.
Cow got in there somehow.
The cow.
Nick,
Or I have 5 fingers.
you're playing for listener Paul. BYOD.
Bring your own dad.
No.
Is it drink?
Hang on. No. Let's ask the interns. Brianna, you look like you know.
I believe it's bring your own dog.
No.
No.
Aish,
I
you know?
no idea.
Is it bring your own dip?
No.
Bring your own dip.
It's like a Super Bowl party.
How
like, bring
come
your
all
own-
these? Nobody knows these younger
dip parties.
phrases.
I think because maybe Marissa's not as young as she thinks she is.
It stands for bring your own device.
Device!
An IT policy where employees are allowed to use their personal mobile devices and notebooks to access enterprise data and systems. Harper Lee, who wrote one of America's most enduring literary classics, To Kill a Mockingbird, of course, about a child's view of right and wrong, and waited 55 years to publish the second book with the same characters from a very different point of view, died at the age of 89 on Friday.
Yeah, I was surprised to see this.
Yeah. For many years, Lee, a shy woman with an engaging southern drawl who never married, lived
We were pretty much allowed to go.
lived quietly and privately, always turning down interview requests. She alternated between living.
She ran a laser tag place.
Oh,
yeah. That was her thing.
They got to do something.
We were very fond of the game laser tag, which simulated actual combat without the actual casualties. Through the use of science and technology, you could stalk your prey and virtually assassinate them without causing any physical harm.
But the guns, they kind of go pew, pew, pew.
Pew,
Yeah, yeah.
pew. Pew, I got you. Commander Harper Lee reporting for Intergalactic Battalion.
That'd be the wildest thing. She ran a laser tag place.
Harper Lee's laser tags on Route 14.
No, she like did TV commercials for them and everything.
Yeah,
So
it's intergalactic fun.
93.3 WMMR, best of you. What the hell time is it? No, 10:26. That's what time it is. The clock is in a new spot for me as I gaze my eyes in a direction I've had them going for years now in a different spot, but we're figuring this out. Doing pretty good. A few bumps in the road, but it's all working out on this Tuesday morning, which, by the way, is a Tattoo-Tuesday. So if you have not done it yet, make sure you text word tattoo to 39333. We're going to be giving away our $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing in a little while. You can check them out at floatingworldtattooandpiercing.com. And, of course, they're at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. You will want to check them out if you're looking for some ink friend. But we'll give away the freebies in a little while. We have something else to do, though, and something else to give away. It is with our lesson question and a pair of tickets to see the Winery Dogs. And the Winery Dogs are going to be playing at the Keswick. Is that where they're going to be? Yes, on February 17th. And it's Mike Portnoy and Billy Sheehan and Richie Coates and some of the absolute best badass musicians. The question I have for you this morning is, gaslighting is the 2022 word of the year. Which phrase almost won by accident? 215-263 WMMR. Gaslighting is the 2022 word of the year. Which other words almost won by accident? 215-263 WMMR. If you know the answer, call right now because we want you to win. And while you are doing that, we will do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR. with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see where we go today. Steve, what's up this morning?
Well, she wrote and recorded All I Want for Christmas Is You, and Mariah Carey tells W Magazine that her love for the Yuletide season is 100% legit. Carey says from the first second she sees colorful holiday lights, she knows in her heart she'll be making $3 million.
Hey!
76-year-old Cher is gushing over her new relationship with 35-year-old boyfriend Alexander Edwards, saying the two actually give each other hickeys. Cher says even when Edwards goes home for the evening, he can still get hickeys from her because she gives him her teeth.
Oh, my God.
And finally, according to a report, BTS member Jin will begin his mandatory enlistment in the South Korean army in a few weeks. Jin says he will use the power of music to spread peace, and if that does not work, he will kill them.
Oh, wow.
So that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see if we do indeed have someone who's paying close attention, knows the answer to this question. Gaslighting is the 2022 word of the year. Which words almost won by accident? We will go to Jay to see if he knows the answer. Hi there, Jay. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, sir. All right, Jay, tell me which phrase is almost won by accident for word of the year.
Sub pump.
Sub pump is correct. All right, hang on, Jay. Give you a pair of tickets to see Winery Dogs.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, so yesterday we mentioned that Metallica had their first new single. We played a snippet for you. Pierre played the whole thing after he got on the air. And they have unveiled the tour dates and the album name and all that stuff. So it's a major tour for 23 and 24, dubbed M72. The band's 12th album, titled 72 Seasons, drops on April 14th with the new single titled Lux Eterna, translating from Latin to mean eternal light. Rolling Stone reported by saying Metallica will play 2 nights in every city on tour, with set lists that won't repeat songs night to night. And various North American dates will see support from the reunited Pantera, as well as Mammoth WVH, Five Finger Death Punch, Ice Nine Kills, and Greta Van Fleet. And tickets will go on sale December 2nd.
So when they announce that they're not going to play the same songs both nights, people tend to purchase tickets for both shows.
Yeah, they could, sure. But they would sell out regardless. Yeah. James Hetfield said in a statement, 72 seasons, the first 18 years of our lives that form our true or false selves. So that's what that means. The concept that we were told who we are by our appearance. A possible pigeonholing around what kind of personality we are. I think the most interesting part of this is the continued study of those core beliefs and how it affects our perception of the world today. Much of our adult experience is a reenactment or reaction to these childhood experiences. Prisoners of childhood or breaking free of those bondages we carry.
What the hell are you talking about?
Thank you. Whatever, man. They're going to be playing at the MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford August 4th and the 6th. And we here at MMR are kicking off 12 Days of Metallica.
12 Days of Metallica?
Yeah, so listen at noon every day for your chance to win a pair of 2-day tickets to the show at MetLife Stadium.
That's pretty cool.
Yep, so Pierre is going to have your chance at it starting today. Show 1 will be Pantera and Mammoth WVH, and show number 2 will be Five Finger Death Punch and Ice Nine Kills. So you're getting to see 5 bands.
That's pretty heavy duty.
2 separate nights. So pretty awesome. You can click concerts at WMMR.com for complete details. But Pierre's got your shot at noon. Do not miss it. Just a couple more quick things. Last week, Alter Bridge guitarist Mark Tremonti gifted a special needs fan with his guitar during a concert in Milan, Italy. Tremonti brought the young fan on stage. She held the guitar, waved and blew kisses as the crowd cheered. And he posted a video of the moment on his Instagram page and captioned it, "I just have to share one of my happiest moments on stage. I hope she loves the guitar as much as we loved giving it to her. Thanks for an awesome night, Milan." So he just called her out.
That's very cute.
To the audience, and he just gave her the guitar. That's really, really cool. So I was happy to share that. And then one more quick thing. Peter Frampton has revealed a career-spanning documentary is in the works about him. Frampton, who just played his final farewell dates in Europe, published his memoir called Do You Feel Like I Do back in 2020. Has been forced to slowly quit the road upon discovering that he suffered from a degenerative muscle disease called inclusion body myositis.
How far along is that? In other words, so he can still play.
Yeah, but I think it's getting harder for him. And he sits down now, but he's done, actually. He's finished. It slowly weakens the body's muscles. He's now 72. He shed light on the new project, Classic Rock, explaining, we're in the process of making a documentary. COVID messed with us, obviously. We stopped, and now we're waiting for the final funding to be able to continue. There was a rush on music documentaries, and it kind of slowed down. When pressed about a possible biopic based on his memoir, he said, "Well, I haven't been approached to do a biopic. I think it's a story that's been told before, but I might be wrong. If they ever do, I hope that Cameron Crowe would direct it. He knows me so well."
Yeah, he was in Almost Famous.
What scene
Peter
was he in?
Frampton. The roadie scene where they're doing the gambling, they're playing the card game.
Yeah, in fact, they're playing to send somebody on the road with humble pie.
Yes,
which Peter Frampton was in.
Right, and he's one of the he has a few speaking lines in that scene. Yeah.
I was not aware of that. Awesome. Yeah, going through he's got the actual voice box playing through it. All right, and there you go. That's the last story, and that is what I have in music news for you. You want me to add something? Keith?
Yeah. There was something else that you needed to add, and then I forgot about it.
Okay. Here is a concert announcement. Is that what it is?
Whoa!
Yeah. MMR Rocks, Def Leppard, and Motley Crue.
Oh.
2 shows. February 10th and 11th at the Mark G. Estes Arena at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. And Brent Porsche this week will have tickets. Your chance to win them for the Friday, February 10th concert.
Do you know who's a huge Motley Crue fan? Stevo.
Oh, really?
Yes.
And you can click contests at WMMR.com for another chance to win. So again, the shows are February 10th and 11th, and they will be at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City. Def Leppard, Motley Crue together. That'll be really cool. Tickets go on sale this Friday at Ticketmaster, and then Brent Porsche will have a chance to win tickets for the concert. So get yourself set. And like I said, of course, you can go to WMMR.com for all the details about that. All right, one last giveaway as we wrap up music news there. One last giveaway for our friends at Luminature at the Philadelphia Zoo. And we can take caller number 19, 215-263, WMMR. And Luminature is this awesome display. It transforms the Philadelphia Zoo from its daytime magic into a glimmering wonderland, taking guests on a journey, celebrating the wonder of wildlife and the beauty of our planet.
It really is wonderful. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and you don't want to miss Luminature, the holiday spectacular, and you can reserve your time and buy tickets now at philadelphiazoo.org, that is. Or you can be the 19th caller right now, and we will have your chance to win those tickets. 215-26... I'm going to hit this thing. 215-263. It's number 3, Casey.
It's still doing that?
We're still doing it.
Oh, that's cool.
We need to take a video of this.
Let's call them in here. They can hear us.
It's here, Marissa.
Do it now.
Let's see if...
Get to the chopper.
It probably won't work now.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is watch number 3 here. You ready? All right. We'll be back in a second. Oh, no, we won't. See that?
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Does it all of us? See, it's the third time it stops. All right, anyway, never mind. See, and it went back up.
It went back.
I got to talk to Rodney. I haven't talked to him about that yet. One of these faders on the board, when I turn it down, it automatically shoots right back up.
Mother effer.
I know it's haunted.
I'm going to shoot.
It shot. All right, so we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second, wrap up the program when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
That's the sound of excitement.
Oh, my God.
I guess they don't want to report on that part of her life.
Oh, God. No.
Into the space shuttle. Next stop, fun.
This is terrible. So anyhow, she lived quietly and privately. She alternated between living in a New York apartment and Monroeville, where where she shared a home with her older sister, lawyer Alice Lee, who is the one
That's this one.
plays.
We were pretty much allowed to go.
Any of you guys read Ghost Headed Watchmen, the second one?
No.
It's
I heard, it didn't get stupendous reviews.
It's too bad. This is a terrible thing to say.
What?
She just should have done the one.
Well, I think this was wasn't this cobbled together without her consent?
That's sort of where.
Well, she actually
it was frustrating because
she wrote this before,
right? And then it takes place after, To Kill a Mockingbird. But I think it was one of those things.
In a future society where laser guns rule.
Takes a turn.
What? Just spotted a Death Destroyer. Nice try, Glaxon. We figured out how to remotely turn your shields off.
I want to live with this for a while. I believe we had this gentleman in our studio at our old radio station worked at probably a dozen years ago or so.
I think to promote a movie Up the Creek, right?
Without a paddle.
Come on, man.
Son of a bitch!
Without a paddle with Seth Green and with Dax Shepard.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a fan.
Yeah.
All three were in the studio.
No, I don't believe you. You didn't get the name right.
I got the idea right.
No,
You're Up the Creek without a paddle.
Everybody, this is Matthew Lillard.
Hi, everyone. You have a lot of people in here.
Yeah. We got some barbecue, too. If you're hungry, man, grab a bite to eat.
You're awfully fancy.
We try to be.
Hey, how do you like doing the convention? I know you've done your share of conventions, and you have a couple of things that really put you in that realm between Scream and the Scooby-Doo stuff and 13 Ghosts and all that stuff.
I'm in a lot of bad movies that people like. That's what you're saying.
I wouldn't say that.
No, I'm in a lot of bad movies. There's no doubt about that. I'm in more bad movies than your average actor.
See, I don't think you can call them bad. You don't
know the name of any of them. You make eye contact with me and you name off 10 without looking at that computer screen. No, don't do that.
I can't do
everyone on the air just turned off.
Tell us about your involvement with Anonymous and what that was all about.
How crazy is that?
Yeah.
As the most famous I've ever been was like this week.
So Anonymous, this hacker
I'm
group.
so excited. Yeah.
What happened?
Hacktivists. These Anonymous are world famous hackers, and they hacked in last week to Donald Trump's outgoing message, and they changed the outgoing message to saying something like in a Shaggy voice. I'm actor Matthew Lillard, who plays Shaggy on television. Go check me out and gave these 2 web pages that
That's really
but I was
funny.
like, somebody, I was directing something, and somebody came up and was like, you just hacked Donald Trump. I was like, amazing.
These are the
I
guys.
gotta tell you, I am so happy to be that guy. I'm so happy. I was like, anytime, bro, you want to roll and bring down the Trumpster, I'm in.
These guys are taking on ISIS too.
I think they're the new era superhero. I mean, look, they do some messed up stuff. I'm sure that people don't agree with everything they do, but.
Can I ask you though a connection? You were in a movie years ago, Hackers.
Sure, yeah. Hack the planet,
do you think
Hack the planet.
Do you think that's what the connection
I don't know,
is?
but I wish they would have said, hey, this is Matthew Lillard, serial killer from Hackers. That would have been like, made sense. I think it was just like, hey, dude, what impression do you do? I don't know, I do Shaggy. And then some dude's like, all right, bro.
You mean there
Let's
wasn't?
do it. I mean, it was so, like, there was no, I don't
There was
think
no
a lot
committee
of-
meeting or anything
No, I
like
don't
that?
think Anonymous got together and said, well, who should we represent? What about of the great actors. I mean, I think that they were just a bunch of loaded up kids going, let's get it.
A couple of quick questions, because you worked with some of my favorite directors, Wes Craven and
God bless
John
his
Waters.
heart.
Yeah, who just passed away recently. But you worked on Serial Mom with John Waters.
Sure. He was my first. I'll never. The first day of work I ever had by myself. The first note he gave me said, "Do it again, but don't do it so effeminate." But he didn't use that word.
Oh, John Waters.
Really? Yeah.
Who's John Waters?
From John Waters. Like, do it again, but don't do it so effy. And I was like, I wasn't doing effy. Bro, I was not doing it. That was the first, to come from acting school to in John Waters' set and not so effy. I was like, it was the most humiliating kind of moment of my life.
Well, it's a great movie. It ended up being just
It is. My mom at the premiere, I was like, my first film, and we're in the black tie because it was this thing for a fundraiser for kids.
Yeah.
We're in black tie. My mom's in the back of the limo. My dad's in the back. And I get in the car, and I said to my mom, I was like, so, what'd you think? And my dad's like, I loved it. My sister's like, I loved it. And my mom's like, nah. So to this day, the only thing I ever remember is my mom going, it was okay.
Great to see you,
You
Matthew.
guys, thanks. I thought I was gonna be here for like 2 minutes. So thank you so much for revealing my life to the entire people
Actually,
of
wait,
Philly.
real quick, we have your first grade teacher right out here in the green room. Bring him in. Bring him in. No. Thank you,
Guy. I
Matthew. Great to see you.
appreciate it.
Matthew Lillard, everybody. Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner seem friendlier than ever on their family ski vacation with Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen.
Okay, again, I think they're going to get back together.
Is that your Tom Brady laugh or your Ben Affleck laugh? What is that?
No. This is his new laugh that he wants to do on the show when he thinks something is funny, and I'm not kidding you. He told me this yesterday, and he displayed it for me, or he gave me a little treat, a little taste of it.
I can verify Kathy's story because I was standing alongside of them both when this was presented.
And I'm pretty sure I just walked away. I'm not sure how I responded.
No, you kissed me.
First there was
You kissed me on the mouth.
a painful grunt from Kathy, and then she walked away.
This is material you've been working on?
He's jealous because he thinks Marissa came up with a new laugh, so now he wants one.
Really?
That's what I think.
I'm not jealous.
But is that why you're doing it?
Is that Marissa's new
Yeah,
laugh?
Marissa. Well, actually, it's gone away for a little while. I think maybe Marissa was hanging out with some people who laugh like, and she developed that.
Marissa has a supersonic.
Yeah.
Oh my God. When she actually, when you crack up, it is so loud it hurts.
And that's all it is.
Yeah.
That's her genuine laugh. It's like just a squeal and then it's
loud
over.
and convulsive and
But it's segued to
why don't you laugh like Burgess Meredith is the penguin?
So now we have Casey's new laugh.
No, but
Go ahead, let's hear it.
No, so the genesis of it was I was watching the red carpet for the Grammys on Monday night.
Yeah.
And you had these two talking heads on the TV.
Who were horrible.
They were terrible. And somebody said something that wasn't funny, and then they both laughed. And then so I was like,
So that was your mocking laugh.
that was my mocking laugh. I was there with my kids.
Well, I tell you what, laugh authentically if you think something's funny in your regular, normal laugh, and then you can float that in occasionally in a mocking fashion.
All right.
All right.
The other option would be too dumb to go with.
I'm a wheeze laugher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. That's, you got me when you hear.
Yeah.
I saw this story, Steve. You'd offhandedly mentioned Dachau.
Yes.
I did. I picked up on that, but I wanted to flesh that story out before I moved on to the Hitler stuff. But two historians have claimed that they have proof that Adolf Hitler suffered from an embarrassing secret medical condition. In their new book, which is called Hitler's Last Day, Minute by Minute, historians Jonathan Mayo and Emma Craigie claim that they have discovered medical records proving that the fascist dictator had a condition known as hypospadias, which results in abnormally small and deformed genitalia, sometimes referred to as micropenis. Musical journey. It is 10:47 on Tuesday morning. All in all, an educational morning for us. I don't know about you, but we are learning this brand new system that we have as far as operating all the musical sound elements, pretty much everything. And I got to do a big applause to Casey.
Yes. Yeah.
This has been a lot of work.
He's our man.
It's a lot of work.
If you can't do it, nobody literally
stop
can.
it.
Yeah, literally. Nobody in this room.
Just got to, relearn some things.
Yeah.
It is all like, we have the base language of Latin, right? And we're going to learn these other languages because we, so that's kind of where I'm at right now. It's just relearning some things.
All right.
And, sorry for the hiccups this morning, guys.
No, they weren't that bad.
See, what happens is it used to be there would be separate breakout. So you'd have your one card player and you'd have separate things that could function independently. This is all integrated through one system.
But we had Joe Bonadonna Jr. here this morning.
Rocking it.
Helping us out and walking us through the whole thing. And we couldn't do it without him and the entire IT department and engineering. Rodney stopped by and a few people who I didn't know where they were, who they are, stopped by.
Guys.
There's a Lamar.
Yeah.
I met Lamar.
Reby, Tito.
Al.
I was on standby.
Well, you're now an old pro at it.
Oh, yeah.
How did it go?
Hell of a game.
Hell of a game yesterday, yeah?
Yep.
Nice. All right. Well, I'm going to take this moment to thank our guest, Steve O.
Yeah.
Steve O is a great conversation. The Bucket List Tour is what he is on, and he's at the Keswick Theater tonight at 7 o'clock. I can talk to him anytime.
Yeah, if you're not doing anything or, even maybe change your plans because it's unlike anything you're going to see it. Probably have seen it at the Keswick Theater, too.
The hardest thing about talking to Steve-O is my throat starts to hurt just listening to him talk.
But man, he's so interesting. Like,
He is.
He's lived a life, and he has a lot of great stories, and I really enjoy his perspective on stuff.
Yep, agreed. And it was great talking to Malcolm Jenkins.
Yeah.
I think it's the first time we've ever spoke to Malcolm Jenkins. He was a hell of a nice guy.
He very much was.
The Fantasy Blitz is taking place tonight at Xfinity Live. He will be there. Other NFL players, I didn't find out exactly who, but they will be there, and they're doing fantasy football.
I did see that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was supposed to be there tonight. Now, he has a lacerated kidney, so I don't know if he is going to be there. But I did see...
I think Connor Barwin's going to be there.
Nice.
Yeah.
So it benefits the Malcolm Jenkins Foundation. Tickets are available at tmjf.org. So that was cool. And thank you to Luminature for bringing by some food and dropping off some stuff for his kid. They brought chocolate cotton candy and popcorn and some holiday cookies and s'mores. Yeah, I didn't tell you till just now.
Okay.
I want to make sure that you earned your treat.
Yeah.
And you did.
And you're a good boy.
A good boy.
Boy.
We need to do Tattoos Day. Let's do that real quick and get our winner for this little thing that we do. I would like to congratulate Michael Doran of Newcastle, Delaware. Michael got a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And you can check them out at 1729 South Street, or go to floatingworldtattooandpiercing.com, or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos as well. So congratulations, Michael. We'd love to see what you end up getting. Pierre, let's do the letter. I know you got some stuff planned for today, but let's do this first. So here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
R as in rambunctious.
All right, and we're on letter number 2, and we're giving away a Sony PlayStation 5 bundle. Now, this includes the games. It's just the games. 5 of the top video games of the year: Gran Turismo, Horizon Forbidden West, God of War Ragnarok, Last of Us Part 2, and Uncharted Legacy of Thieves. Sony PlayStation 5's top video games of the year. Makes a great gift this holiday season, and you can visit PlayStation.com for more information. I'd mentioned you've got some badass Metallica stuff going over the next few days.
That's amazing. And it starts today, right?
Yes, today.
The first I heard of it was listening to Music News.
I think Eric said something like yesterday. It's like, I hope Pierre knows what's going on.
I had no idea.
So we'll make sure he does.
But I'm usually the last to know what's going on in my own life or my own program.
Very good.
So it's good to know.
Yeah.
Thank you for telling me.
So
over the air that I have tickets for the mighty Metallica.
Yeah, August 4th and 6th. And it's 2-day tickets. So you get to go
I'm
to both.
giving away both days.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
And they're going to be supported on those days. The first show, Pantera and Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen.
Very cool.
Then show number 2 is Five Finger Death Punch and Ice Nine Kills. So, and they're not going to repeat any songs.
Right.
Metallica aren't.
So we don't see any Philly dates at this point, right?
No, this is the closest.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool, though.
Yeah.
But
We
there
can't-
are holes in the calendar, as Nick pointed out.
Right.
So it's conceivable.
Yep.
If we can't bring them here, let's send you there.
Exactly.
We'll take that. Workforce blocks today also of Boston and Sublime and STP and Double Shot Tuesday.
Nice. Would like to take this moment.
Wow.
Was that on purpose?
No.
Okay.
So have you had any? Have you had a lot of trouble with it?
No.
He's
We've had
nodding.
it.
Before,
I love the idea that the gadget thing is going up and down on its own.
Was that the 1053 bell?
Right on the land and on the sea, we shall never surrender.
The what do you call those? The pot, the fader, the
Yeah,
the
faders,
gadget
but
thing.
Yeah. You want to see us?
Yeah.
Here, hold on. Okay, so I'll turn down number 3. Watch.
Wow.
I turn it
Don't
down.
you have?
And it shoots right back up.
Do you press that button to start things? Because we have another button that we press to start things.
No, I have just this one right here. Number 1 is the one I hit to start things. Everything.
Okay.
Yeah, same as
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow. But yeah, I've got this. We got a gremlin in the board.
Well, just to be clear, in case we ever have to move, Preston, they have a 4th fader in there. They have a start button, so they don't hit 1, 2, or 3.
Oh,
they have a whole other.
so you have a
button.
dedicated button for that. That's pretty.
That's
cool.
what I thought you were showing me.
used to
You
have
don't-
that.
You don't have that.
I don't know.
I bet you we could have it again.
I'll
Yeah,
bet
we
you
had the old
could.
Scott system. We had that one.
Yep.
Yeah, but we-
I
fire
miss
button.
Scotty.
We do have a bell, though. And
We do.
Yes.
We do.
Yeah.
Thank God.
You fight on the land and on the sea, we will never surrender.
Is that from Even in the Quietest Moments?
Yes.
Yes, I thought
Churchill's
so.
famous.
Yeah, I mean, they have the bell playing.
A Fool's Overture, right?
Fool's Overture. That's it. Yes, thank you.
It's right.
We shall fight in the
I like
trenches.
to
Wait a
take
minute.
things you find in the bathroom for 100.
Wait, is he playing Pyramid or is he on Jeopardy?
Yeah, it's Family
It's
Feud.
Family Feud.
Oh, all right, yeah.
With your new host,
Things you
ladies
might
and
find in the
gentlemen.
bathroom.
Winston Churchill.
Yeah, Winston Churchill is now the host.
And the members of Jackass playing against the Real Housewives of Sandra.
Oh my God! Oh, that would be amazing.
Oh my God!
Oh,
With a
he takes
cigar.
if he just fills in for Steve. Harvey.
Yeah, that'd be cool,
He's
yeah.
not the full time host. You know, he's just he's
Got other
whatever.
stuff going on.
Steve's on
Those I'm
vacation.
wearing a ghastly.
Yeah. All right. I'll take this moment to thank our sponsors.
Thank you.
The Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Kids Partners, the plan kids need, the care parents love. Also brought to you by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. And Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Tomorrow on our program, it's a Wednesday. We'll do the Fox Good Day thing. We'll have a secret text word. Brian Johnson.
Wow.
Of ACDC rescheduled.
To
He'll
make
be
good.
joining us tomorrow morning. And we're also going to have, remember, Acme Markets kept collecting money for Camp Out for Hunger all the way through Thanksgiving.
God bless them.
And so they're going to call us in. They're going to get in touch with us with final totals.
I can't wait.
Cool. Yeah. So even more added to that heap. It's wonderful.
Curtain potables for 200, please.
All right.
I want that bell every time I make a mistake.
We'll send it over. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.